I like that idea.
That's a pretty biblical understanding.
Yeah, but are they the creator? Ahaha.
Yeah.
Well, our grandparents built the earth.
And my creation myth would say that even God isn't the creator. He was just the one who brought it into being.
I've been really into Gnostic Christian, like early Christian understandings, like before it was molested by Catholic, Protestant, whatever. They had some pretty crazy ideas that, like, if you look into Valentinianism or any Gnostic, like, understanding of the Holy Spirit being a woman and shit like that, very crazy, very interesting, though.
Makes perfect
pretty
sense.
compelling, though.
Makes perfect sense.
Like, they believe that the Garden of Eden was a good thing, and that knowledge is the only way back to the Creator or back to God, and ignorance is like sin.
Nice.
So the pursuit of knowledge is the pursuit of knowing and learning about God.
Yeah. Why wouldn't God want us to know ourselves, each other, creation, and the big cheese themselves?
Yes. Particularly if they're anything like they're described in the Bible, they seem very keen on being worshipped.
I think he wants us to know, but he's not going to let us know how he operates. He just wants you to know he's in charge. He's not going to tell you what light is. He's not going to tell you why things fall down. Electricity, magnetism, tides. He's not going to tell you that shit. You just have to trust and just humble yourself. That's all I see.
Well, that's why I always thought, the Catholics or whatever used to think that science was the practice of worshiping God in its truest form.
Yep.
Like, science was the worship of God. I think there's a little bit of truth in that. But yeah, there's also other facts that God, are like, I could go out and murder someone. That is allowed by God. There are certain things that God absolutely allows us to do that aren't so obvious. Like, God created rumpus. Like, what's that about? So it's proof that God can be a trickster.
Or proof that God likes jokes, thereby proving post-Rastafarianism.
Is that Farmer's Boy in that picture, Merle?
I'm not sure.
That dude looks pissed. He looks like he's...
He sounds pissed too whenever he talks. He's an angry man. I thought he was much older than he looks in that photo, if that is him. I think it is him, though.
He looks older than I remember him.
Right.
He was mocking me last night in Gems. He's calling me delusional. I said, "What's that, you old fag?" just nailed that guy to the core.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta take the fucking gloves off and just call people that.
Yeah.
You're
I was like, you cobweb-ridden, diabetic old hunk of uselessness.
You're a very different person on Gems.
Yeah, it's because of the way sometimes it goes down this mental illness path, and they actually a couple of years ago had me gaslit, and that's why the gloves come off and the fire comes out. Because I think, again, to me, that's evil and it's bullying. They did it to Dawn. They did it to me, Pima, to us. And the cronies will always say it's us that threw the first stone, but it wasn't. It was gang stalk.
At the end of the day, does it matter who threw the first stone?
Well, it when it goes on long enough and people are slandering you, it's just because there's certain people in this community that think differently to the mainstream. And Gem's room is, anti that sometimes.
Please don't take that as me saying what you were doing was wrong. That was a critique of other Globers.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's very particular to a certain number of people in there, and when they get
the
together,
energy, I think.
yeah, they bring the worst out in each other. Like if you get Moyoc Man, Was, Curved, Zanuck, Gem, like, and they're all together, a bunch of them.
Mhm.
It's not good. It's war.
I think what it is like when I'm like arguing with people and I could sense that I'm, I don't know, quote unquote winning, or I'm like making my point well, I kind of back off because, I don't want to, start any like fights or anything, because there's only so far that you can go. But so like over there, they keep going. It's like after they know that they won, they just call you an idiot, stupid, you know what you're talking about. And then that triggers you to fight back, angry, and they're like, "Oh, look who's angry now!" It's just, ugh.
And there's nothing to be gained by that.
Yeah, you walk away from it feeling like it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Because that would happen on over on Nathan or Betty's server. Like, you can get in wrapped up. I don't know. It's just the energy can get you in a way that you're like, I'm gonna stomp the shit out of these guys, and then you just walk away from it like not even feeling satisfied afterwards. It's like, man, I don't even know if I want to go back, because it's like it brought out the worst in me, and it doesn't really like accomplish anything.
Yeah,
And if you look at, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it used to be a thing. People used to say, like, they'd say, "Don't feed the trolls." And Del had this classic tirade once where his chat box was just being spammed, and Tim Osmond shot his hangout down, and he rebooted it, and he was so angry, and he was just like, "Starve them, starve the cunts." Oh, fucking hell.
But if you look at the people who have been convinced to go either way, it was never by screaming and yelling. It was almost always by a civil conversation and getting to know the person and talk with what they want to see.
Yeah.
No, I've been ridiculed in ways that I walked away from it usefully reprimanded.
I do think that happened.
I think that.
But were they? Can I ask, Sin Cleanser? Were they from people you like respected or liked, or was it just a total stranger? Because I think it can be both.
Usually, it was from people I couldn't stand. Like I hated them in a lot of ways, but they made really good points, and that was what even pissed me off more. Sometimes that works.
When you're the only flat earther in a room full of 30 ballers, and if you can survive that, that's when you get to see what you're made of.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, if you've ever heard QE says that, oh, I was turned into this. These guys made me become this way in terms of like anger or whatever. And it's like, I get that sentiment a little bit, but I think that's a possessive nature. That energy can control you. So it's like the Carl Jung quote, like, people don't have ideas, ideas have people. I think that's the same thing with like energy and emotions, and even in this whole discussion kind of platforms that. So.
No,
I don't
I
know.
hear you. I hear you. I've come up against consensus like for years. It's kind of it can fuck with you because it's like if 30 people are saying you're wrong, right? And then that little element of doubt gets in, then you can have a bit of cognitive dissonance as well, and you start, you can lose your confidence. Then if they start to get on top of you and start kicking you in the balls, see what I mean? It can really chip away at you.
Yeah, so it's either one of those you double down or you get humiliated. So
Yeah.
most people would just prefer to double down and save the face, right? That's why I
Yeah.
told you I don't ever concede anything, because at
Mhm.
best these guys are just like douchebags on the internet who are just argumentative and trying to fuck with you. So
Yeah.
there's no reason for you necessarily to be nice to these people.
Yeah.
Unless out of the goodness of your heart, you just want to be, I guess.
What about? Oh, never mind. I guess you don't believe in that. I was going to ask, what about karma? But I guess you're a Christian, so you don't really have a concept of karma.
Well, you reap what you sow. That's, I guess, a little bit of a karma.
Yeah. Okay.
Sin Cleanse is not a Christian.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you were. That was
Well,
bad on my mistake. I should
I
have
don't know. I was
asked
more
before I
beating him
assumed.
into describing.
I have a complicated understanding of the Bible. But I do think atheists are degenerates. Scum of the earth.
The very best.
Why?
Strong words.
Why?
Because I think everything there's the Globers are reality deniers, but if you're gonna go as far as to say that there's no reason for anything to be like you found yourself in this situation of life. You had no control over any of the things that are happening. And there's not any person on earth that set these boundaries in the way that the universe kind of has these determinable set rules, I guess. And to deny that there's just objective rules and order, I think is a little bit, just not worth even, bothering with.
Is that atheism?
Well, if you're going to say there's no reason to believe in an objective, if you're saying that the universe isn't comprehensively and objectively logical, then there's no reason to talk to people like that.
Yeah.
I think that's just purpose dishonesty, and then like you're arguing for ignorance at that point.
You find that atheists say that the universe is inherently non-logical?
Yeah, well, they say that there's no reason for God, right? They see no compelling evidence for a creator.
Yeah.
And I find that,
But those two aren't the same thing.
disingenuous at best.
We'll say if you handed an atheist $10 million and said, just go kill this person, and they're like, okay. That's when you get to find out stuff.
Wouldn't that be down to the
About
individual person?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I mean,
Because
there's
everyone's
number
got
of
the free will.
there are a number of Christians or Buddhists or Hindus who I could also had $100 million to and say, go kill this person. They would not even hesitate.
Yeah.
So that says more about the person than the religion, yeah?
Yeah. It says everything about the person. Because that's where the separation is between the individual and the collective. That's when you separate yourself. It's like taking a shit on the floor at your own wedding.
Okay.
You just don't do it. You want your friends and your family to be happy with you as best you can. You know, you want it to be a nice day.
Well, it's like, think about it like this. I heard someone try to use this against me. He's like a Christian glober. He was like, you know what, flat Earth is just, another variation of atheism, because all flat earthers do is say no, 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 and they're so anti knowing anything, and so it's bizarre that you have people that claim the globe and all the scientific, Einsteinian things that will also say they're atheists, because it's like, I don't know.
No, that's a brilliant point. But what's happening in flat Earth is the ones who've been through the process. It's not that they don't want to know anything. It's a lot of them realize that what they held to be true is actually based on a lot of assumptions and theories and beliefs that they didn't really stop and think about or consider before. They just put their trust in the authorities, that they were being told the truth. And so what they know is that they don't know what they thought they knew.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I got into flat Earth. Is that, like, you can be lied to, and you can be talked into believing things that may not necessarily be true. So Satan was one of the
Quite
prime
easily.
motivators for me to get into flat Earth, because everything could be absolutely a lie, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, acknowledging that your trust, naivety, innocence, and gullibility can be preyed upon is a huge thing to realize
Exactly.
and own
But
it.
you have to start over.
Mm-hmm. And that's liberating. It was for me. It was very grounding.
Dude, when you get into flat Earth, the world is so much more curious. It's much more. It's filled with mystery again, and it feels right. Like it's kind of like
Magical.
a come to Jesus moment. Like when you get into flat Earth, you're like, holy shit, I can re-examine everything like fresh and get rid of that old stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's how everyone should start, instead of just years of them telling you to believe certain things. It's like, no, it's not right.
See, and I understand what you're saying, but where I have personal problems is I've used these tools. I know how they work. I know the fact that they could not work the way that they work if the Earth was not shaped the way they were.
But I think that's kind of gets at what Pope's saying. Pope, I think, is saying, if you're a flat earther, you throw out the vast amount of scientific knowledge. Like, we can't know that, we can't know that, we can't know that. So it's a sort of this sort of early, like, trying to say it without sounding dismissive, because I think I get it. But like, yeah, it's sort of playful and open and exploratory. There's so many possibilities now.
Yeah, well, for me, it was always about empiricism. Like, the only things I know are what I've experienced to be true. Everything else is someone trying to talk me into believing something. And they very well could have different life experiences and their own testimony, right? And that's fine, but that's not me. That's not my walk. That's not my understanding. So I can't speak to certain people's truths. I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, I get that to a point.
It's like the the innocent until proven guilty thing. I think most things are bullshit until proven to be true. That's how I pretty much think of things.
I thought it was all 100% legit. That I was in the universe. The big fat universe. In the endlessness.
Did you embrace the nihilism and the meaninglessness?
I always
did
I always
for a
thought
while.
the Earth meant something. I always thought it meant something that we were all on the Earth, like kind of on a spaceship going through this void looking for something or someone else, you know?
Mm.
Like, how can we be alone in the universe kind of vibes, you know? I always thought we mattered. It was like, I never got into full nihilism, no.
Reading too much Starship Earth there, Merle.
Yeah, I don't know. I pushed the limits when I was younger. I remember this one time I had a big padlock and there was a train, like a normal, I don't know, like a train anyway. We had these big double glazed windows where the public would sit, and this train was going past, and I threw the padlock at this window. It didn't smash, but I put this huge fucking, like the glass kind of just put a huge like shatter in it, but it didn't break. And I was just like, fuck. I was a teenager, but I was just like, shit, I could have really hurt someone then. It was one of those moments where I stopped and really checked myself. So I'm glad that happened. No one got hurt. Just did a bit of damage, but even still. That awareness that I could fucking hurt someone, kill someone was shit.
Suddenly makes everything real, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of, I don't know. As much as I can talk some mad shit, like when it comes down to it, I don't really want to hurt anybody, really.
Yeah, that's pretty, and it's an eye-opening moment. You're like, man, I could break this person.
Yeah. Yeah.
I one time, I'll tell you guys. I one time had a premonition. We were in one of the desert countries that the U.S. is so fond of going to. And I stepped off the back of the truck for our military vehicle, and I had like this flash where I watched a bullet come out of my rifle and take someone's soul.
Yeah.
And
Damn, it's a badass bullet.
right, and that at the moment it happened, that was the way I described it. It's like it looked like it took his soul, and it was some random person I'd never seen until a couple days later. We got in a firefight, and I saw that guy. Well, I went home to my family. He didn't.
What was the last bit you said, sorry?
I went home to my family, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And that was one of those things that was like an eye-opening, we're all connected to me.
Yeah, that's that the Bible passage, love your neighbor as yourself. Because I think it kind of lends to the idea that, we're all God in a sense. So treat yourself right. Because
Big
We're not really
tribe.
that different.
Yeah, big tribe. I'm learning that so. I was last night. I had dinner with Afghani, Pakistani, Kashmiri, African, and me, Australian.
Nice.
We're all just chilling,
You guys have good
eating.
food.
Yeah, it was nice. But like brotherhood, you know, just all eating, no problem. Food brings people together.
Big true.
Yeah, big true. I like that.
Oh my goodness, I didn't notice it was 4:30. I'm going to bed. Good night, guys.
Peace. Where's all the Aussies at?
Hey, Jeremy, have you been in Gems?
Not for a few days. Last time I went there, Jem had a meltdown and Fundy muted me the whole time, was screaming at me, calling me names. I don't need to deal with that.
Yeah, but I think Chemo's got a new troll in there. It's a girl, and she's a Glober, and she's been going back and forth with the whole room, talking about moon phases, discussing this one video, and she, like Chemo, she keeps them kind of roped in. She sounds like honest, but I can't help but think she's just trolling because the conversation's going nowhere. It's going in circles, and she's just interrupting. I don't know. And what makes me suspicious is because Chemo brought her in. And everyone's calling her an idiot, but she sounds sincere. But the conversation's going nowhere. It's a dumpster fire in there right now, man.
Chemo loves to do this. He'll get a new Glober. He'll interrogate the shit out of them. Show how much little they know about their own model. Have the other Globers yelling at, like, this is Chemo's favorite part, I think, right here.
Well,
I don't even know what's going on, but I mean, it sounds like something that, like, Chemo will get a new Glober in the room, and he doesn't want anyone else to talk, and he'll interrogate the new Glober. You know what I mean?
right, but she's a Glober.
Yeah, no, that's what he does. Yeah, he'll get a new Glober in the room, and he'll interrogate the shit out of him.
But he's not even talking.
Oh, he's not?
He was, like,
I'm gonna have to go check this.
Yeah, it was Waz versus this girl, and Chemo was just chiming in every 2 seconds. Yeah, don't even try to explain this to him. He's a drunk. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's the best troll I ever heard, man. Yeah, you gotta go check it out.
Bro, I love Chemo. I mean, me and Chemo fuck them guys up in Gem so much, it's ridiculous. I just spent like a year, maybe a year and a half in Gems, like 10 hours a day. Some days are 15-hour days I spend in there because, I'm working, I'm home, doing stuff. So I'm just on audio. It's not like I'm just sitting at a computer that long, but I would be in there 12, 13, 14 hours a day. And it's obnoxious in there. They really changed the way I looked at the whole globe side. And I don't know, I think it's good for people to spend some time in there, especially flat earthers.
Yeah, I think what it does, spending time in there, is it forces you to deal with your own doubt, because some of the arguments they make are so ingrained in us. So you're listening to your own doubt when you hear them talk to some, flat earther, and you want the flat earther to have answers.
Yeah, I say I used to be like that, where you want something, you want an explanation. You know how they say, "Oh, how do you explain this?"
Oh yeah.
When you become a flat earther, it raises more questions and answers. It's not like you become a flat earther and now you have all the answers. You now have less answers. You know what I mean? But it's not always about in life having an explanation or an answer for something. Some things we won't have the answers for. Some things we can't explain.
Right. That's where I'm coming from. Is we can't know. We can't know everything, man. We can't do it. We could have a story, but just take why something falls down, right? It's, show me a video of where someone dropped something, and then pause the video where the story of why that thing fell down appears out of thin air.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Right.
I mean, you can make up excuses for stuff all you want, and most of their excuses or their arguments are what's going on in the sky, and that's a whole nother thing from the shape of the Earth. Now you have a model of what the Earth shape is, and you have a model of how the sky works. So you've got two models deep into this now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the hardest part too. You know, like you're gonna point at the stars. Where's the story coming from? You're just making shit up. You're just pointing at something and looking and like tell me why this is going on.
It's a well-crafted story that it took them a long time to make, you know, and it's a good story. No question. You wouldn't have been able to trick the whole world if it wasn't a good story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like people wouldn't have bought some bullshit about, oh, there's invisible unicorns up there and da. You know what I mean? Like their stories, you know, plausible for the most people that don't know what's going on. They teach you this stuff in school like it's fact. You grow up thinking it's fact. They show you the cutout of all the earth layers, the inner core, outer core, mantle, crust, all that. You know, you're like, oh well, yeah, that must be it because they taught me this in school. They're not teaching me bullshit. They got to be teaching you facts, right?
Yeah. I see it like, people have been having these conversations for centuries. And I think that's how they came up with a lot of the patchwork kind of excuses for certain things, because flat earthers brought up little things that couldn't be explained. So then they had to come up with more stories. And what this flat earth thing now that's going on, these kind of like meme wars, where it's like, oh, here's a meme, here's a meme to like fight it. I think they're using flat earthers to kind of come up with things that I'm trying to think, because flat earthers come up with like cracks in the theory, so they're using us as a way to strengthen their own model. You get what I'm saying?
To plug the holes in their argument.
Right.
We find the weaknesses, and then they come up with some way to plug that hole.
Right, and now they expect us to just believe the story, but it's like, you just made that up, like literally. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
that's where I'm at. Like, you know, gravity didn't come out until, you know, Newton. So people for what was it, 1,500 years is like, how could it be a ball? How could it be a ball? Like what's the mechanism? It's like, so they had to come up with something. Gravity. And then like Cavendish wasn't even around when Newton was. So even when Newton came up with that, people still weren't buying it. They're like, you know, show me this mass attracting mass. So then they had to kind of come up with this thing. Like, and who knows if that thing really moved? Like the amount that it moved is like .0, and there's like 7 zeros and then like 6 or something. It's like, how could he possibly tell? It's like, it's just patchwork. It's like Newton was like a really smart guy. Why didn't he come up with something like the Cavendish? You get what I'm saying, man? Like something's fishy about that whole thing. Like he was a fucking genius, right? He was a brilliant guy. Why didn't he come up with that? It took people, I think he died in like 1670 something, and the Cavendish was like 1798. It's like, why didn't why did they have something for that 120 years after probably the smartest guy who ever lived died? Why didn't he, like, why couldn't he think of that? Newton died in 1727. And the Cavendish didn't happen until 1798. Yeah.
Where's everybody gone?
Right here.
Hey, g'day, Jerry. I will show you my space game again. What are you up to? What do you? I think I've asked you this before, and don't say if you don't want to. What do you do, Jerry? Because I know you work a lot.
I stock shelves for a living overnight.
Like shelf stacking at a kind of like a large store.
Mm-hmm.
Geez, that's got to be a fucking tough job, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
How long you been doing that for?
Probably around 20 years.
Yeah, good on you. That's a tough one, I reckon. I worked a bit with people who do the opposite. They're called pickers at Tesco. So like they would do the choosing groceries for people's home deliveries.
Yeah, yeah.
And it blew my mind when I learned that people go out at like all through the night stacking the shelves, and then the next day starts and people from the same company go pull it back off the shelf. I'm like, why don't you get it out of the like just any other place, like straight out of the storeroom out the back? I'm like, oh, it's just not efficient, so they put it out on the shelf. And then
there's no people have this misconception of grocery markets. I used to work in a grocery market. What you see on the shelves is pretty much it. There's a few things in the back, but it's pretty much it for what's on the shelves. Like,
really, so most of your stock's there, is it?
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I don't know what he said, but I agree with you. The only time they have extra stuff is when something goes on sale, and then they have a whole shitload, quote unquote, in the back. You know what I'm saying? And then the sale is over, and most of that stuff is gone. So anything in the back is leftover sale stuff. It's not, tiddly little things that never go on sale.
I mean, here's how it works. You get a shipment 3 or 4 times a week, usually, of pallets and pallets. And the guys will come in at night, they break it down, they put it on the shelf. It doesn't always all fit on the shelf though, and the shit in the back is just random shit that just wouldn't fit on the shelf.
Right.
And like once or twice a week, they'll go through and try to put that on the shelf. So like, there's not really a lot of stuff in the back. I mean, sometimes there can be, and it can build up, but for the most part, like what you see on the shelf is pretty much it. People have no idea how close they are to starving to death.
Yeah, I can believe that.
No idea. Like, bro, I don't know. Did you see during the Corona thing? I mean, the shelves got emptied and they don't get filled back up because there's just not shit in the back to just go throw on the shelf. Like, you need a truck to come in to put that stuff on the shelf. The truck stopped coming in and you're fucked. If anything happens to the supply chain, I'd give it 2 weeks before it's all out mayhem and bedlam in the streets.
I've always thought that.
I wouldn't even give it 2 weeks. You know what? Probably 3-4 days, because you know what happens is once people find out that happens, they go buy everything in the store.
Yeah,
So the people with a lot of money go buy all the stuff, which leaves nothing for the rest of like the 95% of the other people. So they'll be starving even sooner. And those poor people are the ones that already didn't have a lot of food in the house. You know what I mean? Me, I got 8 jars of peanut butter, 40 pounds of rice, cereal, all kinds of shit. My
What
family
are
could
you, a
probably,
prepper?
I mean, kind of. I always was a prepper before, but now that I have kids and shit, and especially after the Corona thing, this should have been a wake up call to everyone. Yo, if you eat tuna fish or cereal or peanut butter or anything that has a good expiration date for like a year or two, go buy enough for the fucking year. Like, what are you waiting for?
My thing about prepping is like get good at skills. Unless you're good at skills, you're just saving stuff for other people.
Well, maybe. The point is, there won't be any other people to save it for if everyone did it, though. You know what I mean? Go buy fucking, you like ramen noodles? Go buy a few fucking cases of them. You like rice, tuna fit, like whatever you like to eat. Don't go buy Spam and fucking, dehydrated food tablets. Buy shit you normally eat anyways that has a good expiration date on it. That way, if something does happen, you're good and you're not out in the streets scrambling, wondering where you're going to get food, trying to kill rabbits and shit. And there's no
I've
excuse
tried
either
killing
because,
rabbits. They are fucking difficult things to kill.
well, you got to get a gun.
Yeah, I'm getting one. Should
My
have
wife,
my permit to acquire.
you need a permit? What country you live in?
Australia.
You need a permit?
Yeah, we don't let any old schmo have a gun.
Huh. That's weird. But yeah, if you get a gun, I mean, my wife is super anti-gun. And during this Corona thing, I told her, I'm like, listen, it don't matter how much food we save. Exactly what you said. We just saving it for someone else because someone's just gonna come take it. I'm like, there'll be starving people running through the streets. I have one friend. His plan is to just go door to door and just start looting people's houses. Basically, I'm like, you ain't gonna live long like that. But that's the kind of mentality you're dealing with out there. So.
Hey, Mars. I just wanted to know if that girl was still over there and Jem's just being annoying.
Which girl?
Chemo brought this. Yeah, she is.
Oh, yes. And on the same subject. She hasn't changed one bit.
Still talking about those moon phases, huh?
She's like David in the white blood cells. She's going around in circles. I got dizzy. I had to leave.
Yeah, me too. I couldn't handle it.
Oh God.
But yeah, Harry, chemo seems to have seems to have brought some new quote unquote glober in there, a girl, and she won't let the conversation go anywhere. She's got that chemo circular logic, but chemo does it on purpose. I don't think she is, but it's hard to tell.
Jim Master, is it possible that everybody in the whole world has not seen this, but she has? Is that possible? She's like, yes. What?
It is a question I like to ask too. Like, you think everybody else has missed this blatantly obvious thing? And it is staggering to me that sometimes people say yes. Like, it's understandable because I know the same feeling. I remember like having that same feeling about many things where I'm like, maybe the experts have missed something. And then I'm like, for a chunk of things, I remember being like, I've figured this out. Other people haven't.
Well,
But
it doesn't
then,
affect somebody delivering my food. I don't care.
No, it's like, don't you run into that rock? Oh, like, yeah, I always used to have thoughts like I could have invented something or thought of something that other people haven't thought of. And then I remember my mate saw one of those, like, those magnetic things that, like, it's like a sort of desk ornament, not quite a Newton's cradle, but it's like got these circular things of circular rings that have magnets on them, and they swing one way and then back the other, and then I don't know, like it's a ring within a ring on two separate axes, and they'll spin in all sorts of chaotic different directions, just swing around. And my mate was like, "Oh, well, maybe we could use that to harness free energy." And I was like, "Are you kidding?"
Well, I don't know where it was. It was like Kansas or Oklahoma, but there was a town meeting that was getting upset because they put in roundabouts and they were causing tornadoes.
You get free
Roundabouts
energy.
are causing tornadoes.
They hadn't had that many tornadoes before the roundabouts, but now they put the roundabouts in, they're causing tornadoes.
Yeah, see, that's why we don't like the globe model, because your whole shit's correlation. You could find correlation with anything.
I mean, that if that's a glober, that's
And
somebody who's only barely a glober, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't. I'm not talking about if they're a globe or not. I'm just saying the point is correlation is an issue, because you can find correlation with anything. And the globe model
Like
only has
ice creams cause drowning. Have you heard that one?
what?
people that own
Ice creams
cats.
be
cause
dead.
drowning.
People
be
that own
dead.
cats get hit by lightning bolts. You can find correlation in anything. The point
I
is,
don't see that with anybody. I know, except for people who believe in anything.
The one on ice creams cause drowning is just a sort of logical one, you know, because we found that at the time that ice cream consumption goes up on a yearly basis, so do drownings. And then you go,
It's somebody who just wanted his ice cream for himself.
So do you
right?
see
but
the
when,
issue
what
with-
time
do
of
you
year
see
do
the
people
issue-
eat ice creams, and what time of year do people go swimming? And is that the same time of year?
yeah. Do you see the issue with correlation? It can be very misleading.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think if you believe, if you don't believe in something, you fall for anything. I
It's nice sounding.
besides for maybe that I believe that cake and ice cream is diet food. Otherwise, I don't buy into any of that. Below me. You know, I used to say that color TVs would make you go sterile. Microwaves would have, you know, if you got too close to a microwave, you get cancer. Yeah, on and on and on and on. It's crazy. I was the remote for my dad because the thing broke, so that come there, turn the channel. My two young granddaughters, I bought them a trampoline for Christmas and put the sprinkler system on it and some LED lights and a little thing on the bottom. Well, this next month we're going to do a foam party in it before it starts to get too cold. And I was going to try to make my own little foamer, and then I found a little company called Tiny Tights. And for like $80, you get this little package. It's got the blower and chemicals and the dye, and it puts out a lot of bubbles. I'm like, wow, this is, because other people wanted $3,000-4,000 for a blower, and so I was just going to try to make one I saw on YouTube, but then I saw this little ad for the toy thing, and it's nice, and I was like, that's good.
Yeah, everybody's got kids. You're missing out on this whole idea of not having kids. Do you know how much computer games you can play if you don't have kids?
But more with the kids. And my kids, I don't care that much about. My grandkids, love them to death because I can turn them over, I can spoil them and then just send them home.
This is something interesting. I've wondered if there is like some almost evolutionary basis to the fact that, yeah, because my sisters just had kids and my parents are just unimaginably, I don't know, maybe I guess some of it is I just never got to see their enthusiasm for having kids the first time, but there's something about grandkids that I wonder if it's like, now I've really made it. You know, my kids have had kids. Now it's up to them to worry. I can chill.
It's two parts. One, they're not. You can turn them away, and you buy them really loud toys for Christmas, and then you don't have to be around them. It's payback.
My dad did that for me when I was living with my mum. He got me this toy that was my favorite toy, and it was just a thing that like you push like a vacuum cleaner, and it just, as the wheels went round, it popped balls around inside the dome and made this extraordinary noise, and it was my favorite thing. And apparently, I don't remember this, but apparently mum used to keep hiding it.
That's what mom said. But I have more. I'm going to be going back to the States with more stuff than I came over with. I'm going to have two suitcases that won't have any more clothes or anything in it, just stuff for my granddaughters.
Where are you from? You sound. I thought you were.
Well, I'm from Texas, but right now I'm in Germany.
Interesting. What are you doing in Germany?
I do some sound in different groups and stuff like that, and so we've been. First we were rehearsing, then we started touring, and then COVID shut us back down again. We're hoping to get back out again. But
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't really like touring in America that much because they don't make that much money, but I do Europe, Asia, Russia. I don't know if you've ever heard of Rammstein, but they're crazy.
Yes, of course I've heard of Rammstein. Du hast.
Yeah. Their show is nothing but flames and pyro. Every one of the guys is a pyro, classified or certified pyrotechnician.
My dad was too, actually. He got a license for the biggest fireworks you could launch. 12-inch mortars. So when he died, we put his ashes. We found some guy in Sydney who can put their ashes in a firework.
Oh yeah. I told my kids I want to be made in the brownie mix and then giving out to everybody so they can eat me. I don't think we can do that. Joke.
Yeah,
Okay?
that to me sounds gross.
Well, that's a joke. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad, as it should be.
You know, most of me bits end up in the toilet. So what the hell? I just don't want to be worms. You know, worm food. Don't see any need for that.
I quite
Right.
like that idea.
Right.
I think that, like, I almost get spiritual, being non-religious. I almost get spiritual about the improbability of anything existing at all. That I
Ashes
quite
to
like
ashes.
the idea that my life gives way to more life.
You donate your kidneys and organs and that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm a full organ donor. Thankfully, in Australia, it's opt out rather than opt in, which means we've got far more organ donors. It's apparently not too difficult to get an organ donation.
All right.
Whereas, yeah, in the UK, it's opt in. You've got to tell them. You've got to like fill in some paperwork to say, please take my organs if I die. Which is interesting because if you poll people, by and large, they are all down for it. But if you say, would you like to fill out 2 minutes worth of paperwork, most people are like, no. Which is understandable.
I know I've had people who me, well, you shouldn't donate your kidney, your organs, because they're going to just take them from you. You know, they'll say, oh, this guy's an organ donor. It's like, maybe they might, but I kind of doubt that they are. I haven't worried about it yet. After my brother passed and I saw what my nephew had to go through, I went in and made sure that all decisions, all payments, everything be taken care of. My kids don't have to worry about it, or ex-wives or them. So the canal thing last week, did it happen?
Oh, come on. This is so cool, the visuals in this game. Like, the graphics aren't great, but just the visuals of being on a planet's rings are quite cool.
take a lot of computing power?
Interestingly, I don't think it does. Like I got a fairly okay graphics card, and I'm doing this in VR, so it's taking a fair bit more, but I don't know, just the idea of watching the sunrise in a
Since if VR, you get the little glasses on.
yeah, so I'm wearing the goggles.
Have you ever fallen over?
Yeah, like not so much falling over, but what I've done is punched walls and things repeatedly. It's kind of hard not to. Especially because I do room scale. So room scale rather than your standard thing, you like, well, not your standard thing. It's either you're standing in the one spot, and if you want to move, you have to like press forward on the controller. Or you do room scale where you can still press forward on the controller, but you can take a step or two in any direction as big as your room is. Like limit it up to a fairly sizable area. And yeah, if you just lose track of space, you end up facing a wall and then not realizing it and just punching it at full force.
My son's got a friend that he's like a pretty big player and a gamer, and I guess he makes money from it somehow. But he's got one of these big, giant, funny chairs that has like 5 screens on it and air conditioning in his butt and all kinds of baloney. But at one point, he can actually swing it up so he's actually able to move or walk around. Crazy, but the thing takes up half of his living room.
Yeah,
And and they got like 220 going to it and all this water cooling, and I don't know how I couldn't spend that kind of money. He was like, that's about as much as I probably spent for my house. But apparently he won some contest or some game thing in Vegas 2 years ago.
oh yeah, so he's like a professional gamer then.
Supposedly, yeah, I guess, but I think he's an idiot. He can't. He was having trouble with his air conditioning in his house, so I went by this about a year ago. I went by there to see him do. He had never ever cleaned the filter like in about 4 years. It was like 30 inches thick, and I was like, dude, you need to change your filters. I don't know how to do that. You're watching me right now. It's not that hard.
Time to blow this asteroid up and get myself some void opals. I've already got something good.
Are you fighting people too, or just flying around?
Yeah, so this is like you can do anything. So this game you can fight. You can what I'm doing now is mining. So it's I'm trying to get diamonds out of this thing. Is it diamonds? No, opals, sorry. Out of this thing.
Or do you have to worry about people coming in stealing or robbing you? Or
Yeah, exactly. So then you can do piracy, where you just wait, you scan somebody else's ship to see what's on its manifest, and then people come and jack you for your stuff. So you want to either have a very fast ship, which is what I've done, or I have my combat loadout saved somewhere else.
do they know you're scanning them, or do you know that they're scanning you?
Yes, so it'll say
cool.
ship scan, and then you can do silent running where you turn off all except the crucial systems on your ship, so you don't have a heat signature, so you can be not scanned. You can go like anti-pirate hunting, if that makes any sense, where but the one I like this one at the moment because it's fun and it makes me money. So you find these ones that have opals on the inside, and then do this.
Years ago, we all got into Call of Duty. We put it through the PA system. We put it through the big video screens, and all of us were playing it. You know, like when after we set up before a show. But people got mad at us because we get so loud. They're like, "You guys, we can hear you outside." You're like, "What?"
Yeah.
We got really excited. But
There's nothing quite like boys in their games.
I get excited. I don't know. But not to where I've seen people break their TV or break their monitors or break their controllers. I'm like, what? Oh, I lost. I'm like, yeah, you just lost a lot.
Yeah. We do get very competitive or funny about our games. It's funny to think nowadays it's computer games, whereas not long ago it was what do they call them? Golf widows.
Oh yeah.
Like women whose husbands would play golf so much that they'd just never be at home.
Well, there's a joke that goes on. There's a group of guys out golfing, and a funeral procession went by, and the guy stopped, took his hand off, put it down across his heart, sat for a minute, put his hat back on, and started golfing again. Everybody's like, "Hey, wait a minute, we've been playing with you for like 10 years. We never seen you do anything like that." That's why I was married to her for 20 years. Least I could do. Changing the last few days or week, all the servers seem to be empty.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I think well, I think this could be a good place, but I
I
it
love
for
the layout.
discussion, but rather than they get adversarial or you have people take over, like no point mentioning names, but I mean I can if you want. But yeah, people will just have a kind of comms that will just make the whole server unlistened to. Mind you, this is probably not the most interesting for people.
Nah, yeah, my big problem or issue with a lot of things is I think that when people resorting to then call in and cussing and yelling, it's just that they, they just don't have the calmness of to be able to discuss. It's okay to have different opinions. You don't have to.
Yeah, it's a skill of disagreeing well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so difficult. I find it like I train it, but I still find it difficult.
We're a pretty large family, so I had 9 brothers and sisters, and we get mad. You want to hate them, you can't stand them, but you guys, in the morning you're gonna wake up with them. And you gotta go to school, and you gotta go to work, and you still your brother, still your sister. The night before you had a horrible fight where you never want to see them ever again, and then but they're family. So I'm pretty much the same way with my real close friends. Sometimes I can go 10 years without seeing somebody, and then it's just like we get back together. It's like we never were apart.
Yeah. Yes, I'm the same with many of my friends. Well, and a funny thing, I think it's probably American as well, but you'll tell you're friends with somebody if they just relentlessly take the piss out of you.
My daughters, they have new friends, and it's like, hey, my friend, like, I've never seen this person before. They're going to be your best friend. I can count them on one hand, which is really getting scary because of my age. I'm losing them fast too. So And some of my closest friends we hated each other when we first met. You know, we didn't get along at all. And
Your
people
friends,
like,
your current friends.
yeah, there's two guys that do the same thing I do, but when we first met, we were like opposite bands, and so like, you got to move your stuff. Oh, you got to move your stuff. Oh, I'm this band. And like, we don't care. Like, so, but it's just like, so we all three had very strong personalities, and then something happened, and we just started hanging out together all the time. Now we work together, and we're inseparable. You know, we know we can think each other. Finish each other's thoughts. We can, we don't have to like even use radios at the time. We can just look across the arena and go know what we want, and that's just something nice. But when people first met us, like, how can you people even? So you guys didn't stand each other. Like, we didn't at first, but we got over that.
Yes, it reminds me of this meme where somebody said like a meme, like one of those picture memes. And it's got these two guys playing games being like, fuck you, I hate you, I hope you die. And it's like friends for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then a picture of two girls having a rosé together. And they're like, oh my God, I've just never felt like anybody just understands me as well as you do. We are the best of friends for 3 months. Like, I don't think it's true, but I do think it happens.
Yeah, but I can see getting upset or not upset, but getting passionate about a issue or whatever it is that you're getting passionate about. But to get to a point that you just can't even consider the person's side even for a second is something that's just like, man, not even for a second.
Yeah, it's something that people often struggle with, myself included, I guess. I think we all do.
Well, I do, and I actually have a little thing across my computer saying, it's about being somebody else's shoes. Like, it's all worn out. I can't read it anymore. But you got to wear somebody else's shoes and know how hard their job is, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I often try to remind myself that when people say, when people are like, how hard can it be to blah, blah, like people get angry at like somebody at the post office for not delivering their parcel on time or something. How hard can it be to? And it's probably more complex. Any job that you imagine, regardless of how simple you imagine it to be, is probably more complex than you imagine it.
Or you don't know what happened that day with that person, or
that too.
Or my one saying was, no matter how beautiful she is, or how wonderful you think she is, somewhere there's somebody that's tired of her shit.
Yes.
And that whole Karen thing, first I didn't really get it, and now I'm addicted to the damn things.
Which thing?
The Karens. The videos and the things of the girls. Well, sometimes there's guys too that just have meltdowns in public.
Yes.
Something stupid.
Well, you need to check out the subreddit for public freak out.
Yeah. I that's one of the ones I watch. That, and then I just started getting into magnet fishing.
Yes, where they pull out and they'll find an old gun or something in the water, some weird stuff out of a local river.
Amazon has a package. You get 2 magnets, a 600-pound and a 1,000-pound, 2 ropes, a graphene hook, a little scraper, and some gloves, and a case for it all for $85. That's cheap, and it's a neodymium. And so it's you can. But the one guy's like, don't buy a 2,000-pounder or anything big above that because you can maybe grab a hold of good things, but you can't pull it out. You got a winch or something.
Yes. I was just thinking, like, how strong a rope would you need for something that hefty?
Well, they recommend it to be 2 to 3 times more than what the weight the magnet is, or the capacity of the magnet. So if it's a 800-pound or 600-pound magnet or 1,000-pound magnet, you need to be 3 times that.
I can understand that because you want to be able to lift something as heavy as that, but you also want to be able to like yank and jostle it.
Yeah, and you not lose your weight, not you lose your magnet, because that's a It's the guys like one guy's like, because I watched a bunch of videos before I said what I was going to buy, but they're like, you can buy the big magnets, but it's better to have a couple small ones. You get a hook, and you're like, okay, yeah, something's here. Throw another one in there. If it's not coming right well, throw the next one in.
Of course.
Yep. So that's a smart idea. Yeah. They find some weird shit. A couple of years ago, I bought some metal detectors just to have something to do during this COVID thing, and I've been just walking around like old concert venues and schoolyards and because it was empty, and just walking through there and picking up. Didn't get a lot of good stuff, but got decent stuff. A couple of rings, some watches.
Yeah, I like the idea, even though I don't imagine you find much of value. I like the idea of doing it. I mean, it's somewhat what I'm doing now, isn't it? I'm mining.
Yeah, I'd say that the UK and Europe, and I guess it has a big history like America does, so you can find there's a chance of finding more stuff.
Yes, yeah. In Australia, I don't think you'd find a whole lot. Same as America. You're like, the oldest thing you're going to find is not that old.
Right. Well, we were in Switzerland a couple of years ago when my son was with me, and we were walking down it was right before Christmas, and we were walking down through the town, and there was this old liquor store. The guy had like a crank cash register in it, and the upstairs was apartments or hotel. And I asked him how old the place was. Oh, his hotel or his little place was old, like 200-300 years older than America.
Wow.
It's still functioning. And I was like, look at here, son. Look at this. You know, the walls were like 5 inches. They're about 4 or 5 inches thick and 8 inches in some places. But just in that cash register, you know, you had to like crank the side of it and push it in like a bit and crank it. And it's still working. You know, it's like I bought stuff 2 years ago or a year ago. It doesn't work anymore. You can find a lot of that over in Europe, a lot of the really old kind of cool stuff. But now you're down in Australia.
Yeah.
I was doing family history tree, whatever, back there at the beginning of COVID also. A whole bunch of my family ended down in Australia during a certain time of history. You know, sending them from Wales and England. I guess went with a penal colony, I guess.
Criminals. You've got criminal family, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yep. Apparently. Right? They would go back to the 1300s. But some of the British, the records were destroyed in a lot of places because of the wars and whatnot. But when I found out that churches have a lot of old documents like weddings and funerals, births, so you have to get in those databases and just root around for a long time. But if you go to Ancestry, I think it is. For
Ancestry.com.
For every hour that you put in digitizing documents, they'll give you 4 hours at some place that you have to pay. Normally pay like military places or the shipping, like Ellis Island and the those kind
That's
of
quite cool.
yeah. So I found it by mistake because I was like, I'm not gonna keep paying this. And then I was like, someone was like, if you just give some of your time, and it's kind of hard. They give you like a little document saying we're going to check you on this, and the more you do, then the more you get free stuff. But you've got to go in there and see if you can find out what it actually says, and put it in there. And then somebody's going to check you, and then but sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I've found other people's mistakes before.
I wonder how much those mistakes would change somebody's idea of who they are.
Well, my dad was named William. I have a brother named William, and apparently there was about 17 or 18 other Williams within about a 300 or less than a 300-year period. Most of them were in less than a 75-year period. They were just dying like crazy. Like, I don't know what was happening, but why you would name your second kid, your third kid, the same name as your first kid that died? Yeah, and then this wasn't with William; it was also with Dave and Alice and Nancy. I was like, wow, I wouldn't do that if I lost a child. Next child, go, oh yeah, name the same as the one that died.
Yeah, that would be a bit weird to find out you were named after your dead brother.
It's crazy. When you got names like William and David, you got so many of them in the list, and you're like, they can't all be the same. And that's when somebody in Europe told me, oh yeah, well, look at the time frame. It's like when there's a lot of illnesses going on that the kids were dying at. And so I guess that could be true. I guess. It did get it passed the time, doing the searching all that stuff. And once I got to that, I was going to stop at about 1500, and I had a couple. Because the more you get, then the more the tree spreads out, and you find a connection in this town or that town. But a lot of people come to America and stuff. Their names, the people that at the immigration or whatever in America, they would change their names. Like, oh yeah, whatever. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. I don't understand your name. I'll give it my own one.
Well, and like a lot of Italians, they got rid of. They all had like a vowel at the end, and they would just eliminate that vowel so that they wouldn't stand out at being an Italian.
Yeah, I wonder that. I do wonder how much they were like, oh, I'm being nice to you. You won't fit in if you're called Giancarlo, but if you're called, I don't know.
But apparently that happened when I guess it was the Romans invaded the UK, and at that point, that in Ireland they didn't have. It was just that's where the Mac came from. Everybody was just named. They didn't have first names, so this Mac was the son of. So if you're McLaren, you're the son of McLaren, and they're like, you can't all be McLaren. So they're like, well, you're going to be David McLaren, you're going to be Bill McLaren, you're going to be Adam McLaren. So before that time, that's what I heard was they didn't have first names until the Romans came in and told them they had to have first names. But then they named every river Avon. So you're in the area that has like a lot of the camels and But looks like it was going to be scheduled for 22. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but it's been pushed back to 23, maybe 24 now.
What's that?
Rob Stein. They had scheduled for 22, beginning of 22, but it got canceled, postponed. They're running about 2.5 years behind now, or something.
On their tour schedule, you mean?
What's that?
You're talking about on their tour schedule?
Yeah. Like they've told us we can't quote anything to anybody because there's nothing we don't know, and they don't want to get, they've already gotten so much, not trouble, but had to, because they're very, very responsible. They were, if somebody bought tickets to someplace, they refunded them, even if even if the promoter took off with the money, the band just buttered up, man. I thought that was fantastic. They've kept most of us on payroll, even though we haven't been doing anything.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. There were a bunch of great guys. They really are. But there was only a few of us that, as I said, we had to have a vaccine. We had to have be vaccinated. So because they didn't want to be quarantined every time you move from one town to one state, country to the next. So a lot of guys, they were like, well, I'm not going to do it, or I can't do it, or whatever. So then we had a hard time finding technicians and just crews. So we started bringing in the family members. This one lighting guy from the lighting company, he worked in the warehouse. He never touched the light board before in his life. He's now the new lighting guy for Upside because he's like, well, I'll try. I'll see what I can do. And he was really good. And everybody's like, wow, okay, yeah. As far as we're concerned, you're our new lighting guy. Because I knew the old lighting guy, he was pissed, man. I'm like, dude, you had a chance.
Yeah, you don't want to get he obviously was a little bit too sure of his skills, wasn't he?
Yeah, they thought that he would, they would need him again. Well, they might still need him, but they love this new guy. He's not hard to get along with. The other guy was kind of hard to get along with. But it's just that. I mean, we had guys, the daughters, the mothers, even the grandmother of one of the guys. She's doing merchandise. Kids that kind of young, but we needed crew, and but they had to be vaccinated so that we didn't have to worry about the isolation. Otherwise,
what did you think about that? Did you approve that?
Well, when they gave me the option, and the minute that the vaccine came out in America, I want to be first. I don't care. I don't want to get out and be back on the road, and so. And I don't have to do anything. I just walk in, throw in my information, and go to hotels. No problem. Go into town to town or country to country to passports, to customs. Not a problem. I see other people being put in the quarantine. I'm like, that's stupid, man. Stupid.
Yeah. So you do have a choice.
Yep.
Just the choice isn't a very good one.
Well, I was climbing the walls, man. I was like, I've always worked my whole life and always done the same thing. And I tried everything. So, Netflix, and then after I watched every freaking Netflix show there was, I'm like, okay, I can't do this anymore. And I saw this thing called Luxembourg. It's you take like an old microwave and you take the power supply out, and then you take 2 leads off of that power supply. You take a piece of wood, you put water and baking soda across it, and when you touch those 2 leads to the wood, it burning through the wood like a looks like a lightning bolt, or like a tree being cut through. It's burning right through it. One lead wants to go to the other lead. That's all it wants to do. So it's going through the grain of the wood. It's really nice stuff. I'm not as good as some of those guys, but the work is the end product is beautiful. It's gorgeous. If they call it fracting wood, or Luxembourg is the guy who came up with the idea first, but and it's it was kind of dangerous, and it's 2,800 watts of just
So
wall
hang
power.
on, say it again. What you do? You get a
An
microwave.
old yeah, well, you take an old microwave that's got a high power output on the power supply, apparently. You take all that out, throw away everything but the power supply, and you put it inside a wooden box if you're smart, so you don't get shocked. You have two big leads, two thick cables coming off of it, going to like a nail or a clamp, whatever you want to have on the end of it, and some good gloves. And so then you take the piece of wood, whatever kind of wood you want, and you get like a baking soda and water compound, and you just put it all over the wood. Sometimes you want to be real wet. Sometimes you don't want to be real wet. But then you take the two leads and put one on one side of the board and one on the other side of the board. And as soon as you do, the electricity burns through that wood. It's just like eating through it like it's some kind of a wildfire. But it gives you a pattern like a tree or a
Yes, I've seen that
Yeah.
now that you talk. Now
Yeah.
that you describe it, it's a good description. Yeah.
Some guys do some. It depends on the wood and the process of doing it, and I did that for a while until my dogs. Every time I did it, they would freak out. They're like, "What are you?" Because it makes some noise or whatever. But so my son was the one who said, "Dad, you're scaring the crap out of us. Can you just find another hobby?" So that's when I found YouTube and the Discord and. Sometimes make good money off that. I'm really good at it, and I really wasn't that good at it, but it was fun. Things for most every family member, and a little bar, top of a bar, house, and anything else that anybody would let me burn. I never tried anything like guitars or things that were expensive or somebody would want to kill me afterwards. So you have to have a VR to play the game.
No, it's work. It's a really fun game without VR. It's just that in VR, it legitimately feels like I'm flying a spaceship.
And it's called Elite Danger.
Yeah,
Dangerous.
because like if you look at this, I have my joystick exactly where his is, and those movements are exactly what I'm doing with the joystick. As is that. Oh, hold on! Don't run into that.
Your joystick needed.
No, you can play with mouse and keyboard. It's just more enjoyable with a joystick and a joystick and throttle combo. The throttle is not necessary. Even if you've got an Xbox controller, it works pretty well with an Xbox controller. It's just that there's so many settings. Like if you go through here, there's my whole like inventory, and then I've got all these fire groups of different things I can fire and modules I can turn on and off, and all these different things I can do. That keyboard works very well for it, but for this bit, you really want a joystick or a Xbox controller or something. Mouse just doesn't do it justice, in my opinion. Mind you, my mate plays on mouse and keyboard, and he quite likes it.
Well, I think we have a Switch and a a Wii on the load here, but you'd be surprised at all the toys and gadgets and things that we carry with us that has nothing to do with the shows.
Yes.
And that's every tour, every group I've ever been around, with its helicopters, bicycles, scooters, you name it. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just insane. We have one of those little RC cars, it's like the little track, but we have a really big track and backstage, and it lights all up, and we got our pictures of each one of us inside the car, and so we get pretty decent races sometimes, and we got a little golf course in the back, a little putt golf course, and it's insane. Say if I half of one semi is nothing but just toys.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, as long as you can keep away from management.
Rock and roll is not dead then.
No. But, and surprisingly, there's some of these groups that they're choosing not to provide for someone who wouldn't work in a small venue, but they're opting not to do big tours just so they can, because it's a lot easier to do something in a dance hall or a little theater somewhere than it is to get in a big stadium or a giant arena or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's that? People are just opting to do the easier jobs. Is that what you mean? Like they're choosing to do dance hall jobs because even though they're not as much fun and don't pay as well, they're easier.
Well, but they kind of do the way they're doing it. They're doing it like an unplugged type of thing, where it's real close and personal. It's something you wouldn't have normally with the band. You're up on stage, but you're able to sit there and be like 4 feet away from them and talk to them, and they tell you about why they made that song, but they're charging like anywhere from $800 to $1,500 a ticket.
That sounds awesome, though. I mean, aside from how much it costs, that sounds like such a cool experience to have with a band.
Yeah. And I can't remember which group it was. They actually gave away the tickets or whatever to a children's hospital or something like that. So some people bought, but most of the seats were giveaways to like the fans that were sick children, like cancer wards work. And you can't buy promotion and stuff like that. That everybody. I mean, I know that we called the bands that did. That was great. You guys did that. But it's surprising how people know about what you do and the things that you do are good. You get 10, 20 more people to buy your album or buy your crap or whatever.
Yeah, whereas like I really like Metallica, but goodness, they come across as pricks a lot.
Yeah.
I'm like, I liked their music, but it certainly turned me off them a little bit.
They did one of those little things, and apparently the brothers, one song was like a love song, but it's about them. He wrote it for his brother.
I didn't know that.
That's what they said in the story. It's on who interviewed them, but it was kind of like, what? And then so everybody's like, oh yeah, we knew that. I was like, really? It's weird. Because it's a kind of a love song in a way.
For your homies.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess it's okay to love your brother that way.
So I think you're not on the flat Earth side, Mar. I know we've talked before, but I don't think I've. You're not. Go on.
I don't know where I'm at. It's because I want to believe in a lot of it, but there's a lot of things that's just like I since I do sound, I took a lot of physics classes. Because I don't just mix sound. I also design sound systems, and I do what is called it's something that myself and two of you guys came up with a long time ago. It's basically psychoacoustics. It's where we make things by doing delays and placement of speakers. We can make your brain think something else is happening.
Yeah, right.
And so, like in theaters, they have a under balcony and have a big balcony area, and you're up against a wall underneath the balcony. Those seats suck normally.
Yeah.
But by putting little speakers, all throughout the under balcony area and even under the floor and up in the ceilings, we would go in and sample Carnegie Hall or Prince Albert Hall, and then by having these really expensive microphones up in front of the orchestra, be able to recreate that sound in any building that we wanted to. But it costs lots of money to do it. But when you dial it in and finally get it all going, if you're sitting back underneath the balcony and it clicks in, it sounds like you're sitting front row.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and so we get maybe not so many lately, but it's anywhere from $2 to $3 million cost to do it. But it changes the way that the venue sounds. And for places that have like orchestras and operas, it's a big deal. And Radio City Music Hall, a couple years back, they renovated the building. And when they did, they removed the coat room to make it a place for more concessions. So they had this coat room, big giant coat room, that people would come into the ballet and the orchestra thing with big, mink coats and big heavy jackets, and they turn them into the person in the coat room. And that's why they'd always done it ever since the place was built. All of a sudden, now the coat room's gone. They had to take all those heavy coats and heavy furs into the seating area, and it changed the acoustics. It made the room dead, like completely dead, with all those heavy furs. So
yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, like a sound studio.
Yeah, and we had done work on the acoustics of it, and we said, look, we'll make it back to the way it was before. When we say it sounds just the way it was. So the first show, it sounded great. Second night, it got cold. We had left. We left going back to Texas, and we get a phone call, man. Urgent phone call going, you guys got to come back. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with what? So we go back next night, and we're walking in. We're like, wow, yeah, why is everybody coming in with these big coats? We would see them just like, people all have big, thick fur coats. We're like, oh, why are they carrying coats? Well, they used to put them in a coat room. I was like, holy crap. So there was two choices. We could try to make it cheat it, but then it's going to constantly change. So what I suggested they do was get a couple big semis, pull them up in front of the building, load all the coats up in there, drive them down the street, and afterward bring them semis back and unload the coats.
It turns out to be a more cost-effective measure than guess, because otherwise you'd have to keep changing it, wouldn't you? Yeah,
the sound would change depending on cold one night, not cold the next, and the sound would be completely different, and it would just be. And we talked about they didn't want to have to do that because I'm like, so why did they get rid of the coat? So you're trying to make some money on popcorn or whatever, beer and wine or whatever. So, but you gave this up. This is ridiculous. Yeah. But now they have two big semis out in front of the building every show. Didn't get much more money in our pockets, but they got us out of there. That would have been a real nightmare, I think. It's really kind of funny too, because we've tried to teach people, how we steer sound and how we able to, with this delay inside of cabinets, make a sound system that's like with river ants. Over in the big river ants, we had two giant stacks of PAs. They were probably about 40 foot tall. They're hanging about 30 feet off the ground. They were 180 feet apart. And but the dancing is going on the stage. Well, if you're sitting there and you look at the stage, that's not where you're hearing the sound come from. You're hearing the sound come from way up on two corners. And then they were also heavy into having things panned left, panned right. Well, if you've got instruments panned left and right in a big arena or stadium, something like that, the people on the left hand side is not hearing what's happening on the right. And the people on the right is not hearing what's happening on the left. It's just they're too far away. So all again is just like they can see the guy go down the drum, boom, 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 and then nothing. And the other side is hearing nothing, and then boom, boom, boom. So it's kind of stupid. But if you go in and every instrument that you would have stereo have two channels for it, and that's just one, and pan it right and left. But having two or more, if it's a stereo thing, you have to have four channels, then you're able to pan stuff left, but delay it to the right. So that is making it go left by delaying it to the right. So you're hearing it, but you're still hearing it through the right, but it sounds like it's coming to the left. And you're still hearing it in the left, but it sounds like it's coming from the right. That little bit, that one couple little bit of the information. And then the band was upstage, way up in the left-hand corner. Well, we made it. It takes a lot of time sitting there and sitting with the delays so that the band sounds. If you close your eyes, you would go, the band is up left on the stage. But then when they get to do a solo, you take that you take the delay off, and it would bring up to the middle of the stage again. And so, and with the big PA, and it takes a lot of. They're like, why do you have to have all this electronics? Well, every cabinet in the air has to have its own delay system. And what you do is putting delays on the bottom cabinets in certain ways, and the top ones, you're able to bring the sound down and in. So we're able to bring it down to the ground. Well, apparently it doesn't really come down, and push it in so it sounds like it's coming from the center of the stage. But the speakers are still up in the air, far apart.
And that's bouncing off things, and just the time it takes to get to your ear.
Yes. And so, one good example of it, which I've heard the first time, I was like, "Hey man, that's still our idea." Is sound bars. It does like surround sound, and you used to have five speakers running in the room off your TV. Now that you've got that little sound bar that goes across the bottom, it does everything.
Interesting.
They had I used to work for the Spurs, and the old arena had they had put this acoustic paneling on the walls, but then the Spurs decided to paint it these Fiesta colors, which then made it not acoustic. It took away the absorbent material because they painted over the very expensive panels. So they kept saying, "Hey Tom, could we get the city to put some more money in this?" I'm like, "Man, they're pretty pissed at you guys doing the other stuff." I said, "Let me see what I can do." So what was happening was that we had an announcer that would announce the game. We had commercials and music, and then we had somebody sing, do an anthem. And I'm like, "Wow, it sounds real reverberant in here." It's like somebody talk. You have to talk real slow, kind of like in a Catholic church, that sound I before you say the next word. And that doesn't really happen. It worked with sporting events. Yeah. So what I did is I went and got a delay unit, a reverb unit, and started measuring the reverb that was in there, and I made the reverb even worse. So the only person that knew that was me, because if it hadn't been a week before last time you were in there, you wouldn't know it was worse. You would go, it sucks in here, yeah. So we ran all the music, all the commercials, everything but the announcer and the singer's voice to it. Those two mics didn't go through the reverb. And when they talked or sang, they're like, "Wow, it's so clean. What'd you do?"
What? So if I understand what you're saying, it's just you made everything else
Worse.
Worse.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Just a little. You couldn't tell it was like a 4 millisecond delay, and we made it like a 7 or 8 millisecond delay. But for everything except for anything with vocal. And the first time, and then that happened for about 5 years, 6 years before they tore that building down. They built a new building across the street, which wasn't part of my building, so I didn't go. When they had the first game, they gave me a call. I said, Tom, can you come over and talk and check out the sound? We have a problem here, same problem I had before. I'm like, okay, yeah, but I'm going to tell you what I did, but you're not going to believe me. So I told them, and they didn't believe me. I was like, man, I'm not telling you a lie. This is what I did. I messed with their head for the last 6 years because you kept giving me crap about wanting to repair the panels, and they weren't going to do it. It wasn't going to happen. It was never going to happen. And so I told their sound guy, he's like, you sure? I'm like, man, look, I'll come over and we'll sit down and it's going to take us a while, but we'll get it locked in. And when we did it, this person was like, Charlie did a great job. And Charlie's like, I didn't do it. Tom didn't. Oh, Charlie, he did that reverb thing. I was like, he's like, yeah, he did. Like, oh, bullshit. I'm like, see you guys. Have fun. But yeah, sometimes you can't change people's minds. And I've gotten a lot of flack over the years. But there's a lot of times that it's the proof is in the pudding, as I always say. I've done work in Dubai and in Paris and Russia and even design and consulting work and the digital stuff that they pretty much have to exhaust every other avenue before they come to us because it's really off the wall and expensive. But I just really wish I could find some people to replace me because I'm 62, semi-retired, and I want to stop and just relax. Don't want to take a nap before I have to go to work. So talk to you later.
Righty, man. Good to talk to you, Mel.
I never get to talk to anybody. And I've had throat cancer for the last few years, and it's hard for me to talk, and lots of people don't understand me. So I try to even. Oh, good, thank you. I actually try to slow down a lot of times. I know I'm talking fast, so I try to slow down a little bit. But chemo kills me, man, because he just pushed my buttons. Well, try to, and I'm like, you can be that way, but I'm not being that way to you.
Yeah, I think that's what he's there for, almost to practice that skill of winding people up.
Yeah, it's a couple of people that like Dave and Jim. I refer to a heart attack. I think sometimes, man. I'm like, geez, man. Is it really worth it?
Yeah. Do you think that's a question regularly worth asking when I go into rooms to debate with people? Is like, enjoying this? And then I think, like, on some level I am, but not completely. No.
I like to, maybe you want to call it troll. Maybe I'm very new to this, so I don't know what a lot of stuff is. But and the reason I took it in the Mars mushroom name was I didn't know what I want to do, and then they did that landing on the Mars, supposed to land on Mars. Says, oh, look, mushrooms! I'm like, mushrooms. It was like dried dog poop. And so, but I was talking to my son. He goes, "Let's market them." I was like, "What? Is this, people want to know? Let's just say that these are mushrooms that you can buy like in Amsterdam or whatever, but they're from Mars. They used to trip out of the world." All right, yeah, sure. We'll see what happens. So we got a little package going. The whole little thing. These are from Mars. They're been harvested from Mars. People are gonna probably go for it. I don't know, but we can't sell them in the States. Like one, I think Utah does mushrooms, but it has to be over in Europe and Amsterdam and. Being filed for Mars First National Bank.
Say again.
We filed for the name Mars First National Bank or First National Bank of Mars. Eli, whatever his name is, wants to go to Mars, and he's gonna have a bank. So already established.
I hope he wants to call it First National, not like Martians are us or something.
Oh, you see what Amazon's up there, yeah. We've been thinking just if they don't think that they're going to go there, then we'll capitalize on everything they can probably think about having before they go. Sorry, you can't do that without paying us. I don't know how far that would go. I don't know who would enforce it. It sounds like we instead of having Mars bars, we have Earth bars.
This is like the Expanse.
Yeah.
Where they go to drink on a bar on Mars, don't they?
I don't know. Who does? Is there a movie or something?
Yeah, it's a TV show.
Oh. And what's it called?
The Expanse. It's just about it's space stuff, but we humans have colonized the solar system, not all of everything, and they kind of make a big deal, I think, about Martian. What do you call it? The word I'm trying to think of. Cocktails being really good.
What is it?
I don't know why. I don't know what's meant to be better about them.
Yeah, my son's got a big book that's full of ideas he's been coming up with, and at first I thought he wouldn't even care at all, because I went home and said, "Son, what? You see these stupid things that they're showing on TV? They call them mushrooms on Mars." He goes, "No." I said, he goes, "That kind of looks like dried dog poop." I said, "That's what I thought too." I said, "But if they're saying they're mushrooms, then who will we argue with them? And we'll just tell them that we had some brought back, and whatever. If it's then we just use regular mushrooms."
Oh, you won't have to wait long until we're on Mars.
Well, yeah, but they can stock up.
100 years.
Yeah, people bought pet rocks and even worse, crazy, stupid things. So. Yeah, even if you can get one or two sold. There's a guy that he invents, I guess you want to call that, things that are totally useless. But man, the entertainment industry, it's hilarious. They're like things that it's a you plug in a microphone, but so it's a plug for a microphone on one side, but it plugs into an AC outlet on the other. And first, the guy who wants to. And then they got things like for the lighting guy, that the spotlight operator who's never at a spotlight, you got a DMX shock collar. So you put him around his neck, and then if he's not behaving, the lighting guy hits the button and he gets shocked. And he packages them up really nice, and people buy them. They're totally useless. They don't work at all, but they got little lights on them and flashy buttons. And he made these couple little piece of rack equipment. It's what's called a psychoacoustic infector. It has a this or that button, a here and a there knob. Has a happy face connector. It has a big giant we tie into like a transformer for the power, and it has but it does nothing. It's just but it lights up and the lights move on and do stuff, but otherwise it does nothing. But to change, you're able to go back in time or come forward in time, or but it does nothing. And when I first saw that, I bought one. It's like $49 on that for metal front thing that plugs into your rack, but there's nothing to it. It's just a couple little circuits in it, but it does nothing except the lights light up. And people go, "Oh, what's that?" It's a psychoacoustic infector. Or the Crown amplifiers made a thing called a bench fire. It's a 10,000 watt amplifier that's only 1 inch tall, but in fact 2 miles deep. It's not 2 miles, but it's like 20 feet deep. And they made it for one of the trade shows, and people were ordering it. They knew it didn't work, but they wanted a 10,000 watt per channel amplifier that was only 1 inch tall and 20 feet deep. For why? Who knows? And they have documentation on it. They have cut sheets, and they went all out. And it's this guy that does all those little gadgets for lighting and sound and video people. They don't work. It's just, but you pay anywhere from $10 to $100 for the things. Nice packaging, good all the literature and the brochures and all of them, just like it would be anywhere else. It's like you guys have a lot of time on your hand, but if they're able to get that, man, then who knows? Like, again, the pet rock. I don't know if you ever heard about that.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think I ever had one, but I know people who did. We had things called lawn darts, which were big projectiles that you threw at each other in the yard. And they were about a foot long, and they had a big needle in the end of it. And you had you had like 2 of them each, and you throw them across the yard at the other person's target. And I'm like, wow, these were like basically very definitely. Okay, there's still a couple of them out there on the market, but they're not allowed to sell them. But I'd love to get at least an empty box. It's silly. All right, well, obviously, you have fun.
Right, yeah, man. Have a good one.
Harry, you could have been in Gems for the last hour. I was talking about how space doesn't exist. 3 dimensions don't exist.
You're saying 3 dimensions don't exist.
All right.
It's a kind of extreme view to hold.
Well, they exist in within applications, but not in reality, was my point.
In what way?
They exist within a specific operation or application, but in reality, they don't exist.
In reality, 3 dimensions does not exist. Okay, talk me through it.
Well, we don't live in 3 dimensions. Like, we don't see height, we don't see width, we don't see length. We see we see objects, and then we ascribe these labels of height, length, and width.
Right, but when I'm riding a bike that says it's 650 cc, what does that 650 cc mean?
What are you saying when you ride your bike?
Yeah, when I buy a motorbike that's 650 cc, or even simply you buy a jug of milk that says it's a liter or a gallon.
That's just a volume that they've decided to call 1 liter.
Right, and is 1 liter always 1 liter? Is that volume uniform in some way?
It depends what it is. It depends what the thing is. But the like 1 liter doesn't exist. The object being measured does. But outside of that, no.
Okay, so when you say so what you mean is like a liter is just a concept. What we're talking about when we say a liter is we mean a liter of milk or a liter of air or a liter of water.
Right.
So do you think those 3 dimensions that make up, like if I said I've got a liter of water, what that means is my water will fit in something that is 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. Do you agree with that?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So where do you feel the three dimensions doesn't work?
When you say that it is our reality, but it is not. Like, reality has to exist first before we ascribe these terms to it.
Yes, reality's got to precede our measurement of it, but I don't.
Right. We don't see height, length, or width, and therefore we don't live in 3 dimensions.
What do we live in?
We just live. Like, we live in air, dust, shit like that.
So what do you feel is the value of not giving it a sort of dimensions? Or
Well, it kind of plays with your mind. Like, when you think, oh, okay, well, we live in 3 dimensions, so therefore we must live inside of a grid. Therefore, for example, latitude and longitude. But like,
it's interesting you say that, because you say there's quite a few times, actually, I've been meaning to have this conversation with you. There's quite a few times you've said things that makes me feel like you're more arguing from the consequence than from it actually being true. Which might just be more how your thinking is, not sort of where your thoughts go to, not how you decide what is accurate or not. But it is interesting.
no, well, I
You know
will
what
say,
I mean when I say that?
yeah, you're saying that, well, if I believe this, then that means I got to accept that. No, what I'm saying is that,
yes, similar, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that, numbers and, lines and, describing things as 3 dimensions is useful, but it's not real, is what I'm saying. And when you accept things like space existing,
So when you say it's not real, what does that mean? Because here's how I think it's real. I would say if I'm a manufacturer at a glassware company and I go, I want to make a measuring jug, and I want it to be able to measure things up to a liter, then I think what my designers would say is, right, we'll get pi r squared, and that will be the radius of the base, will give us the area of the base, and then we'll times that by the height, and then we will know that if that pi r squared times the height equals 1 liter, if it equals 100 cubic centimeters, we know that that will be able to do that. So we don't have to sort of make measuring jugs of 100 different sizes.
right? We've just decided that this will fill up this, and blah blah blah.
Well,
But
once we've come across this somewhat, well, I don't think it is very arbitrary. I think it's actually sort of deliberate and useful. But yes, it is a convention of what we describe a liter as. But that liter then describes reality. We use
for that time being, but like liters don't exist outside of measuring something. You need something there, otherwise a liter is just meaningless.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, I mean, I think I kind of agree, actually. Like, humans give meaning to things, but like a liter of water is a thing that is going to weigh a certain amount, and it is going to do that whether we weigh it or not. Hello, gorgeous.
Good.
Okay, I see you in bed soon. I'm normally slightly reclusive in here playing my games, but now I'm doing it with my headset on. My girlfriend now has to not just come into the room, but touch me on the shoulder and let me know that she's here.
Yeah, that's when you know you've been doing it too much.
Oh, I don't know. Jerry thinks I've been doing this too much. Gorgeous, what do you think? Jerry thinks I've been doing this too much. What do you think? Playing computer games generally, I think he probably means. Right, well, you're both wrong. What's that like? Both being wrong.
Is that a razor?
Which one? What does it look like? Big head? I've had that. No, that was the one I got excited about buying. So how would you, in what you're saying, Jerry, about how it's not reality, what would you say then to the suggestion that it might not be reality, but it is a useful tool to describe reality? That water always boils at 100 degrees Celsius because we're not.
I would agree.
And so then degrees and water and liters becomes useful for that.
Right, but just because you heat it to that point doesn't mean that's what caused it to boil. There could be other things going on that we don't know which caused it to boil. I mean, yeah, it's going to boil at that heat, but we had to heat it up to that point and then observe that first before we started adding numbers and, all that shit to it.
I mean, that's. I don't think we added the numbers. I would say we got the numbers from it. I don't know if Americans are taught much about the metric system, but the metric system is based fundamentally on water, and the idea of it is water boils at 100, freezes at 0. 1 liter is 1 centimeter by, 1 milliliter is, 1 liter is 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters and weighs a kilo. So they're all linked fundamentally to water. So yeah, it's not like water was that because we said it was.
Right.
It is more, at least to me, we looked at what water was and went, that's a useful description, and we will use that because we need a metric to use that word again, to describe reality.
Right, but you need to see reality first.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got to measure it. We've got to sort of question our assumptions, and then sort of not make up, but sort of, yeah, slightly make up. Yeah, you've got to observe it and then make up assumptions about what that means, and test those assumptions. When they seem to be robust, we go, right, now we use this to
I like that term you use, robust.
do you not think it's robust?
No,
Or you just like it as a term?
well,
I
it's
like it, so I use it a lot.
yeah, it's a fancy word.
Yeah, I like robust because I think that Globers get too much on like, it's just right. And it's like, well, it's not
Right, yeah.
It could turn out to be wrong tomorrow. But robust is more like, it seems to do a pretty good job of describing things. Like and that's why I always, when I talk with Gio, ask about falsification and go, what have you tried to do to falsify this? What have you tried to do to prove that this might not be the case? And so when I say robust, what I mean is like, you've subjected it to those challenges exactly, and you've failed. You've failed to destroy this as an idea. So while it's not correct, it is pretty good.
Yeah, so instead of the word good, you just use robust because good is kind of bland, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and good also has the connotations of good and evil, and while I think it's possible good and evil exist, I think it's better to more useful to talk about preferences, because I think that's what we're really talking about at the end of the day. Even people who have fairly strict moral codes still are describing personal preferences when they say, I do or don't think that gay marriage is a good thing, or whatever it might be. You know, they're just describing their preferences. I'm sure. Do you go to church, I'm guessing?
Nah.
Right, but you would describe yourself as religious, I think, or believe in God.
I do believe in God, but I'm not religious.
Right.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah,
So.
true. I keep using that word because to me the two are fairly interchangeable, and I've got to appreciate more that it's not the case for other people. Many people who will believe in the same God will have a totally different idea about what is good or otherwise.
Right.
Whereas if I say this is useful, then you can ask the question, useful for what? And I can say, I can give an answer to that, and then we can have a more of a discussion where we go, well, how did you measure it? You know, which is some of what I love about the flat Earth debate. You know, people go, how did you measure that? And some of what I quite like is to acknowledge how many assumptions I make, or all of us have to make in our day to day.
Yeah, you have very robust conversations.
Absolutely. So what time is it where you're at?
It's 9:24 in the AM.
Yeah, right. It must give you, if you're working at night time, it must give you a lot more time with your kids, I imagine.
Yeah, well, I'm up until 2. Then my wife comes home from work. So yeah, I'm with him all day until that, and then I go to bed.
And what does she do? You know,
She's
that's such a...
Yeah, she's just a clerk. She, cashier.
Oh, you do work at the same place?
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
was going to say it's so cute.
Yeah.
Did you meet there?
Oh yeah. And it's so weird too. It's hard to like. It's just weird that we're still together after so long and meeting at a fucking job. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of times when you work somewhere, you'll kind of like hook up with a girl or have like these little one night stand things, but to stay with somebody that you met at your job,
Yeah.
I think is weird. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's lovely. I think it's a good place to meet people too, because you understand them and what they do, and you get to see them when they're not necessarily, like you meet somebody out at a pub, you're drunk, they're drunk, that you're trying your hardest to flirt and seem interesting, as are they. You're not at all stressed, so you're getting to see a really sort of like a party version of them. Whereas what you really want to know, I think, of a potential partner is like, how do they deal with stress?
Right.
How do they think? What are they like when they're just sort of not on guard and not thinking about how am I coming across right now?
Right. Yeah. Chris Rock has a joke about that. He said, when you meet someone at like a bar or like when you go on a date, you're not meeting the person, you're meeting their representative.
So true. Yeah, very true, I think.
And Seinfeld has a joke that a date is like a job interview that lasts all night.
Yeah, I very much agree with that too. In fact, I started trying to run. I did actually start running, for at least one company, a thing with the opposite idea, being like a job interview is like a date, where, oh my God, I've spilt my drink. Hang on a second. Where for employers, where they're typically thinking about like, how do we choose the best candidate? And I'm like, how often do you find that a candidate does the job interview, then you say, yes, we'll have you, and they say, no, thank you. And they're like, yeah, that happens a lot. And I'm like, well, how frustrating is it? How much money does it cost you? Maybe you need to look at it like a date. Like you're not just trying to interrogate them and see if they're going to jump through your hoops, but you're trying to see if you'll be a good match together, if you want to spend the next few years together.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's a good way of thinking about it.
So what was it like in Gems? Still firing? I had to stop spending so much time in there. I was like, I got into this whole flat earth debate to get better at sort of respectfully disagreeing with people, and just found myself becoming more trollish.
Well, right. Yeah. It's like you want to start just bugging people when, well, I went back in there and that girl was still at it, and, Jem was in there, and he's not going to put up with that shit. So, he had to like, how he like screams?
Yeah.
Well, he had to do that. He's like, listen. And he said, 2 more questions. And that's it. Because she was just going in circles and circles and circles. And it was just going nowhere. So
what is she? She's a glober. That what was her obsession? What was she spending all her time talking
she was talking about the moon phases. And they were discussing this video. Like, she has a view of how they work that's not what the normal narrative is. I don't even know what it is that she was trying to get across, but every time somebody would bring something up, she would ask another question. And it was hard to tell if she was just fucking with him because Chemo brought her in. And I've heard that
immediately makes you think a certain thing.
right.
You've heard that what?
Like he got, like you wonder if he got her, like if he just told her, listen, just ask questions over and over again. Don't acknowledge anything. Don't think that they're telling the truth about anything. Just keep on asking questions. So that's what she was doing because that's what he does. And for like 3 hours, literally, we're just going round and round in circles. And if she was, you know, trolling them, it's one of the best. It was one of the finest performances I've ever seen of just breaking balls. Because she probably learned from the best, which is Chemo.
Interesting. I wonder where he met her.
I don't know. She's Indian. Like she had a thick accent.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, Jem finally had to mute her and said, "Fuck off." You know how it's just so frustrating.
But do you think some of how you decide on what might be right might be based on the sort of the consequence of it being right? The sort of, if that were the case, then this would mean that, so it can't be right?
When you're talking about things like, you know, infinite space and everything's relative, yeah, I think that's a problem.
And do you think that's a problem because that would mean life is meaningless or something like that?
No, you could think that life is meaningful because you imbue your own meaning into it because everything is relative. But I think that since not everything is relative, there are rules and there are, I don't want to say laws, but like there's things that just can't be denied. There's things that we don't know, like, you know, it always goes back to that. Like there are fundamental constants that we see over and over again forever. So everything is not relative. So you know, I'm starting to bore myself when I talk about it, but like, it's like I submit to whatever, you know, started that and keeps it in, you know, keeps it going. Like how certain things work, we're never going to know.
Mm.
And, you know, it's got nothing to do with any kind of like religion because I used to be an atheist for a while. I could probably argue that position better than I can from a Christian point of view. But when you dump the whole heliocentrism thing, it's like that's everything, you know, science and all that. It's like then you start to see the world for what it really is, and you start to acknowledge things that you can't account for. Like light.
But don't you think saying you acknowledge things you can't account for is kind of saying simultaneously I can't account for it, and then also saying but I am accounting for it? Like, if you say we don't know, then the answer must be we don't know, not therefore my answer.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we just don't know how certain things operate, but they do, and it can't just be for no reason. Because if it was all random, then I think we would have all died out a long time ago.
Okay, but so I was more asking about like another time. So the one time then was that made me start saying this was when you were saying if 3D space, then you believe in grids, and that means latitude and longitude. And then the other time I was saying we were talking about atoms a few days back, and I was saying, and you were saying you don't believe in atoms. I think, and I think the way you worded the reason was because if they exist, then so what does that mean? That's all that matters, or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't argue from consequence. I don't think I do.
Wouldn't both of those be arguments from consequence, though?
Well, I guess so, but like that's not my point. Like I'm not saying, oh, don't do this or that. I just see that as the logical extension of it.
Right. So
Like,
then when it comes to the 3D thing, rather than the consequence, what makes you think that it is the case, whether it exists or not, rather than the sort of the consequence of it?
What was that? Could you?
So when you're saying you were saying you don't think 3D space exists?
Right. I don't think space.
What is the value? What is the value of that? As in, what is the utility of that?
What is the utility of not believing that?
Yeah. So, like, if I were to describe the utility, I would say I can make a measuring jug that is exactly a liter, or a motorcycle that's 650 cc, because cc is cubic centimeters, and I can measure that, so there's utility to it, which makes me think that if there's utility to things, they're probably true. So is there then a value in or a usefulness in, or a reason that leads you to conclude that 3D space doesn't exist?
Because I'm trying to get down to what reality is. Like height, width, and length, like that's not reality. The objects are. And like space as a concept is stupid. Because there's stuff everywhere.
Sure, I think that's what space is. Space is stuff being places, isn't it?
Well, then there's no difference between, like, where's the? I'm sorry, my kid's going crazy. There's no way to tell the difference between space and something. Like, you got to have some boundaries there.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Well, boundary. What do you mean by boundaries? Tell me more.
Well, like, it's just basic logic. It's like if you put a piece of wood down on the floor, like there's no space there. It's just it's wood. What's this concept of like?
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Well,
But
well,
would you not still say, as inexact as our ability to measure it might be, that it has a length? Like when I say I've got a 6 foot long bit of 2x4, I mean a 6 foot long bit of 2" by 4" wood, which might not be exactly 6 foot or 2 inches and 4 inches, but it'll be close enough to it that I can build a pretty nice deck out of it. Not that I can build, but if I could build, that's what I might do with it.
I agree, but like those 6 feet don't exist in reality. They only exist within that operation.
Right. Yeah. So I guess I'm not understanding what your point is then.
It's just that space doesn't exist outside of a measurement or like a experiment or a operation. Like it's like the concept of space is not reality because there's stuff everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I, that's what space is too. I mean, space. When layperson thinks of space as a perfect vacuum, they're wrong. It's just very little stuff. There's still photons traveling through it and bits of dust and the odd molecule of this or that. It's just very, very little of it.
Well, I don't subscribe to that.
Right, but I'm saying if your reason for not believing in its existence is the improbability of nothing existing, what I'm telling you is that the model of space is not nothing existing. So what you are choosing to not subscribe to then is something that it isn't.
I'm not sure what you mean.
What sounded like what you were saying is like you don't believe in space because nothing existing doesn't make sense to you, and I'm saying, well, it isn't nothing. So if your only reason, sorry, I didn't mean to be raising my voice. I'm going through hyperspace in the game.
No, it's fine, man.
It suddenly gets really loud. It's like generally a quiet game, and then you go into hyperspace, and it's like, it sounded like what you were saying is my reason for not believing that space exists is that I don't think that nothingness, that there is nothingness. And I'm saying, well, that's not what space is. So do you have a different reason for not believing in it?
Because there's stuff everywhere.
Sure, that's what space is. That's stuff everywhere. Just less of it. You would agree
then
that
that's
in some
stuff.
places. Yeah, exactly. That's what space is. Stuff.
So stuff is space.
Sure, in a way, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. I mean, it sounds like it's sort of getting into semantics there, but you would agree that like a table is more dense than air, right?
I don't subscribe to density.
But I mean, like, you can knock on a table, you can't knock on air. There is some difference in the
yeah,
and stones sink even in water. So
right.
I don't mean to be sort of sounding patronizing by asking those questions like the standard sort of globe flat debates go, but like all I'm saying is there are some things that are more dense, some things that are less dense, and when we colloquially say space, we just mean something that is around the lowest end of that density thing. But there's still stuff.
Right, but it's still a concept because you agreed that space is the same thing as stuff, and I don't. It's just stuff. And then to say that there's infinite space just blows my mind. Like, what does that even mean? Like, does that mean infinite stuff too?
Maybe it could be infinite, could be finite. Yeah, it blows my mind too.
Right.
I don't think I've got any useful answers for that. But yeah, just like just a sort of it's I mean, is it a concept? Sure, I think it is. But I think it's sort of a table is a concept too. I think at the root of it all, everything is conceptual. We all conceive of things in the privacy of our own minds. And then when we speak words, we hope that those concepts match up, that when I say table, you and I think the same thing. But then when you bring in the confounding factor of like, is that a table or a desk? It's suddenly like, oh, actually.
Well, yeah, see, but that's where the magic happens. That's where the weirdness happens. So when you start to say that space is the same thing as stuff, then you start to get all confused and you kind of put it aside and you find out, well, space could be infinite. And it's like, well, what does that do to the psyche of like a child? Like,
see, that's arguing from the consequence again.
But it's also like illogical to say that there's infinite space, because how do you tell one position from another in an infinite space? And you say, well, by the body contained in the space. Well, how do you tell one body from the other? Well, by the position that it's in.
Won't you break the child's mind, even if you say something like, let's say space is finite, or the Earth is finite, the Earth universe system. What's beyond that? There's always going to be that question of, the infinite something.
Right.
So no matter how you slice it, whether it's a domed Earth or, giant universe, an expanding bubble into nothingness, it's all broken logic. It's beyond our capability of understanding.
Right, but we as people live within a finite reality.
Yeah,
and then when you start to
think space is finite.
What's that?
I think there are some people who think space is infinite, but I think most people think it's finite. It's just that, all of our heads melt quite understandably when you go, well, what's beyond that?
Well, right, but when you start to, because we live in a finite physical reality.
Do we?
Yeah.
What's beyond what we know?
Well, that's where we have to just give up and say,
Isn't that part of reality?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't live in a finite reality, or at least
Well,
we don't know.
Well, we do.
Do we? I don't see that.
You don't think that we live in a finite reality?
No, not really. I have no way of determining that.
Yes, that's probably closer to, that's Moyok, isn't it now? In the combo? No? Is that you, Moyok?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm slightly the same as you, Moyok. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. I have no way of determining it, and I don't think it will influence much the way I live my life or the sort of my day-to-day morals, or whether I bring the garbage bins in. So,
well, what do you see? Do you see anything that's infinite?
But I mean, by its very nature, I couldn't see all of it, could I? So I might see things that are infinite, but how would I perceive them as being infinite, except if I was infinite myself? What I do know is that I'm finite.
Okay, why?
Based on assumptions. Again, I assume I'm a human. I assume other humans I've met are real. All of them seem to have finite lifespans and be finite in their dimensions. There has never been I'm fairly confident there has never been a 100-foot tall human, just the same as I'm fairly confident there's never been a 2-centimeter tall human.
But Moyok said that we might not live in a finite reality.
I think he's probably talking about space. I don't know. I'll let Moyok answer for himself.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about the time that we live or anything like that. I'm saying that, as far as the infinite and finite, I can't determine whether there's something beyond. That's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about distances mostly.
But you accept the story that you're told about it, right?
it seems to be well founded.
How could
It
you
seems to work
possibly
well.
know?
You can get good results with it. You know, Moyoc navigates. If you can get good results with that assumption, you can still hold it lightly, but go, this seems like a pretty good model.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
create
make any claims to the size even of the galaxy. I mean, my claims really stop at about the sun, moon, the planets, because those I kind of really understand the metrics that went into determining them. I don't understand the metrics of how they determine the distance to cosmic background radiation, to
Yeah.
this velocity of the solar system through the universe. I mean, I don't make any claim to that. I have very limited confidence on that. Extremely high confidence on the distance to the moon. Just so I'm not talking to nobody. Is this thing still on?
Yes, yeah. No,
Okay.
So, Jerry, if you feel it's finite, what gives you confidence in that? Because I think that I don't want to speak for Moyoc, but from my position, I haven't seen the end of things. I haven't. When we say finite or infinite, when I have a plank of wood and I can see this end and that end, I go, this plank of wood is finite. Oh look, I'm in a binary star system. This is pretty.
Well, you're making my argument for me. Like, you've never seen anything that's infinite. Like, there's limits to everything.
Yes, yeah, yes. So I think I would agree with that. There appears to be limits to everything, and I do think that there are. I think there is probably. I mean, but I lean for this like 30%, like 30% finite, 10% infinite, 60% the question is broken, because do we mean physical space, or could there be other dimensions? Could time be non-linear? Like a whole bunch of other things. Like, but when I look at a particular thing, like how much distance is there I could go in any direction, I've not found a limit to that. So that's why I don't assume there is one. I don't mean there isn't one. I'm not saying there isn't one because I haven't found it. I'm just saying I'm not going to make the assumption that a limit does exist if I've not come across that limit, right? Which is a lot of my thing I talk about with flat Earth. Like, why would you assume there is a container you've never seen? Not just assume, why would you assert? I know you don't, but many other flat earthers assert the existence of a container they've never seen, never touched. Like, the main argument for it is on their inability to go to Antarctica. But what would you say is that, oh, this is a bright sun? What would you say gives you confidence that the finiteness does exist?
Because infinite is only a concept. Like, there is no such thing.
Isn't that denying the consequent? Is that just sort of denying the opposite? Not B, therefore A, but it could be C. It could be D, could be E, plus all that is it's a black swan fallacy, right? I haven't seen X, therefore Y.
Well, if something was infinite, then we would have seen it.
How would you
describe what seeing something infinite would look like? If you were,
you can't because there's no such thing.
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by denying the consequent.
Right. No such thing.
If you were in a reality that that in which even a flat one, where space, when you looked up at night or indeed during the day, you could look in any direction and you were seeing infinitely, how would you tell the difference between that and what you see now?
You can't.
Exactly.
And when I look up at things, it seems like there's always something beyond the next thing.
Right. But that doesn't mean infinite.
No, but
It doesn't mean infinite.
it doesn't mean not infinite.
It's difficult. Exactly. It means it's difficult to, as much as that your logic leads you to rule out infinite, to suggest that there is something finite and close, particularly within walking distance close, seems, of the two propositions, far less probable. That you could go further, I think, is more probable than I could physically walk to the edge of the earth. That seems to me extraordinarily improbable.
When have you seen nothing, and when have you seen the infinite?
Uh-oh.
So this is the question we were having with Jerry. How would I know if what I was looking at was infinite? If I looked up at the night sky and that was infinite, how would I tell? What signs would it give me that it was infinite?
We've never seen infinite. We've never seen nothing.
Yeah, we may
All
have
we've
seen
seen
it,
is
I don't know.
finite.
No, so I asked Mel. The question was, if I was looking up and it was infinite, what would I see?
So what would the infinite look like?
That's what. Yes, that's the question. That's what I'm asking. My answer, if you want my answer is I don't know.
Yeah,
I've got no idea what the infinite would look like, which is why I contend that it may exist.
okay.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
you'd have to see all of the infinite, which would make it limited. So
Exactly,
I don't know if
exactly.
you could really see the limited or the infinite in a limited enough way to see all of it anyway.
Exactly. Lemon's nailed it. In order to see the infinite, I would have had to have seen all of it. And in order to see all of it, it would have to therefore be not infinite but finite. So in fact, when I look up in the night sky, the only rational conclusion I could draw is not that it is, but that it could be infinite. Absolutely. That would be a far more rational conclusion to draw.
It can't, because you are standing on Earth in an area, like right there. So there are no starting points or ending points in infinite. So you couldn't.
What do you mean there are no starting points or ending points in infinite? I don't, that doesn't follow.
Goes on forever.
You would have to have seen infinite in order to make that determination, wouldn't you?
Because then there are no positions in infinite.
You would have had to have seen infinite to make that determination. I'm not sure I have. I may live in it, I may not.
Well,
I don't know. How would you be able to make the determination of how infinite behaves unless you've seen it, touched it, know it, how it operates, and therefore can say finite does not exist within infinite?
And if you want to assert finite, then tell me what's next to finite.
That's probably covered by a dome if you're talking about whether the plane is finite or infinite. Or
Okay, what's beyond the dome?
Water.
What's beyond the water?
God.
Question mark.
Oh, possible infinity. In fact, logical infinity.
Could it be beyond the water? Could it be more water?
You'd think that would have to end eventually.
Right.
So would be containing the water. Water is usually contained.
But we sometimes thought things and got those things wrong that we think?
Right.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't interdict me.
Okay.
Buddy. I'm carrying a couple of million worth of low temperature diamonds. You're not interdicting me. The boss of the anti-interdiction.
So I get a boat and I go on top of that water and I'm standing on the surface of that boat and now I jump up. What did I jump into?
Or even just does the water? You don't even need to do that. You can just say, does the water keep going?
No, you occupy a finite position.
Sure.
I
don't know how finite and infinite behaves. My position on this is it could be A, it could be B, and it could be C. And the answer C is that the question is broken and that neither are correct or false. They're based on the question we're asking is based on broken assumptions. So I'm trying to encompass all possibilities and saying all of them could be. It could be a dome finite, it could be a universe finite, or it could be infinite. I don't understand how any of the things that you've said would exclude one of those possibilities. For example, if there is a dome and waters above, could the waters continue forever?
No.
Why would they need? Why would they even need to?
What do you mean need to?
Logistically.
What do you mean logistically?
So, how big is a human being on average? How much space does a human need to function? We're one of the biggest creatures on the earth. I mean, how much space does a whale? How much does a whale need to swim? Does it need to have an endless ocean? No.
The human population, when the Bible was written, was meant to, I think, be not yet in the billions. I think it was meant to be a few million.
Logistically,
so also say, why did we need a planet this big? I don't understand why logistics would come into existence at all. Why wouldn't you mean God would make something and then limit its size based on who he was building it for? Why would he be required to do that?
Because think of it like a farmer, or you're the creator. Why would you need infinite space when there's only a few life forms really in the big scheme of things on one planet?
Well, it's a great metaphor to use. Humans are growing.
Well,
when we farm sheep, we want them to grow in number. You are ideally a good farmer. His land will grow. He will buy up paddocks from nearby farmers.
So is there an infinite computer game? This goes on, and the levels, stages. No.
Yeah, there are.
No.
Yeah,
there's no need for endless infiniteness. It doesn't make sense.
This is an argument from consequence. It's not an argument from what is. It's
it's logic.
What ought to be.
It's logic. You got to just think like the creator.
Are we talking about two different things here? Because I mean, like, you're talking about the space on Earth. Yes, the space on Earth is finite. Are we talking about Earth, or are we talking about everything?
It depends.
So the space on Earth is finite, and why put Earth in an infinite space?
How could you not put Earth in an infinite space? What would be beyond the dome, colloquial speaking? Not asserting that you say dome, but the place that we call home and this that was made for us. What's beyond that?
Yes, what would limit God to making space finite when he is all powerful?
How could he make it finite?
Well, there is a question of scale, because if you're going to make it for a certain number of people, well, then, we're probably only going to go to one or two cities, or one or two continents in our whole life, depending on how well traveled we are. We're not going to travel the whole universe. So a question of scale does come up. How much exploration do you need to have? How big does it have to be for all the people? And so a question of scale does enter the discussion. How big does it have to be for people to live comfortably and explore, at their leisure or whatever?
All I would say is that relies on a fairly limited assumption of presuming to understand what a creator intended when they created all of creation. Like,
exactly.
Jerry, you've got. I know you've got at least a kid. I heard them before. Do you have one or two?
One.
Right. So then maybe we've all heard kids having arguments, right? Where kids have arguments. And would you agree that when kids have arguments, when you listen to them, you're like, the fuck are you even talking about? Like, this is such a ridiculous, because their agency in the world, their ability to do anything is limited, because their experience is limited, because their lifespan, we're finite, but theirs is even shorter. So we've lived 30, 40 years and they've lived 4. And so the things they argue about are just absolutely absurd. They're just ridiculous. Which was the best dinosaur? Why is blue a better color? Whose mud tastes better?
Red squirrels taste better.
It's like trying to get a 2-year-old to describe somebody that's not just an adult, but like billions of years old, capable of creating an Earth and going, oh, but I'm pretty sure I'd know how much he'd create and why he'd create it and what his preferences are. And
but human, that's what I mean. It's not logical. It's not.
So
it's not logical. There's no real point to that. Listen. Then I'll shush then. Because you've got
question, so you can answer it. Have you seen nothingness exist? Have you seen the absence of existence ever existing?
No, there's no such thing as nothing. Even nothing is a place where there's no things.
Exactly. So what is beyond the waters?
No, the option you really have is eternal endlessness. Goes on forever. What's the point of that? What's the point of that?
So the question I asked Merle is,
when humans can barely scratch the surface.
What is beyond the waters was the question. The question was important because as mind-bendingly ridiculous as eternity sounds like, what you are asserting the existence of is non-existence. Now, of the things that we are arguing over whether we've seen or haven't seen, I have not seen anything not exist.
Well,
right? I've never seen non-existence. I've never seen nothingness. I've never seen the outside of the waters. So why would we assume that exists when all I'm saying is maybe this stuff that we do see, maybe there's more of that, but maybe there's not. So which of those is more or less probable?
Well, I've got to do it this way. Why can I conceive and imagine myself as the creator, creating the universe, Earth, humans, life, right? I can imagine that. I don't need to create endless space, eternity. I don't need to do that. That's overboard. It's way above my pay grade. Just relax. Create a finite world.
Above the creators.
Not
so
too big.
Your imagination limits what the creator could create. Whether you can imagine it will determine whether the creator.
I'm putting the limitation on it because there's no point to. It's just showing off.
You think God's showing off by creating too much stuff?
Yep. It's not practical.
Well, it's no effort for him. I mean, he can create an infinite universe just as easily as he could create a dome.
This makes more sense to create a small-scale world.
But it sounds like what you're saying is one makes more or less sense to me rather than this objectively is something it sounds like what you're saying is when I search myself, I've decided that I think this is more reasonable rather than okay, that's a fine. It
makes more sense.
Do you use that morality? Not morality. Sorry, it's absolutely not morality. Do you use that logic with other things?
Yeah.
Like when trying to tell how fast your car is going, do you go, it seems like it kind of makes sense that I was going 60.
There's no point to create a car that goes 500 miles an hour when you can only drive 60.
Yet they've done it.
Yeah,
but there's no point to that.
But they've done it.
To test human innovation.
Huh?
To test human innovation, to see what our limits are.
Right, exactly. Find your limits. Know your limit. Know your limitations.
Well, no, I mean, it could be because God wanted to
in a
give us
finite
something
world.
to entertain our brains forever.
No, but you don't get to the next step. You just go on the hamster wheel.
What is the next step? What would the next step look like? How would I know I've reached it?
Well, there's a few things, but there's an old saying that says the little hand of the intellect tries to hold the infinite. The Indians say this. And humans do it anyway. They can't grasp it. They try to reach for the conundrum. They reach for the other dimension, and the other dimension just laughs at them.
Well, we always reach for the next rung on the ladder.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes you just got to know your place.
We haven't found the end of the ladder.
All of that just sounds like rhetoric. It doesn't sound like any sort of measurement or reason rational
the
reasoning.
point?
It's just saying Merle reckons that here's what I think that a creator would create. An infinitely powerful creator would almost find it easier to create infinity than it would to create something that is finite. And if it created if it created a thing that could go any distance at all, and it was easy, infinitely easy, because that's what infinitely means, right? If a creator is infinitely powerful, they can do everything with no effort, then it's a snap of the fingers to create a universe that goes for trillions of light years, right?
No.
And then why would I not? Why? Because Merle thinks there's no need to.
Yeah,
And
you got to get on the creator's level.
Are you on the creator's level? Because I'm not.
I know.
I thought I was on a creator's level. I thought I was on my parents' level when I was a 2-year-old, and I was trying to decide whether Stegosaurus was better than T-Rex because Stegosaurus didn't hurt other ones.
Right?
Right?
So that's good thinking. No, but bring it back down to Earth, because the existentialists, like people like Joe Rogan even, will say, if you could look at Earth from space and look down at what we're doing, what are we building? So that's where it gets interesting. What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we doing here? That's the question. What are we doing here?
So I'm nice to other
But
people.
besides eating and sleeping and working, what are we really doing? We're trying to understand our place in the universe, right?
Right.
Exactly.
We're trying to figure out what we're even doing here, why we even exist to begin with.
Okay.
Right? That's where it all boils down to. And the real main event is the Earth. This is where life's happening. But everybody's like off in the universe, being mind fucked.
Made 100 million credits, boys. I'm rich.
For me, I just find it entertainment. The universe. It's not anything that has any impact on me. It's just entertainment.
Yeah, it's fascinating and fun and funny, and I think that sort of the concept for me, if you said put yourself in the mind of the creator, I go something that is just unfathomably more powerful than me. It's not quite like a 2-year-old and an adult. To me, it's closer to an ant and a human. And if I was creating a space for an ant, being finite in my ability, I would create a little ant farm that had tubes and stuff and was finite. But that's because I'm finite. You know, I'm limited in my abilities.
Yeah.
But of a thing that's infinite, I would snap into existence a galaxy for them, because why not? Sure, they're only tiny ants, but there would be something somewhat amusing about them, and you know, maybe one day some little ant spaceships would go shooting off across the galaxy, and I go, oh, look at you guys, and I'd build another galaxy for them to go visit. Why not? If I was infinitely powerful, that would both seem to me to be generous. Whatever made me create something rather than nothing would make me want to create more something. Is some of how I reason that, and so zero effort, some reason to do something, so why not more of something? And I would want it to, I would like the same motivation that made me want to have a little bit of space for them makes me want to have more space. Who wants to have a small aquarium?
Well, there's two things there.
For the tiniest aquarium that exists.
Well, there's two things there. How do you know it was zero effort? How do you know the creator didn't like rack its brain like a lot, if it has a brain to begin with, on how to create all this, right? And maybe there was a committee, and it was like, do you really want to do this? Do you really want to make a physical reality where there's beings with a consciousness and there's going to be consequences? Do you really want to do this, dude? Or mama, big mama?
Sure.
Shall we make creation?
A finite creator, right? A creator that is not omnipotent and is not.
Well, that was the second point I wanted to. Then I'll hit it quickly, because Sagan. In my 20s, I'm handed Carl Sagan's Cosmos.
Right.
At the Herald Weekly Times, the 13 DVDs. So my thinking was in that Sagan paradigm. It's his paradigm, right? It's his mind projecting. That's what I realized. And then when I got to flat Earth, I pulled back. I reeled Sagan back in, and I brought it back to my brain. And I realized, wow, there's no difference between me and Carl Sagan. He had consciousness. I have consciousness. You have consciousness. Moyok has Jerry, everyone here. We all share consciousness. We're all tapping in to God. We are all an aspect of the Creator. We are all creators. Every single one of us.
So
And
then
that's
why
the
would your
activation point.
impression of what the God created be any more accurate than mine?
Well, this brings me back. It brought me back down to earth. I stepped out of the universe, back in my body, back in my own mind, back in my own heart, back in my own concerns. I was no longer lost in it, in the confusion. That was my personal experience.
Right.
It grounded me. And it was a relief. It was like my world got a lot smaller and a lot more manageable.
That's interesting.
Don't you want to know these?
That's something similar to what Ranty said.
Right.
Yeah, your life becomes more manageable if you have these.
It brought me peace. I was like, peace.
I have
was,
peace. I'd like to
I
learn.
just wasn't
new
worried
skills.
or afraid. And
Do you think one could get peace from something that isn't true?
oh no,
You don't think so?
it won't
Peace won't
resonate. If it's the last thing I'll say, if it's not true, it won't resonate. It won't hold. Everything that's fake and false will fall away. The more honest you become, the more real you become, the more you face your own bullshit, the clearer things become. That's the work.
So you don't think
To
it's
look in the
possible
mirror and fully commit.
You don't think it's possible that sometimes people get peace from things that are false?
It depends. I get accused in gems of being delusional, but to me, I'm a realist. I know I'm a human being, part of a human tribe, and everybody's on their own trip, thinking that what they are thinking is right, what their ideals, their hopes, their morals. Everybody's just, it's a free for all.
Right.
So this is what I'm saying. It all came back to me, Harry, but not in a selfish way, just in a empowered way. It's like my existence, even if everybody thinks I'm a delusional idiot, my existence means something to me, even if every other human being thinks I'm a fag. I don't care. I'm here. And that's where you get to a point where it's like, fuck you all. Like, there's that moment too. Fuck you all. But I love you all, but fuck you all as well. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to do what feels best and true for me. And that's it. That's what it all boils down to. If more people live like that, I think things would become a lot clearer. Because you wouldn't compromise. You don't have to answer to anybody. Who is anybody anyway? You're you. You're fucking on this earth. This is your turn. So I don't know. You got to fight for that shit. Because a lot of people will be like, oh no, it's too much. You've got to fucking go along to get along, and
Merle, are you going to share the mic, or are you going to just monologue for an hour? Just curious. Because if you are, I'll just leave for now.
later.
All right, you're going to monologue for an hour. Okay, goodbye.
Later.
It's Merle's
See,
server.
I don't care what you think of me.
I'm just asking you because I'm trying to have a shared conversation, and you're just dominating the mic with existential dribble from
No,
Merle's
but
mind.
you can join in. You're a useless twonk, Moyok.
You can
Fuck
join
off.
in, but you're useless. Very nice.
Fuck
That's
off.
a good conversation there.
You
Fuck
are
off.
breaking the server rules.
Guys,
Fuck off.
Guys, let's calm down.
I'm a moderator here.
Yes,
You
and you
insult
might
me
not
like
be
that
wrong.
again, I'll server mute you and make sure you don't get to come back into this room. How you like that, Moyok?
How did he insult you?
No.
Moyok, fuck
Mod.
off.
How do you gather
Don't
that he
do this
insulted you?
You fucking fuck Jem's room.
Merle,
And
you gotta calm
everyone
down,
in
man.
that fucking room.
Hey, Merle.
You want
Merle,
to
easy,
fuck
buddy.
with me? I'll fuck with you.
Merle,
Hey, Merle.
this has got to stop, man.
No, I'm a moderator here.
That's nice, but this has still got to stop.
Don't
not
talk to
reason
me like
to
that
be-
again, Moyok, or I'll fucking crush you.
That's not
I'm
reason.
sick of you old fucking twonk.
That's not reason to. That's even more reason to not.
You've
be like
done
this, Mel.
that to me, Moyok, for fucking years. Fuck
You
off.
didn't do anything.
You're not a free thinker. You're just a fucking mong.
Who's the
A
owner of this
boring
server, Johnny?
fucking mong.
Merle, I gotta put a stop to this.
Well,
Okay.
You're not gonna put a stop to anything.
Mel, this is not.
what
You
do-
don't do this because you're a mod. You do this. You don't do this because you're a mod. You demonstrate.
I'll do what I
good
want.
server etiquette.
I'll do what I want.
I'm not.
You don't. None of you
And you lose
control
your
me.
mind.
None of you control me. You
Mel,
understand?
What do you want in life? Tell me a bit about what you want from life.
None of you control me. Get
not
it in
saying
your fucking minds right now. If
I'm not
I want to
saying I
speak, I'll speak. If I want to yell, I'll
Merle,
yell. If I
we're
want to tell
broadcasting.
you fucking losers, I'll tell you fucking losers. This is honesty. I'm a human being. I'm tired of being told I don't know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
It's not about what
Merle,
you're talking about. It's
this
how
is
you're
being
talking to
broadcasted
people.
on YouTube. We gotta calm it down for the YouTube audience.
You're just going to lose
No,
your
I
mind
don't.
power. And this sounds like a place you want to be. Like,
No, I
of the
don't.
things you want in life, is this going to get you them?
I'm a free thinker. Get used
Right.
to it.
I'm just questioning
Stop
if this
trying
is
to
getting
control
you
me.
those things you
All
want.
of you, stop trying to control me. Understand that. I'll fight every fucking single one of you.
Yeah, evidently. I'm just wondering if it's getting you the things
Yeah.
you want.
Well, stop doing it.
Is this getting you the things you
And
want?
and the people listening, you fucking listen up. I have every right to defend myself against these fucking conscious scabs.
Oh, what's going on,
They
mate?
can't progress. They wonder about the universe while they're on Earth. Madness. They're not
Wondering
going
about things
into
bigger
the
than us.
universe. Where are their concerns?
What are you talking about, mate?
Where are they? They're lost.
You need to go and have a chat with
And I'm
somebody. mate.
talking to them straight. This is straight fucking talking. I'm shooting you between the fucking eyes right now.
Oh, mate, it
Geo
sounds
was
like you're having a
certain
breakdown.
one.
I think you really think you need to go and have a chat with somebody if you think this is reasonable behaviour. Honestly, for your
I
sake,
could
think you need
not
to go
give
and
a
have chat with
fuck if
somebody.
you think it's reasonable or not, Harry.
It's not for my sake. It's for your sake. This will lose
It's
you
not
friends.
for my
this will
sake.
lose
I'm
you
not.
jobs,
I
it will-
couldn't give a
it will get in
fuck
the way
about
of the things you
Discord
want in
and
life.
what's right and what's okay and what's cool on YouTube and what Google says is okay.
No, it's not about that. It's just about if this sounds like a place you enjoy coming to, and nobody's going to.
I haven't done anything wrong.
gone on a
Yes, you-
tirade. You've been talking.
I haven't
out
done
for-
anything wrong.
for about 30 minutes.
What
And
you're
swearing
doing-
and insulting people.
I'm allowed to express myself. Sorry.
What you're doing right now is a little bit wrong, Merle. It's
No,
not
it's
moderated behavior, and you're going to lose your mods, and you're going to be sorry for it.
I'm not going to lose my mods.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's never happened to you before, but I mean, it's, and maybe it won't happen.
Listen,
but I mean,
listen to you guys just fucking spinning your wheels right now. You don't know
We're
what
just
to
trying
do.
to calm you. We're just trying to calm you down, Merle, because you're a little bit over the top.
yeah, you're
No, I'm
just
not.
sort of going
In
off on
your opinion, I'm over the top. You
just
guys
going
are fucking boring.
them. Sure, that's possible.
Yeah, well, that was the problem, Merle. We were being your
Yeah,
your
you guys are
monologue
fucking
and not
boring.
actually allowing people to communicate.
You can communicate. Why don't you try?
I was trying to. You were dominating the mic. That's all I was saying.
Why don't you bring something to the conversation instead of being a boring fuck?
No, Merle, you're being very boring.
Yeah.
You're the boring fuck, Moyoc. Everyone knows it in this community.
Well, right now, everybody seems to be against what you're doing right now, so I'm sorry.
Not really.
I'm against
You
what
think
you're
they're
doing
on your
for
side?
sake, Mel.
You think
I'm on your
you
side.
think
I'm
these
on your side, and I
listen
want you
to the globe heads gang fucking stalking as usual, thinking that they've got the authority, the upper hand. They're the fucking delusional ones. These cunts. Listen up, fucking crew. This is
I don't
how
need
it's
to
going to
know-
go down. I'll mute every fucking single one of them.
All right, we'll go
I'll
for
show
it.
them who the power is.
All right, it's
We
probably
are the
gonna be
free.
learn
It's
something
time to
from
be
this.
empowered. Don't listen to the globe heads. They've got nothing for you. They're time wasters.
Well, if this is how the
Delusional
moderation is
freaks.
supposed to, if this is how the moderation is going to be here, I will leave. So have a good day, gentlemen. I've
Bye.
commented.
Don't come back.
Is Geo the server owner?
Don't come
Yes.
back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Merle. Yeah, this is about a conversation. It's not about a one-way ticket. It's not an echo chamber.
To the planet. It's just
Yeah. It's about communication.
No, it's not. That's me dispatching that fuck.
Yeah, I didn't see that he did really anything wrong. He was just
Yeah,
said
you
something
wouldn't.
about the
It's
dog
gone on
might.
for years. I'll go into Gems one day and I'll fucking destroy that room. Panda. I'll rip his fucking limbs off and beat him to fucking death with them. How you like that, Left Lane? Is that
What
too
is
much
this,
for you Fire.
I love you guys, man. I love all you guys. I hope you're having a good day.
I guess we gotta talk to Gio to find out how the ranking on this server works. I'm not sure how it works right now. But anyways, I am definitely the YouTube. Seems a bit calmer now.
Right, that was a fun flight. I will see you all on the morrow.
Taking a break.
Yeah, it's midnight here. Got work tomorrow.
Alright, have a good one.
You're a shit psychologist, Harry.
I think Harry's just a contrarian because he knows that infinite doesn't exist. Like, well, I don't know. It could exist, but well, shit.
Yeah. He's sitting there like playing a computer game in a spaceship, like building a galaxy. It's like some of the humans down here are just a joke to me at the moment. It's just a joke. What they do with their time, the shit they fucking talk about. God. No one says anything. So everyone just goes along with it. I guess we've all got good manners, right? Why don't people call it out? Help him. He sits there all fucking night and craps on. Then I go on for like 5 minutes. And fucking Moyoc man, like, saying I'm hogging the mic. Winds me up. I would like to rip fucking Jem's limbs off and beat him with his own arms. Sorry, guys. I probably am a psychopath deep down. You just have to get used to it.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's funny. We all know you, Mel.
I don't mean any harm deep down.
Yeah, no, we get it.
Probably have a cup of tea with Jem deep down. Anyway, sorry.
Right, so don't all talk at once.
Yeah, I was about to mic check this place.
So Nathan didn't have a show 2 days in a row. I don't know what's up with that.
Waiting on that R value, bro.
Well, my money would be on he's got an ear infection.
Those are regular occurrences for him?
He's been having health problems the last couple of years. Yeah. With his ears.
I haven't heard him talk about that. Is this like a recent thing? Because he hasn't talked about this on the earlier debate shows that I can recall at the moment.
Well, last time this happened, that's what happened. And then a time before that, it's like every couple of months or 6 months. He gets an ear infection. But I'm just guessing. Then the other good guess would be YouTube took him down, but I doubt that. No, he's still on because he posted this morning.
Well, let me. Oh, okay, so then he's functionable. If he was a real ear infection or something, he'd be like out of commission. I don't think he'd be able to post anything unless his wife came on. I'm pretty sure that's how those work, right? Ear infection is like you lose all like balance and focus and like how do you even vomit and everything?
Well, I don't know how bad. Yeah, I don't know how bad it is.
Well, that's what I heard. I knew somebody said he explained me an ear infection. He said when it hit him, he could barely get on the phone to dial to call his girlfriend to call an ambulance because he was totally out of commission and he was like throwing up out of control and it was a mess. The reason I heard about it is because he felt like a moment like he thought he was gonna get it, and he was like, "Oh no!" He's like, "It better not be that." Anyways, let me check out Master B, see if the Skype channel, see what they posted. Let's see if there's any chatter about what's going on today. Where's Nathan's last post? Oh, he said everything is good. He didn't give a reason to why, but he said everything is good, just no show. So there you have it. Anyways, I think I'm gonna take a break. What's that?
That's good.
Right.
I took a couple of days off.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a break, Righteous.
Yep. All right, guys. Laters.
Were you giving them hell this morning, Hammer?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Arguing with fools.
What are you talking about? The dudes in the text chat?
No, not just anything. Arguing with fools. That's what people get mad about.
Hey, can't get mad, man.
Not arguing with a fool.
Nope.
So
You say we've all been lied to, so we're all working basically off of that.
yeah, and the fucking earth don't spin. So get over it.
Some people have a harder time coping with it, I think.
Yeah, but the earth still doesn't spin.
I mean, I'm looking for it, Steve. But I still haven't found it, man.
Steve, were you in here when QE came in yesterday?
No, I was. Well, part of it, I think. But you'd have to jog my memory if you're going to tell a story. I was in here. I do remember him.
They were all excited to have him on the spot, you know, to where in a place where he couldn't moderate, where he couldn't throw his weight around. And then what is the first thing that Kool-Aid did was mention that they have these things in the Army called NCOERs. That's your evaluation report when you're a non-commissioned officer. And he claimed to have a copy of one of QE's NCOERs. And so he kind of like threatened to post it. And, you know, that's like a doxing thing, right? Like, because that's going to have his information on it. And then it brings into question, well, how did you even get that document? Why would you have it? And I just thought, well, that's just so stupid, man. You guys been waiting to try and debate him somewhere. And then why would you just like threaten to dox him right off the bat and just put yourself in the position where it's like, now you look like a douchebag.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's how they like to play. A little
Yeah, it just exposes him as a jerk.
bit. Yep. And that Kool-Aid, is that his name?
Drink of Kool-Aid.
Yeah, he's You see the one that was sitting in here arguing on the sexton with Egypt yesterday? My
Exactly
God.
him. Yeah.
Is that him? Oh, that was
Yep.
disgusting. Yeah, that guy's a moron. That's why I say, you're arguing with fools. That's why sometimes these guys need to be called out, shut down. They start going off. They want to just continually talk their BS, right? Oh, pretend there's 3 turtles walking.
Well, it always has to go to Narnia and Imagination Land
Yeah.
and analogies and all of these things because they can't demonstrate in the real world.
Yeah. And their
Why
ass
did
is
they
cooked.
claim?
Yeah, and their ass is cooked with the sexton, right? I mean, their ass is cooked 6 ways running. My God. You can't deny how it works. It's like, get the hell out of here. They want to argue about facts of how a mechanical tool works. I mean, are you guys retarded? I mean, what crosses your brain path? I have a hard time understanding how that works. I mean, seriously. I mean, it don't take a rocket scientist to figure out how the sexton works, right? I mean, anybody can Google it, look it up. And, you don't have to be, oh yeah, this is how it works. No, the basics. Oh, you got to have a chart. Okay. Time.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing Dr. Bob on Nathan's skin because he kept threatening over the weekend. I'll see you on Monday. See you on Monday. The flat Earth is dead. It's like, oh, okay, Dr. Bob, come bring it.
Dr. Bob. That guy's funny. He's a fool. Dr. Bob is a fool. I mean, I heard the one this morning, right? How'd it go? Sheep are scared to death of the wolf, and the shepherd slaughters them.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, when you think about it, right? Like right now, I mean, here we are, all sheep, thinking, oh, we're all protected. Why would they lie? Come to find out, we're in a little more exciting game than you all thought we were playing. Somebody mentioned psychiatrists this morning. I tell you what, that's what they did, right? They took these crazy ass fucking psychiatrists and ran them throughout the whole system, and that's what they're operating on, right? Psychology. Good fucking It's the funniest damn thing in the world.
Yeah, and they've created a world full of Dunning-Kruger pretender clowns.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, a lot of people do not operate with facts, right? They're never put into a situation where they really have to. Just like they go down the road and everything works. So these facts they know about, the car starts and they go to work.
You know,
I
Left
mean,
Lane last
go ahead.
night, he took umbrage at being referred to as a sheeple. You know, he was trying to say, well, you're not trying to call me a sheeple. And I didn't say it at the time, but I was thinking, well, show me a place where you don't take the side of the mainstream, right? Show me a place where you have a contrarian position against, you know, what the media says, what Facebook says, what Google says. You know, if you're not a sheeple, demonstrate it. Demonstrate that you got your own independent thought. And you don't just regurgitate the things you're told.
He's a perfect example of talking to a fool. What's his name? The guy, is he's in here right now?
Howard.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, no, he's not in here. I wish he was, because I wanted to ask him, you know, because I would ask him to his face, like, just because Howard's pretty cool.
But no, he's a nice guy. But no,
Yeah.
that's the whole point, man. Nice guy. You run all of us, right? I mean, most people. I ain't got nothing to do with being fucking retarded. Get the fuck out of here. Take your knife and shove it up your fucking ass. It's not that you have to be rude or anything, but I mean, it's like, how long are they gonna? They don't bring them back. And then the flat earthers, it's like, I mean, they're not doing their own research. Because, I mean, hey, there ain't no bendy space time. Ain't happening. These rockets aren't flying to outer space. Get over it. You know, if you think you can, if you think these stars are a long ways away, no, they ain't. There ain't nothing a long ways away. All the sciences. I mean, all your doctors out there with your science, they're all fucking liars. Good luck. You know? Who was the guy yesterday? There was a guy in here yesterday wagging something. He was the only guy I've ever heard talk sense about the virus.
Yeah, I was saying the other day that since I've been doing the Flat Earth Discord thing, I kind of haven't really been listening to, you know, I used to follow a lot of people in the alternative media. And so, you know, they continually present you with evidence that the sickness thing is a scam, right? Like they called it scamdemic right from the beginning, and they show you the data, they show you scientific studies, you know, because it's like if you're going to make the claims that go against the mainstream, you have to have the evidence to back it up, right? And so that's what like I followed this guy, the Last American Vagabond, and he's all about citing everything that he says, supporting everything he says. And but I haven't been watching, you know, any of that for the past 3 or 4 months. And Saturday night I, you know, listened to his show, and it's like, oh yeah, God, this stuff just makes me so mad, because when you talk to people, you know, normies, they act like you don't have any evidence and you don't know what you're talking about, when really they're the ones that have just read the headline and believed what it said and not dug down into it any further.
Exactly. I tell you something. Jaredism yesterday was on with somebody. I can't remember his name. There was four of them. Him, Dearth, somebody else. I can't. And
Oh,
this
are you
guy.
talking about that Jason
He was
Anderson, Jason Alexander?
he was cut and dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't no bullshit.
That guy's alternative media, right? Like,
I don't know. I mean, it's the first time I listened to him. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. It's the first time I heard him, but he sounded to me like a man that's keeping everything right on point.
we might not be talking about the same thing.
I could probably.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Jaredism. Have you been checking out that what do they call it? The Global News Network, where it's him and Alex.
So funny, dude.
Yeah,
So
dude,
funny.
they're killing it with that.
It really shows their acting chops. I mean, it's a particular type of acting, but it's like being the opposite person that they truly are. It's like the opposite of being yourself. But they do a really good job. They never slip up, It's impressive.
Yeah, well, it's a brilliant way around the algorithm, right?
Right. Absolutely, exactly. And all the, people with half a brain know what they're really saying. I just want to meet someone who thinks they're for real.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, Alex Steiny Zoom called into the Dallas City Council meeting and was talking about how they need to mandate vaccines for everybody because his
trans children at home are on hormone blockers with a compromised immune system. And he's losing maids. He's losing
maids. Yes.
Oh, I loved that rant of his. Yeah, he did a second one too, about abortion. He actually went there in person for this one, I think, though. It was about a week ago, I think. Hey, question to everyone else, or everyone. Can you guys see everyone's name listed in here? Because I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names listed when I know there's like 20 people in here.
I don't know if that's you're on the phone, right? I noticed that the Android app does the same thing. I don't I think if you go to the kind of view that's showing you all of the text channels and everything, then you'll
I can see it there.
Yeah, you can see it there. But I noticed that other list just when you
You can. I noticed it too. The only thing I discovered about I have to scroll a lot more now. They don't show me so many names, but I can still scroll. That's the only thing I can do. I don't know how to change it. I think it was Discord that did it. I don't know. Well, now it's downward.
It'll be fixed probably sometime. So I'll just hang in there.
One of them deals.
Oh, so that bottom list is just showing you like the first few names alphabetically, and then you could scroll that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, that one doesn't. Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, it does scroll. Oh, thanks. That
Yeah.
solves all my problems. I don't know why. This is the first time I've ever seen like the bottom half of the screen just like blocked out with color.
Black. Yeah, it had me messed up for quite a while. I couldn't mod, right?
Oh wow.
couldn't get to the guy's name till I figured out I had to scroll.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys. That solves all my issues.
No ballers, huh? How come? There's a whole bunch of them in here yesterday.
The weather's cooling off here quite a bit. We're having like 60s and 70s. I've been really enjoying the weather. It's like perfect right now. Anyone been seeing all the monarch butterflies flying around? On the way to Mexico?
Jason Goodman, Benny Space Time. What was the guy's name?
Oh, so we were talking about the same thing. Yeah, that
Yeah.
clip with Rose 777, and yeah, that guy was just not going to be convinced by anything.
Yeah, he was a baller, right? Was he a baller or what was?
Yes, he's a baller, but he's a truther, right?
Right. What was the name of his news outfit? Was
This I forget. I don't really watch him. He does good. I mean, he does good research.
Yeah, I just heard him for a little bit there.
Here's a paradox for you guys. What if
Crowdsource.
there's an... Oh, sorry, Steve.
No, you're okay. Crowdsource. I was just telling. Go ahead.
So here's a paradox for you guys. What if the firmament is an infinite dome, which would kind of appear as a flat ceiling in a sense, but it's still dome shaped. Just trying to think outside the box here.
I can't go with infinite. And to me, the electric has to have a connection. So
can't go with curved as flat.
We're talking about crazy shit here. I mean, it's the sky itself, right? I mean, what is that thing?
They say that with the ground, right? It's so flat that it's curved. I've heard that before.
well, you're always there in the circle. Can't get out of it.
I think you can go in a straight line and just come back where you are.
Yeah, of course you.
On flat Earth?
Just take the time and date map, and when you reach one side, you come to the other. But since it's all one piece, you wouldn't know that there was a divide.
Sure. Sort of, yeah. I see what you're
Minus
saying.
world, like the minus world from Zelda or Mario.
I don't know what the minus world. I'm familiar with those game theories heavily. Can you explain?
Like you couldn't get out. You went left, and you came out where you came in right. You went right, you come out where you went in left. So no matter which way you went, you were just stuck in the same, like Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
Sure, sort of like the subway from the Matrix when he's like in purgatory in the subway station.
Yeah. It just keeps going. Because it's a simulation, it's a computer, it can just re-render itself.
I think that things operate logically here, but I think that only when it comes to the entire universe itself, it gets to break those rules. Like the beginning of the universe. I don't think it has a beginning or an end, but logically, everything does. I just think when you're taking the whole thing, as a complete whole, that's when it gets to break the rules, but not any sort of minor details within it.
What rules are you talking about being broke?
You know, like beginnings and ends, cause and effect sort of stuff.
Well, yeah.
Like what caused the universe to begin? Well, I think when you're talking about the entire everything, all, then it's the one thing that gets to be beyond those rules. Everything here would need, you know, some sort of fuel source to operate and propel itself, but I think that the universe doesn't need a fuel source. It just gets to keep on chugging along for free. Like the universe is a perpetual motion device, yet perpetual motion device
it towards. And this is proven. This has been proven. Rawls and Davis is the first ones to kind of exploit this, but universities have carried on this study for a while now. And point is when you look at the correlation between the molten bismuth that's subsurface and the flow of that and how those fields are generated via that, I think there's a direct correlation between life on the surface and the field below the surface due to this molten bismuth and the flow of it. But Ben, are you there?
Yeah, go ahead, Coach. I got that.
That's what I said. No, but yeah, I mean, the deserts being cancerous or spreading, that doesn't really make much sense. Like I said, it's not what mechanism causes the desert to spread.
I just gave you the mechanism. It's the microbial die-off, and that die-off spreads. That sand, once you take sand and introduce it into a flower pot, right, in the center of it, that sand will eventually decay the rest of that soil. It's kind of like if you had an infected limb, right?
That's not what happened.
And you never removed
That doesn't happen.
that infected limb, that infection upon that limb would.
Are you familiar with the Dust Bowl, Kosho?
Yeah, that's whenever the dust clouds cloud the light from the sun. Yes, this happens. But that's not what we're talking about.
No,
we're talking about
What caused all the dust to get formed? Right?
They weren't. What they
That's
weren't doing was they weren't. So here's the thing, okay? The first two jobs that man was given was the very first job was to name the animals given by Adam, but his offspring, Cain and Abel. Okay, one was a tiller and one was a farmer. Now, tilling is rudimentary to the mycelia within that soil. Okay, and the fact that humans knew this at that time is baffling to me. Nonetheless, just want to say that it's very important to till and replace the nutrients, right? You can't farm on the same patch for too long before you deplete everything within it and you create this die-off. And what Bendy was telling you is that they didn't do the necessary things required by the instructions given by God.
I would say it's the opposite, right? That they tilled too much. And the tilling is, I think the best thing to do is you just pile stuff up on top of the soil and let it break down. There's no need
here's what you're doing. What you're doing is putting a Band-Aid.
Can I talk, or you just Dyslow? Can I talk, or are you just gonna?
I apologize,
interrupt
Bendy.
me?
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
So you just pile stuff up on top of the soil, and that's how you return nutrients to the soil, and that leaves your mycelium network and all of the micro all of the microbiology intact, right? There's no need to be because that was the cause of the Dust Bowl, right? Is they went and they tilled up the soil and they used these big machines to chop up the soil, and then what are you doing? You're destroying those networks.
Yeah, to a degree, correct. The fungi is the network of the mycelium. It's the internet of the ground structure. And remember that this resides within the first 2-3 feet of the top layer, not past it, not above it. There's a fragile medium where this has to reside. Now, when you till the ground, okay, you cannot dig down, take the soil, bring it to the surface, right, and take the surface soil and push it down. This is not the proper tilling method. They discovered this ancient copper tilling tool that has this unique geometric design that as it tills into the ground, it churns the soil and replaces it back into the same depth that it once was, just inverted. A little hard to explain, but very important to understand when trying to propagate farming, agricultural farming, open doors, right? Not hydroponic indoors. And when you do this improperly, what you create is a die-off of this fragile bed of mycelium, which in return creates loose sand, i.e. the possibility for a sandstorm to persist if given the proper condition.
You understand that the Earth can do this naturally, right? By having somewhere where there's plenty of nutrients and microbes in the sand that's not being used by anything, and it transfers it to the Amazon and makes the most luscious, rainforest in the world.
So
Right?
the
This is
only
how the
reason the
rainforest is
rainforest, so I have a theory, right? And this is my theory, that the south equatorial area is essentially being propped up by the magnetic field, and what I mean by is the biological life there is supported by this exposure to this field, whereas like other areas like adjacent to that, i.e. the poles, are always deserts, right? They're always what they call cold deserts, and showing very little life to exist there. And I think this is directly correlated to the magnetic field. But getting back to tilling, you have to remember the Earth doesn't maintain itself completely. Yes, it has cycles that it does. When we're talking about what's upon the surface, there's a reason why God put man here, okay? And Cain and Abel's job was specifically to till and farm as to maintain the biological life here on this planet, okay? Now, that's my speculation, but I think it all is relatable to reality.
Who tills the forest?
Well, that's the thing, is the forest is self-maintaining due to the fact that
because
the humidity
so
is locked in.
Well, that's not the only thing, right? What you're talking about, moving nutrients around, creating aeration in the soil, there are things called worms that do that.
Correct. And this is
so
what we're
that's
seeing
why
across the
it's just
northwestern plain right now
barbaric.
with the die-off of the prairie dog. Okay, the prairie dog is directly correlated to the aeration of the soil. Now, when you affect that ground populace, you're affecting this key component to allowing this flourishment of biological life. You're absolutely right, 100%.
Yeah, I maintain there's no need to do any tilling. If you just pile up organic material on top and continually do that, you have no need to ever dig down into the soil other than to put plants or seeds.
I agree. This is an applicable way to allow the flourishment of that mycelium. But remember, what you're doing at that point is you're changing the elevation of that mycelium from what was down below to now what has to reside up above, because you've increased that top layer. There's some weird thing where it only resides within this 2-3 feet. I don't know what it is. Might have something to do with the ionosphere interacting with the surface, like some kind of electromagnetic thing, but nonetheless it's confined within this small layer. You understand what I'm telling you, Bendy?
Yeah, hey Dicelo, me fundamental. I can concur with the mycelium range in that first little layer, and to guess what it might be caused by is maybe the same thing that applies to coral reefs. Coral reefs can have to exist. It's the only possible place for coral reefs to live is at least 50 feet below the water, but no more than 200 feet below the surface of the water. And that's just the right amount of, like, the sun's rays aren't too harsh, but it still reaches them to the point where the water is going to block too much light at a certain depth, and that limits the sort of. So probably the same thing with the mycelium.
Every plant species has a correlated frequency at which it requires light at. So like some species require like 60, I think it's like 60 hertz or something rather, and others require higher, and all depending on, its
I guess
chlorophyll production. But
what I would say is that piling new organic material up on top of your beds, you never get deeper soil, like it breaks down. And so even though you're continually adding material, the plants are continually taking it away. And so it's not like you're changing the soil from being 3 feet deep to being 5 feet deep over time. It just maintains the same depth.
So what you're saying is somehow the soil is able to self-level itself and not create a mound?
Well, because you're what you're putting on top of it is stuff that's going to break down, right? Organic material that's going to break down. And then as it
Well,
gets
hold on
broken
now.
down and turned into nutrients, the plants that you're growing within it take away biomass.
Here's the thing.
So
Here's the thing, Bendy. If we were to weigh like a calculable measure, a weight measurement, there would be no indifference within that weight upon that breakdown, right? You're not, unless there's off gassing aside from that, but essentially when
there
you're
is off
changing,
gassing.
There is definitely
yeah.
off-gassing.
So there's yeah, and there's where your weight difference is going to be. But that's my point. But what I'm saying, right, is that when you're separating chemicals into other chemicals for uptake, all the mass still remains, right? There's no man, we can't create nor destroy. It's all just changing, ever so changing dynamically.
Right.
That's energy, not mass.
Harvesting
It's
the
another
plant.
cycle. It's just another cycle because you're going to have
Well,
erosion. You're going to have things getting blown
energy is
away.
not mass? Hold on now. Somebody said
No.
something
I said
valuable here.
no. I was saying in the same sense of you saying create and destroy. That mass does die off. It would be less because the mass dies off. It becomes
I
gaseous.
misunderstood, I think.
Yeah.
Getting back to my point, when stuff breaks down and replaces the soil that gets eroded away and blown away into the air as dust particles, it's just a maintain. It's just a cycle. It just shows again how amazing this place is. When you
Very
have
true.
too much erosion, usually due to either the things changing or men taking effect, digging ditches or doing whatever that breaks down the natural cycle. So you get erosion in places you didn't have erosion before, then that erosion is building up land somewhere else.
It's only within the last decade or so that scientists have realized the necessity of this mycelium and its requirement for life to exist upon the surface, and the fact that they discovered this, like I said, symbiotic relationship between this DNA sequencing, dividing the cell division of a seed, the spark of life. It's all based upon this interaction with this mycelium interacting with this DNA, creating this cell division, and it couldn't be any other way. And I thought that's like just miraculous, right? Like
it's within the last decade for mainstream agriculture, but it's like Korean natural farming. They've been doing it for decades. They've known about this.
Yeah. Well, maybe they didn't have an explanation, but they knew how to. Yeah, I agree, but they probably couldn't pinpoint what was taking place, right?
No, because I've told you about this before, how they actually go out and they take rice boxes, right? And they have this little box with it's kind of exposed on the bottom, and they put rice inside of it, and they take it out to the forest, and they harvest fungus, right? That exists in the forest within these boxes, and then they take that and they suspend it in sugar, and then they were able to use that as an inoculant.
The sugar, no, the rice is the inoculant. The sugar is the catalyst to accelerate. I'm gonna go live here because I've got. Listen,
hold on, dude. Slow down. Just let me talk. Just slow down, dude. I'm telling you. So what they do,
what do you think this
right?
is right here? What do you think this is right here, Fundy?
That looks like mold.
This is fungus inoculation.
Yeah, that's the inoculation jar right there. What kind of grain you using?
Well, I've got two different ones. One is a rice one, and the other is the one I showed you comes from the Middle America, and it's a mixture of like birdseed and corn. And I'm growing wood bluet in this one, and the other one I'm growing I want to say golden something. I can't remember what it was called.
So when I'm describing about the sugar, right, you put the sugar, it makes the fungal spores go into a suspended state. so that they don't reproduce and they don't try to sporulate. And then by introducing, and it takes up the moisture, basically, so that they're unable to, reproduce or anything. And then when you add moisture back to it again, then you're like taking them out of that state of suspension.
Yeah, I don't know a whole great deal about the process, but other than just the necessary steps to get this to happen. But I don't think science is really too understood upon it, because they've just are just scratching the surface recently, as well as the gut biome and the gut flora within our systems as well. And there's a lot to know. There's a lot of connection with viruses in our gut biome that is yet to be discovered and is starting to come into fruition. They found over 70,000 possible links with different types of viruses associated with this gut biome within the human system. This was last year, so I'm sure they've come further since then.
I don't know. That's something new to me, Dice Low.
Yeah, it's all new to me too. It's new to everyone, Don. So I'm right there with you, buddy. God's amazing, ain't he?
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
And elaborate a little bit more saying about the radiation of the light. I mean, that means the radiation of the plants, the different frequencies different plants need. Because I know you didn't mean 40 hertz or gigahertz or whatever it is you said, but I don't know what exactly were you talking about when you said that.
So certain plants require certain amounts of frequency, and the light has to penetrate through foliage. Like, for example, in the rainforest, you've got plants that reside on the surface, and then other plants that are obviously a lot taller that are in, their canopy is in direct exposure to the light. And these species that are being blocked out from that direct light have grown to evolve to essentially require high amounts of indirect light, said frequency. So if you're trying to grow something indoor, like something that requires like high indirect light, then you've got to replicate that environment. And the only way to do that is by mitigating the frequency of that light to give it what.
Yeah, I was under the impression that all plants just require visible, usually, because aren't most plants green? So they usually.
Well, no, there's actually there's a
light.
genetic flaw that takes place within every 100,000th genetic form of each certain species, like subtropical species. It's called a variegation, where the plant doesn't produce the chlorophyll in that particular part of the leaf. And people found beauty in that, so it's aesthetically pleasing, but it's not naturally, it's not a beneficial requirement for the plant. Until recently, science has figured out that the more exposure to said light, it increases that variegation. So it's literally the plant's way of shading itself to a degree so that it can gain the proper source of light that it's required for it to perform its systematic functions. So I've got one of these species. It's a variegated Monstera albo. I paid $350 for a single leaf and a node and a root.
Yeah,
but when this thing becomes fully mature, this plant is worth $10,000 upon full
Going
maturity.
back to your claim about different plants needing different frequencies, they all need light in the visible spectrum. So I don't think that whatever hertz or whatever it is that you said, and yeah, there's weird plants. There's weird things on the fringe of of life existing, like some plants in the water and some like some weird. So there's weird plants, but I'm not talking about weird plants. I'm talking about most plants. You're saying like the plants need different frequencies. They don't need different frequencies. They all require the same one. There's two sources of energy uptake, and I think the chlorophyll is one, but there's another one which plants use. Plants that can't get sunlight use, but for the most part, the plants that use chlorophyll require visible light. So I don't think that
Sounds like you're making a ton of grandiose speculations, which sound very interesting. If you had any information to support your claims, I would be I would be
there's
inclined
nothing
to
grandiose
look
about
into it.
that. There's nothing grandiose about that.
Let me back
Plants
up
are
what Coach is
green.
saying. Let me back up.
Plants are plants
Let
are green. Okay.
me back to what Coach is saying real quick. Yeah, there are non-green plants that do not have chlorophyll that can actually process the sun's light for energy, that can convert the sunlight and the water and the minerals in the soil to create a C6H12O6, right? We know
Oh,
this.
so are you telling me a variegated form of a plant where it has its white portions is having chlorophyll and is able
Does
to
not- I just
perform the
told-
process of photosynthesis? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, I told you specifically that plants that do not have chlorophyll can still photosynthesize, can still use the sun's energy to.
Did I once ever said that they couldn't? I said the white portion of the plant is unable to synthesize chlorophyll. Therefore, if it has too much exposure to direct light, it will quickly burn. Interesting.
No,
Sounds like you're
photo-
speculating upon things you're not very
No,
well
I'm not.
understood upon.
There are other. You said two things at both sides of your mouth there. You said it didn't, and then you said it did. I'll tell you it again. Plants that do not have chlorophyll can photosynthesize. Did you know that?
Plants
Without
that do not have any chlorophyll within them can photosynthesize.
Correct. There's other photopigments that can photosynthesize. Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. But I'm referring directly to the
purple?
Excuse me, you're talking over me. I'm directly referring to the variegated Monstera albo, which has no chlorophyll within its variegation. Now, if you have any information to the contrary, I would oblige you to please
if you've
provide.
ever taken biology, I remember this in 7th grade. Every plant that doesn't have green can still photosynthesize.
That's not what I said. Now, you need to listen to me very closely. I said within its variegation, it lacks the chlorophyll required to synthesize light. I didn't say within the entire system of the plant. Mind you, it has green portions as well.
No, there's some plants that have no green portions, have red leaves, purple leaves.
That's fine. And I'm not arguing with that.
Why are we arguing?
I'm talking about a specific species. Why are you carrying this off into other things, man?
Well, because
but that's not what I even was asking about. You said something before about different.
I said
plants
about the
needing
different frequencies of light. Yes, and the requirement of plants to have said frequency dependent upon its requirements. Sure.
Yeah, but
and I'll give you an example. Some plants require high direct light. Some plants require high indirect light. Now, depending on which one it is going to have a different frequency. So if you're trying to grow something indoors, right, and you're trying to get that proper light penetration that's required, you're going to want to use a certain frequency of light consistent with that specific species.
What kind of frequencies would those be?
Well, like I said, somewhere around I think it's 60 hertz or megahertz or something along those lines.
Nothing like.
You're talking about megahertz. You're talking about nanometers. Wavelength.
Wavelength. Yeah, there you go.
It's a distance. It's a size.
Yeah.
So the green leaves will break down and use the light from both sides of the spectrum, right? They'll use it on the infrared side and the blue side. Now the other types of leaves don't do it just like the green leaves. It's a little different, not as efficient, we should say, but they still can do it. So even your white,
they reach barely into the ultraviolet or infrared. They don't go a wide range outside the visible spectrum, and they definitely don't go anywhere near 60 gigahertz or 60 hertz.
It's not a hertz. It's a wavelength. It's a.
Yeah, I know, but if you transfer the hertz if you transfer the wavelength of visible light to hertz, it's far above 60 megahertz.
Yeah, I might have misspoke upon my Yeah, I might have misspoke upon not the number, but the quantification of that number, the unit. But again, Zanuck
60
corrected me,
nanometer.
and I appreciate that, Zanuck. I was fumbling on that part a little.
No problem. I know what you're.
But you didn't get the unit wrong either. Man, the unit, if you change the unit to nanometers, 60 nanometers is still not in the right range. So I'm saying it's within the visible spectrum range and only barely outside of it.
It's how the light penetrates through the foliage, right? And what's left after that. Like that's the whole thing is LED light versus like a sodium, like a typical traditional.
No, the light's still the same light. It's just diffracted and reflected.
I'd
This
expect
is why like when you're
ultraviolet
vegging,
rays too.
when you're vegging between blooming, you're going to use two different lights. You know, one is going to be like a halogen, and the other one's going to be like a sodium traditional.
I agree with you that the
Yeah,
intensity.
but it's just saying like that.
The intensities are different, and plants react to those.
Well, it's the spectrum too. Like the vegging bulb is going to be more of like a bluer hue, where the flowering bulb is going to be more like closer to the red end spectrum.
Red. It depends on the plant and what leaf colors it has, if it has any chlorophyll or not. So it depends.
Yeah, exactly. So it all coincides with what I've originally stated. So there's no issues here, Kosho.
No, okay, listen. Just because Zanuck doesn't know what you're talking about doesn't mean that he's correcting what you were saying and indicating it. Okay, because it's not.
You're gonna get cannibalistic with your own camp now, are you?
Nothing that you said. Just Zanuck, you missed what he said. Okay, he was saying 60 hertz. Okay, and if he meant 60 nanometers, it's still not correct. It's just not correct. The only light outside of visible light that plants use is like carrots and stuff like that. Those plants that aren't green, they go barely into the ultraviolet, but they also just still in the purple and the blue and all that kind of stuff. It's not they don't go way outside of the
carrots are green leaves, Kosho. The
You're
carrot is the
fighting
root.
real hard.
They have leaves.
Yeah, you're fighting real hard to find something. And I'm going to give you an A for effort.
The carrots don't use the orange to process energy. They use the green leaves.
Yeah,
in that case.
The carotene leaves, which is a name for that other chemical. It's not the chlorophyll. That's what actually it comes
the
from.
The leaves are green.
That's why carrots are called carrots.
The carrots,
yeah, but we're talking about
they never see the sun. They're below the ground. The leafy stuff on a carrot that's above the ground is green. So saying that the carrot uses non-green is that's crazy.
That doesn't mean the leaves don't have carotene, right? I mean, I don't know anything about this. I'm just saying that it could be that they use carotene also in their photosynthesis process.
I'm just saying the argument is that you don't need green for photosynthesis, and you're trying to use a carrot as an example. As a farmer, I'm saying that's wrong.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the only plants that are outside of that spectrum or go outside the visible light spectrum are things like carotenes, like carrots, which go to barely into ultraviolet. They don't go like super far into, some other weird form of light. They barely go into ultraviolet.
Isn't UV light purple. Like UV light is purple? Yeah, so we can see it. So it's in the visible spectrum.
No, it's not. UV light.
So when they put a UV light on,
UV light is not
visible.
Oh, God.
Yeah, UV
so
light
is invisible. It's not the visible
when
spectrum.
you turn on a UV light, it looks like nothing.
That's not a UV light. That's not pure UV. You're seeing purple. You're not seeing the UV. The UV is invisible. Come on. Don't be silly.
Invisible, yeah, sure.
It's not invisible. I mean, it's not. It is invisible. Ultraviolet is invisible. You're seeing purple. That's not the UV.
So how do you know it's not the UV?
You got to measure it. You have an instrument.
No. Hold on. You're just saying. I know UV is invisible. When we have UV lights, there's a purple. That purple's not UV. That's
correct.
Again, that's a weird statement.
No, you're being dumb. You're being really dumb. They have that to show that it's when it turns on, so you know that it's on. It's a safety thing. If you had a UV, like a UV tanning bulb up or something, it can burn you if you didn't know it was on because you couldn't see it.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
So why does stuff fluoresce? Why does stuff fluoresce when you put it under a UV light?
Because we can't see the fluorescent.
No, it's interacting with the fluorescent material, which is
Yeah,
energized and
damn,
releasing
Zanuck
energy.
actually got something right.
Bro,
This
you're
is
just
pretty
saying
simple
it's
stuff,
you're just
guys.
so
Come on.
energy. So we see energy, bro. You're just this
We
is a
don't
cult.
see energy. We see the
So what's the
results of the
purple?
energy. The results of the energy is a phosphorus. Hold on. The results of the
You
energy is
guys,
a
there's one term
phosphorescence.
you guys
Is a
don't know. It's called
is a
the
reaction.
impotency of energy.
My
This
God.
is energy manifest into
This is
a
someone
physical
taking
state.
words that are being said,
Whoa,
taking them
whoa.
out of context,
Fit
not
energy
understanding what is actually
manifested
being
into a
said.
physical state. Say that
Guys,
again.
Yeah, so everything you see within is nothing more than hard light, being that the fundamental particle of the universe is protium, i.e.
Hard light.
H1. It's
What is
called
hard
hard
light?
light. It's hubristically called hard light, and it's
But what is it?
none other than it's the H1 particle. All right, this is
So
what
it's a
we see
physical
being
object?
ejected. This is what we see being ejected out of the back end of black holes, i.e. galactic
We
jets.
see what comes out of a black hole.
Trillions and trillions of light, i.e. hard light, i.e. protium, i.e. the H1 particle,
Bro,
i.e. every single goddamn
you're just
element you
saying a
look at
word.
on
You're
that
saying a whole bunch of
periodic
words.
table. All right, don't interrupt me. Every single element you see on that periodic table is a harmonic compound of hydrogen nucleus. Thank you.
Okay, you just said a whole bunch of words, but I've never seen hydrogen. I've never seen anything come out of a black hole. I've never seen hard light.
He's not gonna-
Hold
He's not
on.
gonna be able to respond to
you
you.
look at-
He's reading.
Wait. Let me get it all out. Let me get it all out.
Hold on, guys.
So hard light is just it's like you're just taking a word hard, which is applied to physical objects, and then putting it behind light, and then saying that somehow explains stuff, right? Like
I used it in a humorous way to explain what we see coming out of the gyromagnetic precessional axis of a black hole, i.e. a galactic jet. Science is very well understood upon this. There's thousands of pictures on the internet that you subscribe to from your own fucking camp. Now, if you want to tell me
no, don't
I'm
call my
wrong,
camp.
then you don't
Hold
even
on,
know.
Don't say my camp.
You don't even
I'm
know
not in
the
a
own
camp.
shit you
I'm not a flat
subscribe
earther. I'm
to.
not a bullet. There's thousands of pictures of Bigfoot online. That doesn't mean that there's little tiny microscopic. Hang on.
Listen, this is
It
coming
doesn't mean.
from your
Hang on.
Daislo, stop interrupting him, please.
There's thousands of pictures of Bigfoot online. That doesn't mean that light is a small little Bigfoot that is moving at a speed and bouncing off of things, and that's why you see, right? Like that's a story.
I agree.
So, okay.
I
So
agree.
now when
Light is not an
hold on.
emission.
You
Light
agree.
is not a
I wasn't done
particle.
yet. I wasn't done. So now that we've agreed that just because there's pictures of something online doesn't make it real, now we have to go to reality to make it real. So can you show me like everything being hydrogen in reality, like you said, how everything is made of this hydrogen? Can you show me that in reality, or just tell me?
Yeah. So if you have lensing within your eyes that allows you to see under a microscope, then I could possibly show you something in reality. Sure, but aside from that, we have to use mechanisms and tools of understanding to kind of get down to the micro level. And with that being said, every single element upon that periodic table is a harmonic compound of hydrogen. You can't get away from that. You can't deny that either. Thank you.
Yeah, I can deny that. Because you're just saying it. And then when I say, can you demonstrate
can deny that
it, you
all
go,
you
well,
want.
hold on, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. I'm going, right now I'm sitting at my table. There's 15 objects on my table. Not one of them that I'm looking at, I see a hydrogen. I see plastic, I see metal, I see organic grass, right? I don't see hydrogen. Now you're going to say all of those things are made of this thing that I can't show you. And I'm going to go, oh yeah, that sounds great. And then you're going to go, So can you do more than just tell me a story?
Well, can you show me that it's not?
Can you show me that it's not little Bigfoots?
Can you show me that it's not?
Is that how is reality what you can't show or what you can show?
It's what I can verify through logic and rational thought and facts, wisdom, and things that fit within Occam's razor.
Okay, so you can. Wait. Let me respond. Please, let me respond. So you can, for knowledge, you can have knowledge about something you've never personally experienced. All you need to use is logic and Occam's razor. So Bigfoot, which is just a large hairy man, is real because logically there should be big hairy men. That's your.
You're the only one. You're the only one talking. You're the only one talking fairy tales, my friend.
Let me ask you something.
I'm just using your logic to Bigfoot because in my logic.
Let me ask you. Do you deny?
Wait.
Do you deny the atom? Is this what I'm hearing
real.
from you?
In my
Are you
logic,
denying?
Bigfoot is not.
Are you?
let me
That's fine. You can have your
let me
fun
fit-
with
let
your
me let me
leprechauns, unicorns, and Bigfoot. I don't live in that world, my friend.
and your hydrogens and your photons and your electrons. Yeah, you whatever name you want to.
I don't listen. You're pinpointing
I am listening. You're not.
Hold on. You're pinpointing me with photons and electrons, and everyone here that knows me knows I'm not the guy that subscribes to photons and electrons. So I think you've got me pegged for the wrong man.
Well, what is hydrogen? What is it made of? Doesn't hydrogen have one electron in a nucleus of one proton?
Do you deny the
I'm
atom?
asking
Sounds
you.
like
you use this
well,
word.
You
use the
listen,
word hydrogen.
Guys, you're over talking me.
You too,
You're
man.
over talking me.
Man.
I'm gonna mute both of you.
Oh,
one at a time.
I'll go ahead, Don. You go ahead, Don.
Hey,
you
listen,
go ahead and answer, Don.
Listen, one at a time, guys. Chill out, man. Go ahead.
You're gonna let this guy step on me, Don.
But
and then
you
you're gonna
both
tell- you're gonna say that?
listen. You both are just
He
getting
isn't
heated,
stepping on
man.
Don,
You
do you
guys
have
are
an
going
answer?
like.
Don, do you have an answer?
No, I'm just trying to moderate. I'm
Okay,
not
so
trying
how
to get
long
into
have
the
I been
debate.
here this morning having great conversation, and now someone wants to come in here, step all over me, and you're gonna allow that, Don? Really? Okay, cool.
He's
Don.
not stepping
Remember
on
that,
you
big guy.
guys. So I'll back Don up. You guys are both talking over each other, and it's really dumb. It's really dumb because as Dicelo is telling you, 90 degree, he is not an electron photon guy.
Yeah,
So
Dicelo, I want to ask a question. Hold on. I want to ask a
Can I
question,
respond?
and then you can go. Let me ask Dicelo.
Go ahead,
question.
Silence. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Silence floor.
Dicelo, you ask him to disprove your assertion, bro, instead of you proving your assertion. Why you did that?
Because it sounds like he's outright denying the atom. And if he's going to do that, then he has to have something in order to replace this.
Isn't your job to first show that thing at least exists or something like that?
Are you denying the atom? Is who I want to see.
No.
Hold on, we're going to put a fence up here. Who's on the side of atoms and who's not on the side of atoms? Let's see what's going on.
and then put a fence up. Who believes in God? Who doesn't believe in God? We'll do
put
our
me in a
beliefs.
box.
We'll know who believes in
No.
what.
Do you think you're gonna put me in a box? No, buddy.
Who's denying the atom
I'm
here?
open.
I just want to be sure.
I'm open
Who's
to
den-
not
who's denying
existent
the-
or existent. I can care less.
Okay, so raise your hand if you subscribe to atoms.
No, check it out. You do
How are we
realize
gonna raise our
who
hands?
was it that just said that you have to replace something?
No,
You have a replacement for this.
You
You
can.
do not have to have a
You
replacement.
know
to
better,
prove something
Dicelo.
wrong.
You
Come
know
on.
better that.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. But still, I didn't know any other way to bring it to him. So where
Yeah,
are we
because
at,
you
man?
can't prove your case.
Do you deny the atom?
You have a baseless claim. You've claimed something. It's baseless, and that's where we're at.
But we can see this persistent through all medium and biological entities.
You see a consistency. You don't see the atom as the responsible cause of that consistency. Wow, that was beautiful right there. Shut him up with that. No response. Thank you.
Oh, come on, man. All right, let's move on.
Does he deny the atom? Is that what he's saying?
Is that all you got? Is that really all you got? Is we deny the atom?
Why can't you answer
people
it?
deny
I'm just
the
curious.
atom. Yeah, bro. People deny the atom. Yeah,
I don't
you're
think
living
so.
in this
I don't
world.
think
If
so.
you're living in a world where you think nobody's going to disagree with you, you're crazy, bro. You're crazy if you
So
think you're going to.
what label?
Hang on, I'm
what
not
group?
done talking. I'm not done talking. It's really not a logical thought to think that everything that you believe from A to Z. Not somebody won't disagree with one of those. That's really you're like, well, everybody accepts the atom. No, dude. Some people deny bouncing little hydrogen balls hitting my face at 15,000 or 1,400 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. That's not my claim. But nonetheless,
But that's what hydrogen
group?
is.
What group is associated with this denial of the atom? Is there a label?
Who cares what group?
Why do you need
Where's the proof of the atom?
Because I've never heard of any.
Like
I've never
religion.
heard of any group or branch of science that's ever denied the atom's existence.
Yeah, string theory.
I'm just curious.
String theory. Have you heard of string theory? It totally denies the. Yeah, well, it denies that the atom is a bouncing little ball and it believes it's a thread.
Can you see the chat?
String theory
don't
believes in
interrupt
atoms.
him, please.
Hold on,
String theory.
Zanuck.
Oh, come on, man.
Zanuck,
String
is this
theory,
accurate? What he's saying?
String theory believes in atoms, but instead of a proton and a nucleus. They believe that's where the strings intersect and meet.
I don't think that's accurate, dude.
No. It's
Okay,
not
well,
accurate,
look,
bro.
man. Look, you can think all you want, right? Like that's not going to
No, but it
change
sounds
the
like you're
fact that
doing a
people
lot.
deny
It sounds like you're
atoms.
throwing a lot of claims and a lot of denial, like a lot of nihilism around. But
you
you don't.
said there was.
But you have no logic to assert this upon, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just you're being a
How
troll.
is it?
Logic.
Let me back you up
You're
there,
being
Dice.
It's not
you're being a
logical to
troll.
think a little
Dice Low.
ball. It's not
Why,
logical
ask
to
them,
think
why,
a
ask them why
little
we can have
ball.
pictures. Why we have pictures of atoms? We can actually see atoms. We can
No,
see individual atoms.
Okay. So there's pictures of Bigfoot. So I guess he's real then.
No.
Oh my god, dude.
No.
Reconstruction.
That's
The
pretty
pictures
bad.
of the
Hold on.
atoms,
We can
those are real.
stop it.
These
We can
pictures of
construct
Bigfoot,
something.
they're not real
We can
because I
construct
believe in the
something and
atom.
watch it because it's being constructed and physically touch it and actually use it to do things like process.
You can
things that your
physically touch an
computer.
atom. You
What,
can
pardon me?
physically touch an atom. Is that what you're telling me?
No, with your
You can
finger.
hold this
What are you,
atom
a
in your
moron?
hand and be
Come
like, oh,
on.
this is an
Don't be a
atom.
moron. If we're going to talk about
Don't
this,
call
you
me
can't be a
names
moron.
because you don't have an argument.
Don't be a moron.
Right? If you don't
You're
have an
not gonna
argument,
touch-
it's like calling me
Yeah,
names.
you're kind of trolling. No,
Hold on.
90 degrees kind of trolling right now, dude.
No, hold on.
He-
No
he's,
names,
he's
Sanic,
being
please.
he's being an nihilistic
Dicelo.
contrariness to
Dicelo.
everything that's being asserted.
Hang on,
Dicelo.
Just hang on.
Yeah,
Don't
Sanic,
mute
just
me. He's
don't
not
call
trolling.
Sanic, just don't call him names. Get to the argument. That's
No, because he's. Can you touch it? Can you touch it with your finger? I mean, come on.
But yeah,
We're
answer the
adults here.
question in
That's
well,
moronic, and it's trolling. You know it is.
why is it moronic?
Because we know you can't touch something that is that small with your finger. I mean,
Then why you
what,
say we
explain
can touch
why?
it?
Come on.
Then why you
All
say
right.
we can touch it?
String theory seems to be.
Hold on. I wasn't asking Sanic. Then why you say we can touch it?
Because we can
He
build
meant
things out of the
interaction.
atoms, watch them be
Yeah.
built, and then you can touch it.
If you can interact with it, that's in lieu of touching it. I mean, your physical finger, I mean, is what you're going to, but I think what he was trying to tell you was interaction.
Exactly. And we can touch it eventually once we build it to a larger size.
How do you know you're
atom by
interacting
atom.
with an atom?
We can lay.
How do you know it's? How do you know it's how do you know specifically the physical makeup of what you're interacting with if you're saying it's too small to physically touch and understand it?
Because
You
we
have
can
these
see it under
pictures.
an electron microscope.
No,
for
you don't
example.
see it. No, hold on. When you
We
say
see
you
it.
see, hang on. Let me finish. When you say you
Oh, God,
see
here he
it,
goes.
okay. So when you see something through a microscope, there's glass which magnifies. That's direct line of sight. You're seeing the actual
Are you
physical
guys
object.
listening to
Hang
this guy?
on, Zanuck.
Seriously.
Hang on.
Zanuck,
We
let him
all
finish,
know-
man.
We all know
Go
that
ahead.
an electron microscope doesn't give you a magnified direct view, a visual light direct view. It bounces whatever it does, and it gives you a readout in the
Can you
display.
stop now?
Hey,
I know what you're
bro,
saying.
come.
It's
Zanuck,
true,
your
Sanic.
name is
You
Zanuck.
You don't need to explain it.
Somebody
You
mute
got-
Zanny. Let this guy finish, for Christ's sake.
You gotta admit that he is right on that, Sanic. The electronic is different than just a plain microscope. It's two different things. And the case that just the mere fact that you're not admitting at least that, I don't know, that's fucking weird.
I'm not sure it's that weird. I mean, basically, we can see things using tools.
No, the weird part is that he's not acknowledging that what right the hand is saying is true.
Okay,
That's what is
Let me
weird.
just interact. Let me just interject for a second.
Can I get the?
No, let me just moderate a little bit here for a second. Literally, we've been here for hours having conversation. There hasn't been any over talking. There hasn't been any of this emotion. There hasn't been any. There's been no need for moderation. So can we just try to dial it back and get back to where we were, please?
Amazing.
Okay, let me say something
What's the
in my
common
defense
factor
here,
in what
or
you
in my,
just said? Oh, hold on, 90. What's the common factor in what you just said,
No,
Bendy?
I'm not.
Because it
Can I
seems
respond
like
since I was
going
muted?
there.
Can I
I'm not
respond since I
going
was
there,
muted?
Dicelo. Okay, I'm
Can I
not
respond
going
since
there,
I was
so-
muted real quick? Okay, I'll acknowledge that, yes, everything we say is kind of a representation of what you're seeing. Yeah, even when we take a picture, it's on a silver dioxide type of surface. We take a digital picture, it's all just electrons exposing themselves on certain types of reactive material. I mean, who cares? Yes, if I take a picture of you with my digital camera, is that not you? Am I not seeing you with the picture? It's not you, it's a picture of you. It's on a surface.
Hold on. This is the
electrons that react with other electrons.
The difference.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck?
The difference is when you have the camera, you have a physical direct line of sight of the visual object, right? An electron
Not
microscope is the equivalent of feeling. Hang on. The electron microscope is the equivalent of something feeling the object and then drawing it, right? Like you don't actually see it. You're just using what it feels and then trying to represent that
You're
as
making
an image.
things up now.
Like
hold on, Janet.
bro, yeah,
Janet.
that's an analogy. I'm trying to use an
It's not an
analogy because
analogy.
bro, you're talking again. I'm trying to use an analogy to show you how the electron microscope doesn't give you a direct line of sight of a magnified view of that item like a microscope does. They're two totally different mechanisms.
You're being pedantic. You're saying a line of sight.
No,
is
I'm not being
yes.
pedantic.
Electron
I'm being
microscope. Hold
specific.
on. Electron.
Yeah,
Let me
okay.
finish now. Let me say
Rumpus
something.
all over me.
Let me say something now. So electron
Shut the
microscope
fuck up.
does
You don't
nothing
even
any different
understand what the fuck
than a
you
digital
said.
camera would do with an image. There's a lot more
Yes, it is.
processing
It's not a
involved.
direct line of sight.
It is line of sight. Of course it is.
You don't see
Can I
it.
say
It's
something?
not seeing
Guys,
the object with
I
the.
want to
hold
hear.
on now.
I want to
Hold
hear
on now.
Xanix's reasoning because I
Would
actually agree
somebody
with
please?
the hand right
Would
We're
somebody?
getting off topic, guys. We're getting
No, we're
onto the
talking like
electron.
we're allowing Janet to talk like a fucking idiot.
Steve,
Okay?
just
No, shut the
simmer
fuck
down a
up.
That
second,
is true.
Steve. No, you're
About
getting
2
yourself.
hours.
Listen,
Oh,
we're
shut
getting
the
I
off
agree with
topic.
Steve.
Okay, we're talking about the atom. Now, 90 degree.
Yeah.
What's your base unit for matter? 90 degree. What is the base unit for matter?
Matters. What is the definition of fucking an atom?
I think there's
So-
unique. I think there's unique materials, right? Or
Okay.
I think I have two. Hold on. Let me real quick. I think there's two. There's a unique material, or it's water, and it's the vibration, the pressure, and the temperature of that. So if you pressurized water to an insane degree, it would become solid and then never become liquid again, unless you like repressurize it or something.
So what you're
Or
saying is that
there's-
all matter that's existent within our phenomenal universe is consistent with water at its most base level. It's a combination of water and something else. Is that what you're asserting?
I'm saying that I have two I can't prove any one of these, or else we wouldn't be asking. But I have one. There's one school thought. I think there's individual items, like a brick is a brick, and it's this, or there's two that there is a singular item, and then it's the arrangement and the pressure of the arrangement of that item.
What differentiates the smallest, the makeup of this brick?
Yeah, so that it would get down to you either have, like I said, you either have a singular unit that you can morph and mold into other substances, so to speak, or other properties, right? Like you can have a singular unit that in one phase or whatever, it's moldable or pliable, whatever, and in another one is very hard. Or you can have two separate substances that behave differently. Like you could improve either.
What are the variables associated with this matter to be existent within our phenomenal universe? Can you outline those?
The physical structure.
I need a itemized order of the necessary variables associated with matter within our physical existence here. And if you can't provide that, then it sounds like I've exposed your lack of understanding.
The only thing you would need for the only thing you need for matter to exist is a unique material that can take up its own space. You have to be able to tell it from the medium that it's in. So if you can't say A isn't the medium it's in, then you don't know where A starts and the medium ends. So this is why when you say a photon or something, or not you, but when people say photons, it's ridiculous because they don't know where the photon starts or ends. So you can't say it's not something else.
Let me ask you, is mass and matter synonymous?
They are synonymous in the fact that they are conceptual terms for a physical object.
They're not. They mean two different separate things.
Let me read you.
Mass is any amount of matter.
Let me read
They're
you
both
electron microscope. I
of
think
a physical object.
I think right the hand was
no silent. We're not going to
Am I coming
electrons. We're not going
no,
to
no.
electrons right now.
I just
Stay
want to
on topic.
clarify. Hold on. Hey,
No.
Daislo.
Stay on topic, dude.
Daislo. Relax, buddy. I just want to clarify on Sanix's position. Right the hand was right. The electron microscope uses a beam of electrons and their wave-like characteristics to magnify an object's image.
Very similar to what happens with the digital camera.
Here, it
Let me
keeps
finish.
going.
Let me finish.
It keeps
Very
going.
similar
Watch.
to how-
Hold on. Let me just finish. I wasn't done. Unlike the optical microscope that uses a visible light to magnify images. Okay, the stream is confined and focused using metal apertures and magnetic lenses into a thin, focused monochromatic beam.
Yeah, but that's when you're looking at an object, not an atom. With electron microscopes, you use something called tunneling, scanning, tunneling, electron
Electricity.
microscope.
It's called electricity, Egypt.
I've
They
heard
use
different things
high
about this.
And the image you get from that is just a reconstructed image of the interaction with
of
the
the
charges.
frequency. The frequency.
We're led to
I'm curious
believe
for,
that electrons are shot like bullets at these things that we're viewing. That's not quite the case. That's a little deceptive. What they say they do is they coat the material with a very fluorescent material that glows and fluoresces in the electron field. There are no electrons that are being shot like bullets at the thing or the existence of the electron microscope. We're assuming that that's the case since electron microscopes, as stated, are a thing. We're assuming that electrons are a thing that are being shot like bullets or whatever explanation they say to give us some sort of explanation for the electron microscope that doesn't follow.
Oh, I agree. That explanation has a lot of assumptions. I mean, that's what they say.
Yeah.
So we need to see what truth there is behind that statement. Do electrons, qua electrons exist as a pebble or whatever the hell they say? Or are they just a generalized explanation for something that could be something else?
The electron is nothing more than a charge-carrying medium from their position of what they understand it to be. But this is an absurdity because it's nothing more than saying that this clown car is going down the road, opens its doors, and 1,000 coulombs jumps out, equaling 1 electron. And this is just a misunderstanding of how the dielectric field works. But I don't want to.
I was doing exactly what you were saying exactly when you were saying it, because I've heard you read this 1,000 times.
Yeah, I don't want to get. I'm not reading. I'm talking from my head. But I don't want to get off onto the electron.
You're not, man. I literally was saying word for word what you said.
Yeah,
you memorized your speech.
That's nice. You memorized my speech.
They're basically saying they don't understand you, and it's all the same, basically. But the thing is, we don't see an electron, quantum electron, like a bullet coming out of a gun. So what, if anything, is the electron? What is it?
It's a corpuscle of dielectric capacitance and nothing more. But let's go back to the atom, please. And I want to ask 90 degree what his base unit of matter is, his consistent base unit of matter, not his obfuscation away from the question.
He said something elemental. He wouldn't break it down to an atomic level. He would say that it's elemental. It's just water. It doesn't appear to have parts that break down past the elemental water itself. It's just elemental.
Yeah, that's not true at all. That's just a gross assertion of nonsense.
I can break water down in my kitchen. I mean, I don't understand how one could say that water is the base unit when I can distinctly break it down into 2 parts.
Can you break it down into those 2 points, or are you just breaking down the electrolytes that are in the water?
I get 2 distinct materials out of it. I can separate them. I can put them into separate vials. They have different properties.
I mean, we had this conversation earlier this morning, Bendy, about electrolysis within water, and it's how in fact it's contaminating the water rather than doing anything other than the charging it or discharging it.
That's so silly, dude. They don't contaminate it. They get energy from it by doing this. You put energy into it, but you get energy out of it by separating it and burning the hydrogen.
If I break the water down into its 2 constituent materials, I weigh those materials, and
you can only do that with salt water. You can't do that with regular tap water.
And if you put them into 2 separate vials, I will get pure water out in those separate vials of the same amount.
Yeah, you're talking about
the same amount of weight that was pulled out.
What? Can't do that with distilled water, buddy.
You should go on Pete and Peter's channel and Zoom call with them and prove it to them, because they've been doing experiments for the past, 5 years, proving that electrolysis is not breaking down water.
Okay, well, I really don't care. I've done it. I've seen it.
Moted.
Moronic tests to prove it wrong.
Wait, electrolysis is not breaking down water?
Nope.
It's basically a breakdown from the electrode itself or some sort of condensation from the air. So they're basically saying it was a mistaken notion that you're synthesizing water.
So when I use electrolysis to separate water into oxygen and hydrogen, that's not separating the
Zanuck,
water
are you
into
able
oxygen and hydrogen?
to break down? Are you able to break down distilled water?
Of course.
Or do you have to add an electrolyte to it?
You absolutely can break down distilled water. Why wouldn't you?
The electrolyte helps. The electrolytes just help.
That's fucking hilarious. What,
H2O
okay, so let me
can be-
ask you.
I think
What do
you
you
H2O can be
should go
broken
back
down
and
by
do some more
electrolysis.
research. I think you should go back and do some more research.
You could do it
Yeah,
with
because
straight up
that's
heat,
that's
about
not
1,800
true.
degrees, at about 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, it disassociates. So you can do that.
Let me
with
ask you,
pure water.
Zanuck,
Right.
is
That's
distilled
exactly
water a
right.
conductor or an insulator, Zanuck?
Water is an insulator.
Is distilled water a conductor or an insulator?
It's an insulator.
Okay, so what are you breaking down?
The hydrogen, you're disassociating the hydrogen, as was mentioned, disassociating the hydrogen from the oxygen. You're breaking the bonds, the covalent bonds.
Uh-huh.
And when you
You're
do
able to
that,
use
So
that
what
in
do
an
you get? What do
insulator
you
that
get?
can't carry
how do
electricity.
you think a hydrogen car works? Not the hydrogens that are
Doesn't
using it
appear to
for an
make
engine,
sense,
but
no.
hydrogen fuel cell. How do you think a fuel cell
They
works?
were. I tried to tell them this the other day. They were thinking that there was some engine somebody created where you just mix water with a tiny bit of gasoline and it runs off that. It doesn't. It's not a gasoline engine. It does
No.
exactly like it
It's
does exactly
actually
like
what
Sam
you're
said.
talking about.
Right.
What
fuel
you're talking
cell
about
No.
is
is
called
Let me
methane
tell you
injection.
how the
It
company.
burns
You're
the
talking
it
about
burns hydrogen.
methane injection, dude. And yes, you can pump water into a cylinder to create a higher combustion rate.
Not a higher combustion
We're
rate.
not
It's because
talking about that.
hold
Though. We're
on.
not talking
The latent heat energy of the water being evaporating cools it, so you get a much denser charge of air mixed with fuel. That's what water injection is for. You had it all backward. You talked about injecting methane. No, it's water injection into engines. They use it in aircraft back in World War II.
It's
We know
not
how that
just
works.
water. It's water methane. It's not just water.
It's
We're
not
not
water methane.
talking about
Water.
this. Though. We're talking
It's
about
water.
Yes, it is.
It can be
We're
methane
talking
too.
about
Yes.
engines that run off.
But that's not how water injection works. That's a whole different topic. Let's talk about hydrogen fuel cells. They work on the basis of them breaking down the hydrogen or the water and breaking it down into hydrogen and oxygen. So you have hydrogen, and then you use the hydrogen to power the fuel cell.
What do you think an aspirated engine is?
That uses oxygen and from the air to combust with the fuel that you mix with it at a ratio of that is roughly around stoichiometric to most efficient.
14.7.
That's
Again,
stoichiometric.
we're talking
That's where you get the most complete burning, and not the most power. So
we're not
but
talking about
that's
those
the
types of
point.
engines. Yeah.
Hold on, that's and it depends on the type of fuel too. If gasoline is one thing, ethanol is something else. So what? So that's the mixture of the air and the fuel, and it will use the oxygen to combust the fuel. That's why you can use nitric oxide.
That's a different engine. You don't have to answer every question about every other engine. We're talking about the hydrogen engines, though.
Yeah, well,
Because
hydrogen
like you said,
engine
they separate.
Hydrogen engine will burn hydrogen. It's an engine actually that uses hydrogen for fuel. That's different than a fuel cell that uses hydrogen.
Yeah, but they will separate the hydrogen from the oxygen. You know, that's electrolysis. Like people who say that the car runs on water, it's usually just the water is being separated by the hydrogen and the oxygen. The hydrogen is being used to fuel the car.
For a hydrogen engine.
Right. Yeah. Not for a regular engine.
Well, hydrogen. Well, there's water comes out of a little bit of water vapor comes out of a regular engine too.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying you're talking about a different topic now, because now the other point of what you were saying was bringing up how electrolysis, how it's used for that.
They use electrolysis to separate the oxygen from the hydrogen. That's how you make hydrogen. That's how you get pure hydrogen. You can do that through electrolysis.
Engine, you ran off on that engine thing.
And then we had hydrogen fuel cells, which use the hydrogen to make water. So they combine. It's the opposite. So you got
they run in both directions. They can run
both ways.
Add electricity to it to get the hydrogen and oxygen. Take away or make electricity with it. You get water.
Yeah, the byproduct.
Yeah, water's gonna be the byproduct regardless. Yeah. Because you burn hydrogen, you got to use oxygen to do that. It's just, the reaction and reverse.
Well, it still has hydrocarbons coming out of it.
No, not fuel.
Oh, not hydrogen engine. It's just oxygen and hydrogen. So the byproduct comes out. Water comes out the tailpipe.
In a fuel cell, unless they have a reclamation system that sends it back.
Well, no, he was talking about hydrogen engines, ones that burn hydrogen.
He was, but we were talking about the fuel cell before we got sidetracked.
So I think that uses the car. I think that carbon. I think CO2. I mean CO. Hydrocarbons are a product of burning hydrogen in an engine. You said no.
So what's the most fundamental? What's the most fundamental particle or matter that what's his face is willing to subscribe to 90 degrees?
He's already said, man. He thinks it's water. It's all water.
He danced around.
He did. He did say that. He said he thinks it's all water. He thinks it, could be. State thinks there's unique particles for each thing. He doesn't know.
But listen, man, there's no difference. Like water is water, man. Like there's no difference between half water and whole water. Like there's, you know what I'm saying? Like he's trying to act as if there's two different types of water here.
Ice. It's half water.
No, dude.
What's ice?
Ice is a different manifestation of water. Water manifests itself in three ways.
My point.
Steam,
That's exactly my point.
ice, and liquid. And the fact that it has that property, that inherent property to it, right, allows it to do that. And it's all because it's a dipole antenna.
By the way, most matter actually can be broken down into solid, liquid, and gas phases.
Yeah, exactly. Because you said that the other day, Dicelo, that water was the only element or the only particle that can change into all three states without using a container. I was really confused by that because I thought almost everything can do that.
No, man. This water's like one of the fucking only things that we know of that's got this unique ability, man. It's just the craziest thing.
Chocolate can't do that?
Chocolate cannot go, it cannot traverse its states from liquid to solid to gas and back to liquid. No, without a container, no.
Why not?
There's no concoction. There's no concoction that you can come up with other than water that can traverse its between all states and back to its original state without a container. Just it can't be.
Chocolate need a container.
But you can't accumulate water without a container.
Yeah, it does it naturally through the precipitation within our environment, our atmosphere.
I contend that's kind of a little bit of a fallacy because basically the reason that we don't have mercury rain is because we don't simply have enough mercury in the environment. But if
maybe there's not enough.
By vaporizing mercury in any space, it will condense.
No what?
We don't have the temperature.
Moyak's exactly right. Mercury turns to vapor right in front of your face. It turns to a liquid in room temperature, and it turns to a solid at colder temperatures. So.
What about CO2? What about nitrous oxide?
Everything does. Yeah.
Almost everything in your face. Liquid, solid, freezing. They all do that. Nothing's particular about water. The only thing different about water is that for some reason it expands when it freezes. A lot of these liquids don't do that.
And some chemical compounds break down before they can turn to like a liquid.
Right, like plastics can liquefy, and then it's they can't go the reverse.
You won't get plastic rain.
Go to reverse? What do you mean? Oh, they can't go like from gas and then back to solid?
Yeah, when they go to gas, they start to disassociate from their hydrocarbon bonds and stuff.
But most elemental, if it's an element, it has the temperatures available, unless it's something that doesn't even turn solid when it's really cold. Like nitrogen and hydrogen and helium, they don't turn solid when they get real cold, right?
No, you can make solid nitrogen. At least I think I've seen.
You can make solid hydrogen, but with higher pressures without temperatures.
Right. Oh yeah, it doesn't happen at ambient.
I just found out the other day that graphene is composed supposedly of 6 neutrons, 6 protons, and 6 electrons, making the number 666. I thought that was kind of interesting.
That's incredibly wrong. Graphene,
yeah, I don't know if it's true, but I just came across
It's just carbon.
Isn't it like a different state of carbon though, like carbon-3 or something or other?
No, it's just different. No, it's like diamonds and coal. It's the same thing. They're just the atoms are forming.
That doesn't make Dicelo wrong though.
Yes, it does. If he's saying that nitrogen and carbon and all this, that's not all those other things. It's just carbon.
No, he said that graphene is 666. That's all he said.
No, you didn't hear what he said right before that? He said, I heard
He
that
said
graphene is nitrogen. Yeah, he didn't just say.
No, I
he
didn't say
just say.
nitrogen. I said
No,
just.
you said three. You said three different elements. You said three different
No, dude.
elements.
Bro,
No,
listen
he said
closely
yesterday-
because you're putting
he
words
said-
in my mouth. I said 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, and 6 protons. What fucking element did I say?
I thought you said nitrogen.
That's all.
I thought you said
carbon.
nitrogen.
All
Yeah,
of
if you said,
carbon.
yeah, if you
All
said that, then
carbon
that is
12.
correct.
Holy shit, you guys are just gonna attack anything I fucking say, huh? That's crazy, bro.
Anything
you do, yeah,
carbon 12 is exactly that. Anything carbon 12.
Well, of course, Dice, though, you can't be right, you know? I mean, that's the problem for them.
Oh yeah, if you said that,
Anything
that's
carbon
correct, but it's
12.
not. Yeah, all coal, all diamonds, all any carbon that's not carbon 14 is carbon 12. Then yeah, it's going to be exactly that makeup. It's just the graphene is it's just the way that the matrix is
It's a particular
the
structure.
lattice is together. Yeah, it's the same way. Like it's the same thing as a diamond. Diamond and coal is the same thing. It's just the structure.
Yeah, what do you call
is,
that type of latticing? There's a certain way to identify that. Do you know what that's called? No, don't give it to him, Janet.
Crystals.
Let's hear what he knows.
Yeah, it's like crystals or matrices, or whatever you want to call it.
No, it's not. There's a fucking word for it in science. There's an index. I'll give you a hint. There's an index based upon it. Can you give me the index?
I mean, I would use the word crystal. I don't know why.
Yeah, there's a
crystal
crystalline
lattice.
index, but there's a specific person that identified this whole latticing structure and called it specifically after himself. And this is how we identify different latticing structures. But what's this index called if you're so understood upon this topic?
I would just call them crystals. I don't know what you're asking me.
It's called the Millen index, bro. Get up, learn
Fantastic.
something.
Well, then,
I learned
what were you
something.
asking about the? What were you asking about the? If you knew about that they were different crystals, and that coal and diamonds and graphene are the same thing, just structured differently. Why were you asking about it?
I didn't ask about it. I brought up the fact that graphene is the number 666, and you ran off onto some contrary bullshit.
So
like you
is
usually do.
graphite. So is graphite. So is carbon.
Said anything about
else
graphite.
Carbon. Well, you're saying that graphene is special for that reason. It's all carbon is
said
like
I
that.
came
But
across
the
something,
isotope-
dude. Oh, He said, boy. yesterday I learned. That's all he said. Yesterday I found out a fun thing. Graphene has
Yeah, but it's
666.
it's not special is what I'm saying. It's not special to anything outside of all carbon is like this. All carbon 12.
I think you need to check your tone.
I mean, well, okay, is
Yeah,
that
bro.
supposed to be special that graphene is 666 when graphite is also 666 and diamonds and coal? I mean, it's all
I think you need to check your
666.
tone.
Is that what you tell me that that's special? I don't. What's the whole thing with the graphene?
Yeah, you're Did special, anyone bro. use that word?
Yes, he said graphene is 666. I read this yesterday. Whoever wrote this, I mean, are they saying something, profound about that? Because
Guess
all
we'll never
carbon
find out, man.
has this
Because all you did was just fucking jump down my shit with some contrary crap. So what do you got to bring to the table there, bud?
I mean, graphene is cool
Yeah,
because
let's
the way
ditch
it's
what I
built.
said. Just
Graphene's
strike
cool
that
because of the way
away.
it's built, but it's not special.
Let's
like
hear
a
your
different-
interest.
It's not special because it's a different material or anything like that.
Yeah, that's nice, bud.
The only difference between that and coal is the coal is it's not connected. But that's why graphite. That's why graphite is in pencils. It's because it has like these sheet layers that easily come apart because it's not connected on a big scale. But if you can connect it on a big scale, like the way graphene is, a long strand of this one.
You're not
Basically,
teaching
one
me shit I don't already know, bro. Thanks.
You asked me to tell you about graphene, man. You just asked me.
I didn't ask you to tell me. I didn't ask you to tell me anything, man. I was
just said-
talking to
you
other
you
people.
literally
There's
just
plenty
said
of
that.
other people in here, bro. Okay.
You literally just said that to me. You were talking to me.
Oh god, dude. I was talking to the crowd, dude. There's plenty of other people in here, man. I wasn't addressing you particularly. Settle down, dude.
All right, the coach decided to answer to you, bro. Come on, Daislo.
You specifically told me to say something about graphene. You said that
All
to
right.
me.
All right. Fine. All right. You're right. I'm wrong. It's all good. Let's just move on.
So, Dice Low.
You read? Which one aren't you in?
Hey, Dice Low, you there?
I don't know
Oh
if he
no, he's
left.
not. He's deafened. Bendy's deafened. Egypt's deafened. Dicelow's deafened. We got Funk, Fuzzy Ewok, Kosho, Harry. Yeah, quite a few other people in here though. Oh, somebody feel free to take it away. Maybe one of the mods took Dicelo off to have a discussion or something, or maybe he deafened himself. I don't know. Any hoozle. You guys play video games? You like Nintendo? Nintendo.
No.
Big.
I mean, I got
one
I got Nintendo. I'm waiting for Metroid, but why you
of-
ask?
okay. Well, I was at a laundromat the other day, and they pulled out a vacuum cleaner, and it had the name Kirby written on it, and then it finally clicked, in my head. I was like, oh, the big
Kirby,
vacuum
Sticky.
company named Kirby, and then the ability that Kirby has, his greatest ability is to suck, suck into his mouth like a vacuum. So I'm thinking that the vacuum brand came first, and then the Nintendo character came afterwards, because it would seem kind of weird to name your entire vacuum company off of a reference to like one of Nintendo's video game characters. I guess everyone already knew that. I don't know. Mic check. I mean, no one's got anything.
We are live from the radio
Thanks, man.
live. We can give you your forecast. Looks like kind of rainy in the skies. Maybe a slide of clouds. Stay in. Enjoy the weather. Signing out. Ah, man.
So you excited for Metroid Dread?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
What's that?
It's a video game. And you never play video games, Gio? I mean, Don?
Once in a while.
Yeah, right now I'm playing New World. So just came out today.
Cool. Just today. Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah.
You know, Metroid Dread was originally being developed for the Nintendo 3DS, and then they ended up upgrading it to the next generation.
No, I not know.
It's only available on Switch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were making it for the 3DS, but then the Switch was invented, and they decided to release it as a Switch game instead of a 3DS game.
Makes sense.
Have you ever played any of like the original similar styled Metroids, like Super Metroid?
Oh yeah, man. I played
Yeah.
all the original Metroids, man, from the beginning of Sega.
Those are hard games.
Yeah, they weren't too bad. They just had too many characters you had to like try to learn.
Right. And I mean, the whole thing is a maze, you know, and the earliest ones didn't really have good landmarks to identify your location with, but it got better as time went on.
I'd say it's more of a zine. Like amazing. Joke. It is a good game though. SOCOM Navy SEALs, best game ever made though.
I've heard you say that twice before.
I think Call of Duty was.
Call of Duty was a spin-off, a lesser version than it's more like a cartoon kids version. Like, you know, like for somebody who has to have a trophy to play, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why they put the points in front of you and all that extra nonsense. Like SOCOM was for the adult, right? That wanted to have something more realistic.
Actually, yeah. Wait a minute. I want to rewind that back. Tom Clancy, or what was it called? Splinter Cell or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Splinter Cell.
Yeah, no, that I remember playing that when I was younger. Now that was a nice game.
I think 007 kind of really was the pioneer to all that, and then and then Perfect Dark is a game that not a lot of people are aware of that was on 64, and Perfect Dark was, man, what a fucking amazing game for its time, dude.
Good news, Dice Load. They're going to add all of the Nintendo 64 games to the Switch for free. If you have a Switch, you can play all the 64 games.
No shit.
Coming this year. They're gonna
They have
start
two
out
Switches.
Oh, good. Well, they got about 10 games that are coming out right away, and then they're gonna like weekly or like every week they're gonna introduce a new Nintendo 64 game to your options.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's coming out real soon.
Yeah, that'll be a nice feature. Man, that
they
sounds
already
like there's a new platform that might be coming out. Maybe that's why they're trying to like be very competitive. Like normally they don't hand shit out for free, right?
Right. Cool thing is that they already have most of the not most in total, but most of the big hitter games from the NES and the Super Nintendo. They have those for free on the Switch. You just got to download an app, and it gives you access to all those old games.
Yeah, you always slow release shit.
Well, there's two consoles that huge collections right at your fingertips: the original and the Super Nintendo and the NES. I've been checking out some of those old games.
Yeah,
Some
I
of them
bought
are
one.
okay. It
I
was like
bought
the
the
first time
original, Nintendo, and then they came out with the original Super Nintendo, like the mini versions or whatever. And I bought them, and then I had my cousin fucking hack them and shit so that we could add a shit ton more games onto it.
This Pete and Pete video. I just watched it and wondering why they chose specifically the materials that chose, because we use an anode and a cathode that don't degenerate inside of water. I'm wondering where they suppose that the hydrogen came from and the oxygen. And I also I've never seen or I've never gotten the chlorine gas in my experiment, so I don't know what they're doing wrong. But
You want a screen share?
no.
Oh.
He said no.
No.
Would you show me Pete and Pete's? I'd like to see you do an experiment with Pete and Pete's. Not there.
You want to see my Peter? What?
Uh-oh.
Too far.
Too far.
Yeah, that's what she said. It's very far to the ground.
Oh man, that's tough.
Very frightening. I literally had to reel it back.
And even at that, here it is in sodium chloride. Where do you get the hydrogen from sodium? And with aluminum electrodes, where do you get the hydrogen from?
What are you on about here? Is something bothering you about their
Yeah,
video?
well, it seems like they are not experimenting far enough to actually prove their hypothesis.
What's the basics of this? What are they trying to do?
Their claim is that the products of hydrogen and, in this case, chlorine are coming from the electrolyte rather than the water. And I think that you could probably prove it if you actually spend a little bit of effort on it. Like you could, you
They
could
challenge
make
anyone to do it.
God damn this. Okay, forget it.
Sorry, my bad.
You can.
I was filling in Fundy because he's not aware that there's been a 5-year ongoing endeavor for somebody to try to explain this, and what you're giving him is something of substance. So I was just steel manning you, and I apologize for interrupting.
That's fine. When you, if you wanted to do the experiment properly, you would use graduated cylinders, measure out the weights of the materials that came out as the resultant products, and then, like, let's say, you could measure the amount of electrolyte after you dehydrate it, and you could find out exactly if there's any electrolyte burned up in the process. They're just sort of making a declaration without actually experimenting near far enough to disprove the common answer.
Are they doing anything that hasn't already been done before?
I would say using, not that it hasn't been done before, but using aluminum, which digests in the solution, disassociates, and becomes part of a like aluminum oxide.
And
where your oxygen is going.
Why are they doing something that no one's ever done before?
They're not.
Oh, I thought you said they're using aluminum or something.
They're using aluminum, which is not the best method of doing it, because the aluminum oxide that's generated in the process absorbs all the oxygen.
Well, I don't know this stuff like you do. So when you say like it's not a good option, that's for later.
You just want something that doesn't oxidize, as fast, but yet still has that what is it, the conductivity required to be anode or cathode, right?
Right.
Yeah.
This seems like an ill-conceived experiment, and they're making very broad conclusions based upon, I think, pretty well-known chemistry reactions, including where did the oxygen go.
I found an article. There's somebody who answered. Apparently, it could be forming natrium. What do you call it? Natrium NaOH. I'll just. I don't know what that's called.
So hit me with it again. What's your qualm with Pete and Peter? They're not
sodium hydroxide. Sorry.
They're making claims that they aren't, that are just out of nowhere. They're just pulling their claims out of their ass.
Yeah, and when you're trying to say that you're not disassociating water, and your evidence is the fact that you had chlorine in one vial and hydrogen in the other vial, when you don't look at the whole chemical process that took place, is a bold claim without any evidence. Yes, they got the result they did, but it's the expected result.
And they're interpreting it differently.
Yes, their interpretation is that water doesn't disassociate because they got chlorine in the one vial, so they're thinking that it was that every electrolysis experiment is a byproduct of the electrolyte breaking down, not the water breaking down.
Could electrolysis ever? I mean, electrolysis leads to evaporation, right?
No, not really.
Really?
Evaporation, it's actually disassociating the hydrogen from the oxygen.
Well, how is that? At the end of it, are you still just left with water?
You're left with hydrogen and oxygen unless you burn it. If you burn it, then you'll get water again.
Okay, I'm confused. If you have like a tank of water with an anode and a cathode,
yeah,
and you do this electrolysis thing, at the end of the process, is there some like tank, like balloon of oxygen off to the left and some balloon of nitrogen off to the right or something at the end of it?
You can do that, or you can put both electrodes in the same area, and you'll have disassociated oxygen, hydrogen together, Brown's gas, which is nicely explosive.
But you still have a tank of water at the end, right? Because you said
No,
it
no,
doesn't.
actually, you could use up all of the water, at least most of the water, in the process.
I'm sorry. I'm just, like, really ignorant on
That's
all of this. But it really threw me off when I feel like you said two different things to me. I said the electrolysis leads to evaporation of the water, right? And
not evaporation. It is a new product. Like if I just put heat on it, on the tank, and I boiled all the water away, and I put a match in there, there's not going to be an explosion. There's a very distinctly different chemical makeup when you disassociate the water versus evaporate the water.
But are you left with gas or liquid?
You're left with a gas if you
So
dissociate.
that's evaporation.
No, it is a different chemical makeup than water. It blows up. It explodes.
Yeah, it's not gas, it's
doesn't
water.
explode.
How do you have hydrogen and oxygen and hydrogen? Is that's what you're getting, right? Hydrogen and oxygen.
That's the result.
How do you have hydrogen and oxygen at the end of electrolysis in a liquid form that isn't considered water?
You don't
It's not
really
in
have
liquid.
it in a liquid form. I mean, you could make it into a liquid, but
And why don't you want to call the transition from liquid to gas evaporation?
because there's a different product, a different chemical product with different properties
Yeah,
at the end of that.
it's a
rather than
chemical.
steam or evaporation.
You're talking about a state change, but this is a chemical reaction. Chemical reaction is, when, there's different
Everything
elements.
is a chemical reaction.
No,
Yeah, water.
state changes aren't chemical reaction.
Okay, I think I'm seeing where you guys are coming from now. Okay.
Water
I think
vapor doesn't explode, man. That's the easiest way you can validate that.
No, I got you. I think I know where you're coming from now. Why you don't want to use the word evaporation. I get that now. Because evaporated water is steam, and that's not what we're getting. We're not getting steam. Yeah, we're not getting water vapor. We're getting two different gases.
Yep.
I still consider that evaporation. I just think it's advanced evaporation, but I see why you stay away from that word.
I mean, I could get the same effect by heating the water up to 1800 degrees and not use electricity at all, but I don't know how you keep it from exploding at that point.
Boil the frog slowly. No, I don't know. I'm sure someone could do it under pressure.
I think essentially you can get that in extreme heat conditions. I think that's one of the reasons why you get it build up in nuclear power plants that's running away.
Well, these Pete and Peter people, I don't know what they're about at all, and but I don't really know what the argument for the past 5 years really has been at all. But do you think that there's a single video of theirs that could be the best introduction to this argument, or is there someone else on a different channel that could maybe fill me in better than they did without their sort of bias or whatever?
Absolutely somewhere else. But I once saw a really cool video that this electrician guy was doing. But this is also one of the. So this is both one of the simplest and coolest experiments to do, like in chemistry class, and also one of the actually very first chemistry. Well, when real chemistry was happening, this is one of the first observations that happened when they separated water and could see there was equal ratios between the differences. Like there was a perfect ratio between the oxygen and hydrogen. So I think I'll find a video talking about that with the guy. He's like an electrician guy.
Okay. But there is an argument happening right now, right? Is it just Pete and Peter on one side and the whole rest of the world on the other side, or do they?
I'll tell you, I I thought Pete and Peter were a joke. I thought they were like a satire, but I'm just now finding out they were serious this whole time.
As far as I'm concerned, Pete and Peter are alone, except for the science deniers who like to piggyback on them.
Okay.
So I think they're a very rare breed.
Well, I can respect your opinion.
I think even most flat earthers will agree that water disassociates into hydrogen and oxygen. I think that they are rare even amongst science deniers.
I mean, to me, that's no sign of being wrong, because what's popular is often untrue, and what's untrue is often popular.
What's popular is usually true, more often than not.
Not in my world. Well, it depends how mundane it is. I mean, you got like 4 billion Christians, so that's a score for me.
Right now,
That's not true. That's not true, man.
That's a religious thing, and that's a faith-based thing, and it may be right or wrong.
Doesn't matter. It's popular.
But it doesn't.
That's all. That's the only words I said. Popular.
But it doesn't have
and
evidence
true.
to support it, which is the problem.
Yeah, there's no way there's that many Christians. There's probably more Muslims though.
I'm pretty sure Christianity is on top when it comes to numbers.
No, it's not.
I think Islam is.
Could be right. I don't know, but that's just in support of what's popular is often untrue, and what's true is often unpopular.
Yeah, but we have no way of proving that that's true or not. So it is a faith-based argument, whereas oxygen and hydrogen is not a faith-based argument.
Maybe at some layer it is.
Christianity does have the most people right now, I think. But I think Islam is the fastest growing religion. But yeah,
Okay.
they're almost neck and neck. It's like 31% to 25%.
Although, if you want to break down people who don't believe in Christianity, that's the largest group.
Of course it would be. We're in a fallen world.
No, there's let's see, so that's 23, 19, 20. So it looks like more than half of the people. So there's less people who are atheists than there are people who are religious, obviously.
Oh, I didn't say atheist. I said do not believe in Christianity. So that includes.
Okay, well, that's true for everything.
And the billion Chinese. Right there, you've got
everything. Except for flat Earth, of course. Most people do believe in the globe. Yeah, as far as religions go, every religion, there's more people who don't believe it than that do believe it.
Wow, 67 million Chinese Christians.
Look how many Muslims there are. There's a whole country, there's a whole state in China that's Muslim, but I think that they're basically at war with the rest of China. So.
Yeah, so we got 2.2 billion Christians of any sect?
It's almost 2.2 billion Chinese.
Yeah, of the religions, not including atheists, Christianity represents 31.5% of all the religions, and Muslims 3.2.
What's the percentage of people that believe in scientism?
Is that really a thing?
All of them.
Just about all of them.
Yeah, you can be a scientist. I mean, the
I
Pope is a
agree.
scientist.
You guys, I agree. You guys are all very avid scientismists.
That's actually.
Yeah, but not my faith.
What is a scientismist?
It's
Is that like a
someone who
Scientologist?
proclaims science says or experts say, and has a faith in those words alone enough to believe things.
It's not what it's what they can do. It's what they can demonstrate and show with evidence.
Is that why we're still here in 2021 talking about that? Is that why you're here, Left Lane? Because you have so much evidence, this overwhelming evidence.
Well, it's pretty damn good evidence. It's getting past the denial shield.
Yeah.
You can't convince people that deny that objects go down, that there's a downward bias. You can't convince people that deny that.
Is the Earth going down?
I don't
Is
think
the Earth going
anybody
down?
denies the phenomena of things falling. It's within the explanation, but nice.
Is that why they say? Is that why they say the Earth is falling too?
No, Nathan Oakley definitely denies it. Absolutely.
Yeah, he'll lose. Yeah.
Hey, but go ahead, sir.
So say, as far as I can tell, most of his followers deny it too. But then there's some that accept that there's a downward bias. They just don't accept that it's gravity. It's whatever other explanation they come up with.
Extremicist, are you ever going to start charging Nathan Oakley rent for living in your head?
No. Why would I do that?
Make a couple
I
extra
don't know. It
bucks,
just
I
seems
guess.
like it just seems like you guys tend to focus in on him quite a bit, and
He's
I
allowed
find it.
he's allowed.
I find it amazing that like
spoken in your arena.
you come to his show and you listen to his show every day. I find that pretty amazing.
Oh God, I haven't been there in years.
Not you, Moya.
I get
know.
in trouble when I
I'm
go
talking
there.
to Nathan's biggest fan, or his second biggest fan, because I think Akumu Virus is his biggest fan. Because I don't know, you guys will probably notice a lot of us hang out at Nathan's place, but I don't think we ever bring up Nathan. Nathan's name never comes out of my mouth.
I wouldn't either, man.
I never
I
never bring up QE. I never bring him up, and yet you guys seem really uniquely focused in on trying to bring them into the conversation.
I think
I was a flat earther. I would never bring him up.
It's the arguments that we seem to notice that came up directly from their mouth, word for word, appearing in.
Well, I understand that. I understand the arguments.
Haven't you heard? He's a flat earth priest.
Look, I understand the arguments is when you guys do it over and over and over.
You guys are the one persisting at it. I think somebody said one thing about it.
Let me try to let me try to defend the enemy real quick here. The flat earthers who have migrated here, not permanently, everyone's free to go wherever they want at all times, but the people that are here right now are some of the best that are from over there. You know what I mean? So just because you don't bring up Nathan, I mean there are some flat earthers who are also obsessed with Nathan, and QE, and but I agree there is a weird obsession that most Globers have with bringing them up when it's like seems irrelevant to drag them into the conversation.
We do that because they seem to have the most followers, I guess, and the most impact on the flat earth community as a whole, because they seem to come up with all the other theories that all the other flat earthers seem to parrot.
I disagree. Why you guys don't talk about ODD TV as much? He's got way more followers than them, like quadruple.
Or
I think they feel threatened by Nathan.
He's not
Bob
active.
Modell.
He's not active in the Discord community.
I don't hear their words being parroted as much as I hear Nathan.
Yeah, they're not as active in the Discord community. They might be more active on YouTube, but they're not in Discord community.
Well, I don't know you guys are defending Nathan.
Discord is like one little tiny segment, right? Look at there's maybe a couple hundred people or that are active in this debate, maybe a few hundred, maybe I'll give you maybe 1,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, how long did it
But
take?
Nathan
Geo
got brought
started
up.
the server, and most of them came, and most of them ended up here yesterday, right?
Nathan got brought up barely once. People aren't bringing him up all the time. I don't even know if we're defending that.
I forgot this after I read the rules, but I think we can all get behind this location on Discord being the best, having the best results yet when it comes to discourse. So I just hope we all keep that in mind.
Well, in the short term, there have been similar servers with the similar kind of a discourse. It's just a question of how the long term will pan out.
Yeah,
That's true.
My interaction with Merle this morning was indicative of potentially it falling apart already.
I got a question.
I
think Geo. Go ahead.
Here, hang on, real quick. Here's the thing, guys. I find it very amazing of a man will talk about another man for so long.
Dude, you guys, listen to me. I'm going to change the subject because I'm going to say something of substance. But you before I do that, you guys are the ones bringing it up. Somebody barely talked about him, like not even, he didn't even say his name. He was just talking about something about him. And then for the past 5 minutes, you guys have been the ones talking about him.
And also, are you so insecure? Are you so insecure about your
Actually-
masculinity that talking about another man is annoying to you, or is it
No,
against-
no, it's fine to do that. No, you can bring up certain things, but I'm saying when somebody does it over and over and where
That's
it's
not-
just
that's
like,
not
wow,
happening.
that's all you. No, the Globers do that. They do it
No,
quite
but
often.
it's not
There's
happening.
flat
Somebody
earthers that do it
indirectly
too.
brought him up.
Sure. There's flat
Somebody
earthers
indirectly
that do
brought
it.
him up.
Go
That's
ahead.
not happening over and over again. It's just somebody indirectly bringing him up. But regardless,
Usually, the time
I think
it
we're
gets
all
brought
right here.
up, usually the time a person like Huey gets brought up is if someone's parroting their arguments. That's usually the time it gets brought up by a Glober.
I disagree.
Well,
Having like a
actually,
meta-
Extremistus brought it up, right? Because I was talking about scientism, and then he brought up the point that people don't believe that things go down.
I know exactly.
And so then when
That's
it
what-
was
that's what I was
justified, when
referring
he
to.
was asked, well, who believes that? Then he brought up Nathan.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was referring to. Somebody indirectly brought him up once, and then it's like turned into this whole thing. So maybe we could just stop talking about that because it's boring.
I'm with
I don't know
you.
why- I don't know why we're doing that. I have a question
I'm with
though.
you.
That is, yeah, it's for flat earthers, for maybe the Fundy guy. I'm not sure what your name was again. Fundy, but maybe Don. I've asked other people this too. I'm just curious. Some people disagree with the known locations on Earth. I'm just wondering if there's some long distance, some two positions on Earth, some long distance that you feel confident, or you would feel comfortable agreeing with the distance that is stated in Google Maps. You can pick any two places, like London to New York, or anywhere in the world.
Yeah,
Like, what's the longest distance?
There's a distance that I agree with. It's from here to my kitchen.
And it can also, it doesn't have to.
I have a good
It
answer.
also
I have a
doesn't
good answer.
necessarily have to be an A to B. Another example
I
could
would
be
definitely. I
like
prefer
the
it to be an
equator.
AB.
Well, for example, if
Yeah,
you
sure,
say
sure,
the
yeah.
equator distance, yeah.
I have a question. I have a question to the
Whatever the
guy.
longest
Kosho,
version
did you
is,
ask? Did you ask the question, Kosho? Okay, so let's imagine when you're zoomed in tight on Google Earth, everything is flat and on a grid system. But then I think it used to be this way where you could zoom out and see a globe instead. And to me, those are two different, distances now, because now it's a curved surface rather than a flat surface. So which viewpoint on Google Earth are you talking about? Like some long distance, like on Google Earth, or
I don't
on
wanna-
Google
I don't-
Maps where it's like zooming in flat?
I'm trying my hardest not to jump on that. So, but before I lose that restraint,
Yeah, just go ahead.
I just, I just asking for any long distance that you agree with, whether it's Google Maps or anywhere. Like, if there's if you ask Siri or ask Alexa right now the two distances, she'll tell you the exact distance as the crow flies. So maybe some of those you disagree with, but I'm just wondering what's the longest distance that you would feel compelled to agree with. And I guess, yeah, like Going Bear said,
land masses. Land masses from
anywhere from Morocco to China.
Well, here's the thing, Kosho.
Hold on.
My answer, which has a limitation, is like the estimated time of arrival, right, of driving 60 miles per hour from point A to point B, and the longest that would be over some sort of landmass. So from Maine to Texas or something, I would agree with Google Earth.
So what if I got
San Diego to Maine, or Maine to Morocco to China?
I've driven that before, and it took as long as Google said it would.
So what if I got on a boat and I travel 60 miles per hour and I go 1
different.
hour off the shore?
We're no longer on a
land
landmass
miles
now.
are different than water.
Before you ask, I just want to make sure Morocco to China is okay then.
Like again,
Morocco to China.
land miles is different. You're using nautical miles now.
It's on land the whole time. It's on land. I'm talking about Morocco
Really?
to China. It's on land the entire time.
Morocco to China is on land.
It doesn't
There's no
matter.
water in
I
between.
use statute miles on the water.
Kosho, I've never tried out Google Maps in another country, so I don't know. And
Okay, so you're okay, fine. So Maine to San Diego, you're safe with that then. Okay, cool.
And are
Yeah,
you?
you know,
If
'cause
you're
I'm ju-
saying, I'm just gonna say, if you're saying that traveling over the ocean is different, are you saying that also bridges would like invalidate a trip?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Bridges would be a physical, solid, unchangeable structure.
Okay.
Due to water's always high tides, low tides, weather, changing waves, so many variables you gotta look at.
Right, but
Basically-
if I'm taking a 1 hour trip at 60 miles per hour in the Long Island Sound and I'm traveling along the shore, I've got currents and stuff, but I'm going to travel approximately 60 miles in 1 hour, give or take a few hundred feet. So I'm not sure how that applies. I mean, there may be a precision problem with going over water, but what do you think that precision problem is? I mean, if I get
I would say you'd be close to accurate.
Okay, so I'm going 21 knots and
I wanna bring up-
it takes me X number of days to get to England. at
There's an
21
elephant in the
knots.
room here.
So if I plus or minus 100 miles on that, is that a problem? And do you think
There's an elephant in the room here.
Not that fat, okay? Come on.
No, I'm that far. So I go to England. It happens all the time in sailboats and stuff, and cruise ships and whatever else. I mean,
Let me address-
what do you think the error is on that? I mean, is it
Let me address the
1,000 miles?
elephant, okay? Let me address the elephant in the room. We all know that in the inner circle or the northern hemisphere, there's going to be a lot less discrepancy than the southern hemisphere or outer circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where the biggest discrepancies are going to be involved. So, but I can't drive any long distance in the southern hemisphere.
Well, one big thing that I usually get
Is
to
that right?
that I usually get to is the distance from the west coast to the east coast of Australia, because
That's right.
on a flat Earth,
That's a good one. That's a
yeah,
good one.
on a flat Earth, that's one of the that just huge discrepancies that appear.
But it
in
doesn't appear on the
west
globe.
coast to the east coast of Australia.
Yeah, on the globe, it doesn't have that error.
Yeah, it only the whole thing is if you want to explain the distances from west coast to east coast of Australia on a flat Earth, then you get some other problems with the angles to places and just there's so many discrepancies that appear.
Okay, so can I get you to kind of agree with me that Australia seems to be the only location where it's gonna like matter at all? Where like they don't like if the Illuminati is out to deceive us or whatever, the only place they would have to put like a lot of effort into is Australia, and like misrepresenting the data there. Because that would
If
be
all we're talking about is traveling long distances on land, then yes, of course we'd have to agree on that.
all right, cool. I mean, I'm cool with that. And then if I were to like want to prove it, I'd have to, really try hard and research some stuff that I haven't researched before. So that's the end of what I got. But I'm happy we could go that far together and agree.
I'm trying to figure out how
about-
distant. Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question. How does distance debunk a flat Earth, though?
Because
it's not distance alone. It's not distance alone.
Yeah,
it's the relationships distance has to angles and directions.
Yeah.
Okay, but nobody's going a straight line. Who's going a straight line?
That's a
There's
non
two
sequitur.
big things. There's two big things that shape has to do with distances. One has to do with angles, like you mentioned. Like, for example, on a basketball, you can.
Okay, again,
you can
who's going
line
in a
out
straight line and who's
Hold
measuring
on.
these angles physically?
Don,
Well,
he was,
yeah,
Don, he was
but-
trying his best to talk and he interrupted him.
That's great, Fundy.
It's just
you can tell me about your emotions later. But how are we? Who's measuring
No,
the straight
Don,
lines?
Don, you need to let him finish. I didn't mention any emotion. He's talking.
Who's measuring the straight lines though?
We're trying to do better on this server,
Physically.
man. So let him finish.
Let him finish, and then save that for when he's done talking. He'll be done soon.
All I'm gonna say is the angles, for example, on a basketball, if you draw a triangular shape, I'm not gonna call it a triangle because of course you'll have curving shapes. But if you draw a triangular shape on it, you'll have angles not adding up to 180 degrees. So in that sense, if it's on a sphere versus a flat plane, angles would have some deviation happening. And the second one as well has to do with essentially area, because if you go like in one direction a certain amount and then in another direction a certain amount, you have essentially made a square of area. And so you can use distances to think of area. And one thing that appears when you compare the flat Earth to a sphere Earth is the area of places like being contained. Okay, so the best way I can explain this, because I
I'm gonna have to
am
call
having a
time
hard
on you.
time.
You got like 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is 20 seconds is all I'm gonna be. So, for example, the equator. If you look at the equator, the amount of area inside the equator on a flat Earth would be different than the amount of area like inside the equator on a spherical Earth. That's what I mean.
You didn't finish on a strong point, and I guess it has to go to Don here now.
Yeah, go ahead, Don. What were you gonna say?
So, who physically measured this? What tool or apparatus was used for these straight lines that are more than 180 degrees, and where?
Can I kind of sum up what he said a little bit easier to understand?
Go ahead, Extremist. I want to hear that.
Because I am not the best.
Basically, what he said was, if you have a flat plane and you draw some points of known distances, and then you try to wrap that on a piece of paper, and you try to wrap that piece of paper around a basketball that would also have those points of known distances, the points of known distances would not line up.
Oh, that's great. So now let me ask you something. Are you the operator or the programmer?
What's that question mean?
The question
Yeah,
is,
you remember to ask-
do you listen, do you operate the math or do you program the measurements yourself? So are you the operator or the programmer?
Nobody understands that.
So you're the operator, actually. You have not physically went out there and measured any place. Oh, say we can go to Africa and triangulate more than 180 degrees. You guys don't do that.
I'd like to address Kosho's first point that I think has been.
Go ahead.
So
I have a follow-up. I'll get to that when you're done.
Oh, to Don? No, you should finish talking to Don.
No.
Go ahead.
To follow up to that question to you. The question I was asking you before, I have a follow up to it. So, yeah, go ahead and
okay.
Go ahead and I'll.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure. So, Jeranism addressed that. A lot of people say you can make a triangle out of 90-degree turns on a globe, which is totally geometrically true. However, one of the requirements to making a triangle on a globe surface with 90-degree turns is that the lines have to stretch from the North Pole all the way to the equator. And all lines, they're all equidistant lines. And no one's ever flown or sailed from the equator straight to the North Pole, taken a 90-degree turn down to the equator, taken a 90-degree turn at the equator, and returned back to the same spot.
The thing is, they claim to have done it over shorter spans, 100 miles or so from mountain to mountain.
But not 90 degrees, right?
No, not 90 degrees. Arc seconds, not even arc seconds over 1 degree. It's
the distances that they've done it at are practically 60 degree triangles.
Very close. They claim that it's more. They do claim that it's more, but they don't have the measurements. They do have an average of
and you understand how
the measurements, but no measurements to speak of.
And you understand the scales they've done it on is no mic drop, right? I mean, it's just a little too weak.
Well, I'm curious about something. Are all the lines of latitude and line of longitude, are they perpendicular to one another? Like if you're at a line of longitude and line of latitude, is the longitude perpendicular to the latitude at any given position?
Is every latitude perpendicular to every other latitude?
No. Is the longitude and the latitude lines, like if you're at a latitude and a longitude, are they perpendicular to each other? Is what I'm saying.
Right, perpendicular. I'm sorry, I got parallel and perpendicular confused for a sec. I'd suppose on a globe or a flat Earth, yeah, they're always perpendicular where they cross.
Yeah, I agree. And if you agree with that fact, then you don't have to make that travel to do that because there's 360 degrees of longitude. So there's definitely a 90 and a 0. The 90 and 0 are going to be 90 degrees, obviously. And then those are going to meet at the equator. But they're going to meet at the equator going in a straight line down to the equator. And the equator is perpendicular to those lines of longitude. And so they're going to meet up, and there's 3 90-degree angles in a triangle right there.
Yeah, when Don was asking you about are you the programmer or the operator, he's saying as long as you're only the operator, there's room for deception. And if anyone says like, oh, how could they pull that off? My answer to that is always like, do you not know who we're dealing with here? Do you not know the effort they're willing to put in to deception?
And that would be fine, but it's easily disproven, I would think. Basically, if every single latitude and longitude corresponds to a place that everybody could navigate to, it's not. You can't hide it. Distances between them can't be falsified, because in order to get to every one of these points, and I'm open to the suggestion that you could, but I've never seen a single latitude and longitude that was wrong. Did not refer to a specific place. That was a specific
right.
To another one.
Right, but you remember the agreement that me and Kosho came to earlier?
No.
There's little discrepancy in the inner circle or the northern hemisphere, and the only thing that you could test by driving would be Australia. So the only place of serious effort and deception to put into would be Australia when it comes to the average person.
Not really, because if I go down to Australia and I'm a ship's captain and I want to go on my tanker or my sailboat, my private sailboat, and I'm planning how much food to take with me and how many days it's going to take me, I'm not finding the journey to be 3 times as long. Or
a lot of people have, though. A lot of people have, though.
And I do got to say that the contention was when we agreed on that was that we're only talking about land travel. The example brought up now was sea travel, and then I wouldn't agree anymore.
Right. Yeah, you and we have a good understanding about land travel, and we're straight there. We didn't talk about sea travel at all, and that's because I don't have a boat. I don't have a boat, so we weren't making any agreements about boat travel. But I also don't know any sea captains, so that's beyond me,
Well, I personally know people who've sailed around the world and stuff. I mean, so I'm not.
Well, I don't know you, so it's good for you, but it doesn't help me.
Go to a local marina, find the biggest sailboat in there, and start talking to the guy who owns it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's good discussion, what you said right there, right? I mean, that's what I come here for recommendations like that.
Yeah, and that's that. And usually they're more than willing to talk about their travels because that's the big thing in their life.
Right.
Well, I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. You said the travels. You said people that sail.
Yes.
Okay, so they when you're sailing, you're always drifting either to the left, right, slowing down wind currents. Do they calculate that into the miles?
The variance that you get from that is relatively small. You know, but it is calculated into it. I mean, there's also prevailing winds and stuff like that.
So
but
say
they
you're
also
going
track the entire course on GPS, hit all their waypoint markers at the times that they expected. So I mean,
right.
give or take, let's say 5% error. You know, it's not a big surprise when they get to England on day 21 of their sailing trip.
Can you guys tell me if something is bullshit? Because I don't want to be like a blind believer in Jeranism, right? But he has said two things that are extremely relevant. One, the ability to use a GPS is extremely limited in the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere. Is that true?
I'm sorry.
So yes,
They make the claim that there's less GPS satellites that orbit around the southern.
Yeah, exactly. The whole thing is because GPS needs 4 satellites to actually give you a position. The problem with being in the southern hemisphere is that most satellite orbits are designed around being where most people are, which is in the northern hemisphere. And so,
Are you really comfortable with that though? Like,
Yeah.
are you like? Does it really take 1 million satellites above something to do the job, or do you just need a few?
It takes 24.
Like I said, you need 4 to determine your location, and the
You
more
don't
you
think
have,
that
the
they
more
have 4?
accurate.
It takes 24 satellites to cover the entire universe.
Okay.
It's in order for you to know your
how many
location.
satellites? How many satellites are there?
So like 24, 30. Yeah.
Are there
have to have
tens of
4
thousands of satellites?
24.
Hold on. There's difference between satellites and GPS
In
satellites.
existence, I was saying to the man who yelled.
Yeah.
How many satellites are in existence?
Well, you need specific data from the satellite. So the question isn't how many satellites; it's how many satellites are broadcasting that information.
Okay, it doesn't matter to my question. How many satellites are in existence? Aren't there like, tens of thousands?
10,000, something like that.
Yes.
Okay,
but that is
so
total satellite.
24 haven't been launched to provide GPS in the southern hemisphere? That seems strange to me.
There's 24. There's 24 doing orbits around the Earth. The way the GPS works is they have to be very specific instruments. Like they're specifically orbiting at specific distances. They have to communicate with each other. So that's the only purpose. They're not
Another point important or interesting thing is that space. What are they called? Spacelink? No, what are they called?
Starlink.
Is that you can use the signal sent out from Starlink satellites to get GPS location, and that's been done independently of Starlink.
Yeah, but that's just because of the Wi-Fi signal. You can connect to a cell phone tower and get your.
Let's not underestimate the people deceiving us, okay? Let's not make them little toddlers here. All right, they're mad geniuses, perhaps. And I'm open to it. There's no mad geniuses, and the government loves you. I don't care. But I'm just saying, it's 2021. We don't have GPS in the southern hemisphere because
That's
why?
not true. I don't know who said that. They're wrong.
We do have GPS in the southern hemisphere. They're saying that
But
it might.
It's extremely limited, though, right?
It is No, it is ubiquitous.
If you don't get it, it's for that reason. But there's no reason why it's impossible to get it in any location.
Can somebody show me a link? Because as far as I know, there is not a single. It is no more favorable to the northern than the southern hemisphere.
Gummy Bear disagreed with you, and he's.
I know. I'm asking for a link.
Well, the reason I am saying that is because we have geostationary and geosynchronous satellites they're designed for the northern hemisphere specifically, but there aren't for the southern hemisphere.
Right, but GPS doesn't use that. The GPS uses the 24 satellites. As far as I know, they are on a pretty what do you call it? Not randomized pattern, but they're designed to always be covering everything from in their orbit, which is 50, 60. It's like a 56 degree incline or something.
Well, when you say GPS doesn't use that, that's not quite true. There's different countries use different satellites for their GPS.
Yes, that's
and for example, China specifically uses geostationary ones because they don't want to share their satellites.
Right. That's but that's not GLONASS. GPS is GLONASS as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Hey, Gummy Bear. Could you do me a favor and let me just listen to you and the other Glober talk? Because you and I sort of agreed. I don't really know the details. I think you know more of the details than I do about GPS in the Southern Hemisphere. But I'd like to hear two Globers discuss like the limitation of GPS in the Southern Hemisphere.
I'm reading about it now. Those limitations don't exist, actually. It says that it works everywhere on Earth equally.
Well, someone agreed with me earlier, vaguely, and I'd like to listen to him defend his point because he also made the same point I did.
Yeah, Gummy's been making the point that flat earthers have been making that there's less coverage GPS-wise in the southern south.
So direct your attention to him. I'd like to hear him defend it from a globe perspective.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and you can correct me if you found some source that disproves this, that we have a majority of the satellites in orbit specifically designed around the northern hemisphere because that's where people live. So areas like Europe and the US and like Asia, that's where the majority of satellites orbits are designed around.
Quick question, Gummy. And these are geostationary?
No.
Not all of them, no. And
okay, so you don't you don't need geostationary to have GPS?
No. The way GPS works is
thank you.
The way GPS works is GPS gives an almanac message. In the almanac message, it states the location of the 24 or 36 satellites. Only speaking about GLONASS right now. And in that message, every 20 minutes or so, it sends out a message and says, here's where all my satellites are, and here's the direction that they're traveling. From that, you trilaterate using just time delay from those satellites. So you have 24 locations and the time delay from said 24 locations to determine your location on Earth.
So, question. We got on this whole thing because Jaren, I think somebody specifically referenced Jarenism, or somebody said that there was a difference in the way GPS works, southern versus northern.
I think I know.
That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. That was me, and that was very fair.
And what I'd like to know is, where is that source? I mean, if Jarenism is making that up, or if he has
What he's doing is he's talking about the fact that airplanes stop checking in the southern hemisphere when they get far enough away from the radar transponders. That doesn't mean the GPS is not working. The GPS is still working. The airplanes still look at their GPS and say, here's where I am. They just no longer report it back to the ground. And that's going away shortly because they're adding satellite communications to all airplanes. So you will get a continuous response of where the airplane is on Earth.
I'm looking forward to the day, but I still, at this point, find it strange in 2021 for there to be this sacrifice being made.
It's not being made, though. That's what we're saying. The limitation doesn't exist in the South. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't,
If you
really heard that.
it's
not reported anywhere. There's not a report of that.
If you listen to what he just said, basically what he just said is it's not a limitation of the GPS communication. It's a limitation of the communication on the planes that is being addressed.
And this fact is convenient for the flat versus globe argument. It's a very, it's a place where we can clash. You know what I mean? Like, because we're gonna tell you this, and like, oh, you just believe what you're told and stuff like that, and like how convenient it is that planes can't check in from the southern hemisphere. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder why.
But people people in Australia and people in all of South America can use GPS though. So, in Africa,
Oh, that's
so I mean, it works fine.
That's not really relevant to like the strength of the argument that the flat earthers would use it as. Like good for Australia. They have ground-based systems of location, like flat earthers would expect GPS to work upon ground-based. So there's ground there. Yeah, it works in Australia.
Yeah, but
If you have ground-based systems, and any ground-based system would work in an airplane as well.
Yeah, but if it's ground-based, it has limitations of its range.
But
if it's static,
exactly. But a plane is going to overcome those limitations because it's in the air.
The pilot shouldn't have these limitations. The pilot says, "Oh, look where I am. Here's my latitude and longitude. It's 10 hours till I reach Santiago. Here's where I am. It's 5 hours till I reach Santiago." There's not a place where he doesn't know where he is.
No, but that you have to admit that can be calculated like throughout the flight, just based on like the understanding of the controls of the plane. They have sensors. They can estimate things even if there is no connection to the outside world.
I would say that's one of the best. You've got the inertial navigation system on planes. They usually have redundant systems. So I mean, I guess you could say that. But you have to also explain why sailboats that don't have that capability are still getting the GPS.
I wouldn't compare a boat to trawling to a plane because so many things affect boats. You got tides. You ever seen those crazy waves that like the whole nose like run?
They still know where they are, and they know how many days it is till they reach their destination.
Well, I've never talked to any sailors who deal with these things.
Those would be things that would confound it.
I'm gonna have to talk to some sailors, I guess.
No,
well, I'm a sailor.
Here. That's all he ever talks about.
Moya's a sailor. I was a professional sailor. Yeah, I was. But regardless,
in what way? That's super interesting.
I got paid. But regardless of that, I was
got
called
paid to be on a
boat. Okay.
Regardless,
don't want to go into it. You had a canoe?
I'll go into
it. I have a canoe too.
I'm trying to follow up on this question that I asked you like
an
hour ago.
I'll shut up.
Now. No. You don't have to shut up. I just was trying to get back to it before it's. I did some work. I don't want it to go to waste. But can I ask you the furthest distance, that you would agree with? So that's why when I asked Don as well, he said the thing about are you the programmer or the other person? And so Don obviously. Yeah, Don doesn't agree with that, but for you don't have to ask that question because for at least this location, the San Diego to Maine, you can.
Yeah, I've driven that.
Google Maps.
I drove that. It was accurate.
Well, I'm going to share my screen very quickly because I did something while we were talking. So I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. For some reason, it's not sharing. Hold on. Oh, it says this channel has special permissions. You'll need someone like a server mount to change your permissions. You have to have a special permissions to share your screen in here.
Hang on. Let me see.
Let's see.
Why is that?
Can I my screen? Yeah, I can share my screen. I wonder why.
Because he doesn't have permissions?
I have special permissions to share my screen.
How do I do it?
I have no clue, Jeremy.
Come on.
Wait, what?
Jeremy,
I think
we
need to be
Livestream verified.
Just look at the role that he has and whatever role he has.
Bro, you got like 30 roles, man. I can't go.
No, he has Livestream verified. He has voice verified.
It's the live stream verified role.
All right, how do you do it?
Oh, okay, I got it. I'll do it. I know how to do it.
Come on, Don. Do something, will you?
I'm going to get there.
Thank you.
Don, moderate for once. Jesus.
It's like bang, live stream verified.
Yeah. It's
username.
exclamation point VV in his name.
I don't do that.
Not
Discord
voice
command.
verified. It's live stream verified. It's different.
Oh, a lot. So it's LV, right? Let me
Yeah.
look at Geo.
I wish
You
we
can just
could
click on
get
the
Geo
person
to
and give it
give
to
us a list of all the, bot commands.
Voice
If you
ver.
read, he documented all this shit. Like at least
Coach, don't stream anything crazy.
You mean like
You can,
Johnny B stuff?
You can right click on somebody and just give them the role. You know?
No, it doesn't. He doesn't have it set up like
Nah,
that. You
it's
can't.
not so. Yeah, that way.
It's different.
These guys got you. Hold on, Coach. I got guys for that.
So don't share any Johnny B videos.
Yeah, I don't know how to do the
Oh,
live
don't.
voice. I can't do the live one. I don't know which one. What bot
Really?
to pull up. Yeah, I know voice verify. I don't know if it will be LVV.
Try
try it.
Livestream verified. Spell it out. Bang. Livestream verified.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that then.
It's me.
I don't know. Which bot is this that he's got set up so we can figure out the commands? Or is there? Can you type like the button and then help or something?
Looks like we got Moyoke. Hi, what's up, man?
My sharing is.
What are you, an albino or something?
He's an albino moose.
I'm gonna give it a try, Kosho. Hang on, give me a sec.
He is a very white man.
Yo, you're like that dude that starred in that movie Powder.
That's Sean Hawkins.
Oh, not John Hawkins.
He doesn't have a shirt. It's got to be Sean.
Moyoke, man, did you just enter the room? I don't think I've talked to you before.
You've been
Been
talking
here
the
for
whole time.
a couple of days.
All right, see if that works. I put LVV. Welcome to server.
Did you guys see Rumpus? Is Rumpus the guy in that picture? Is he on the right or the left?
He's on the right.
He's the one with the salt and pepper hair.
Yeah.
All right, check
Farmer's
if it
boy's
works.
on the left. He looks pissed as hell.
Wait, who's that on the left?
What are you talking about?
That picture people been posting of Rumpus.
Well, and where or what time? In the main chat?
I don't know. It's been all over the place. You ain't seen it?
Rumpus has
No, I guess not.
Like, try it now, Kosho.
I'm looking at my rolls. It's still not there. So.
It ain't working.
By the way, I think the change of setting to this Discord server actually has had a positive impact on our discussions.
What is wrong with these people? Me either. I don't know why. We can't talk in other like we look bad to people when they come into Brandon's and we're everybody screaming over the top of each other and it's all crazy. That's what I mean. That guy came in and streaming or something, probably trying to troll us or like make fun of us or make us look bad or something. And I mean, mission accomplished.
You got
the
it
weird
now.
thing is that
go ahead, Kosho, you got it.
We gave them your server as
I know. Thanks, Kosho.
Well, because we were trying to. They were saying, they said 24/7. I said, well, Brandon's a good place. And I said, all right, yeah, just go there if you want to talk to some real flat earthers.
Hey,
and then,
Kosho, was that before or after you guys spent like 45 minutes pretending to be flat earthers, telling him the most absurd things you could? Was that before or after?
I wasn't in there, so it was probably after that. But yeah, I was there.
I'm actually sorry.
They were sending people over.
I'm actually sorry I missed
just
it.
come into people's servers and troll.
I'm actually sorry I missed
that. It's this random guy that nobody knows. Sure, maybe he does that, but I don't think he was trolling though.
I think we should cultivate this place as much as we can. I'd like to see one really nice, wholesome Discord server for all of us where we all get our act together. Let's save the ego battles for the other servers because this place does have rules and they're very well laid out.
The only way to do that. That sounds good, Fundy. I would love that, but I think the only way to achieve that is if people start really getting honest with themselves, right, and trying to assert themselves upon facts and logic, not just some rhetoric or conceptual abstractions. And this is where we start digressing into beliefs and feelings rather than the facts and logic.
Hey, I like my.
Are you saying that I have an ego problem? I'll have you know I'm the smartest motherfucker in here, okay?
Hey, Kosho.
Oh yeah, I know. You go there, right?
Kosho, have you tried that?
That's funny.
Nah, I still don't have the roll, so.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute, I got
they're
a
all-
mess. Wait a minute, the bot messaged me and told me that you have it.
Why do you, Kosha? You
Try
have
to
like
leave and
every
rejoin.
role in the
That's for video
server.
permissions.
Leave
It
and
says
Maybe
it's
rejoin.
log
playing
out and
even live stream.
rejoin or something.
Yeah.
Restart your
Maybe
computer.
your roles might be updated. I don't know.
It's
So
weird.
who's
It told
trying
me
to live stream here? Who's trying to screen share here?
Kosho.
Kosho? Well, best of luck to you, man. What are you trying to show us again?
I'm working on it.
I just
It
want to
shows
keep
you
my
don't have a role.
enthusiasm up. What are you going to show us?
I won't disappoint you.
It's a
It shows
dissertation of a
that.
thesis.
Okay, it shows that you don't have the role, which is weird because the bot told me that you successfully have the role live stream. I don't.
Yeah, maybe
That
log
does not make no sense.
Sounds like a
Log
dumbass.
in. I don't know. Have you turned it off and on again?
It was really
Have
weird.
you tried turning live off and on again?
I have.
It worked for me, so it's working.
Yeah. So what
Apparently
you
got
do
like
is
5 goals,
what
too.
you do is you buy two sets of defibrillators. You hang one set up in the ceiling with a rope with a time delay on it, and then you shock yourself with the other set, and then you'll wait, and then the time delay goes off, and it'll shock you back to life.
You are definitely European.
We had defibrillators
Yes.
hung all over the school, and I couldn't. I was itching to use one. As soon as somebody would be like cut themselves, or I'd be like, "Oh, you want me to get the defibrillator?"
We
Why
out
did you
here
say
in
I'm?
California, the fire department and the ambulances, I believe, have removed all of the defibrillators due to the lack of funding. Yet we see these fire contractors and employees essentially gaining crazy amounts of salary and even like off-hour salary, and there's a huge corruption going on right now within the fire department, at least in LA, but I'm sure it's widespread everywhere.
It's pretty strange because defibrillators are not that expensive.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand why they would think it's advantageous to remove that from an emergency vehicle. You know,
I mean, I just worked at a school just now, and they had at least 10 of them throughout the school.
Yeah, so this is a thing in California. I mean, they might have reinstated it, but for a while they had to remove them all, and due to the quote unquote lack of funding. But yet, you know, it's quite to the contrary. So it seems very suspicious that would even attempt that, but they did.
Well, that's the way to enforce the universal do not resuscitate order.
Say, how do you get? What recommendations do you guys have for a better alternative to telling someone you don't know what you're talking about? Because someone said you don't know what you're talking about to Dice Flow earlier because they were like embarrassed or something, and he obviously didn't know what he was talking about. He just like said one wrong word, and I'm just thinking like that's definitely an expression I don't want to hear very often as far as the rules of this server go. You know,
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, usually when someone says you don't know what you're talking about, the polite way of saying that is, I believe you're mistaken.
Yeah,
that's a polite
yeah,
way of saying that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what I really would have preferred hearing versus what I heard earlier to Dicelo. Because Dicelo, if any of you guys don't know this about Dicelo, he's like simultaneously growing like 50 different plants inside of his house. And someone's like, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to plants. It's like, really? Because I fucking like grow 50 different breeds and rare varieties of plants in my house. And they're healthy and they're blossoming, you know what I mean? So it was just like, oh, that's obviously like the wrong thing to say. It just struck me so hard. Like, you're telling Dicelo he doesn't know about plants or how to talk about them? And but yeah,
cannabis
I
grower
think you're
as well for
mistaken
over a
about what
decade.
you're saying. So yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I think you're mistaken about what you said.
Bundy, the problem is you just don't understand.
I can take a joke. That's a good one.
Actually, Bendy, I believe you're mistaken.
Hey, Dicelo, the person growing 50 plants in his house and they're healthy and prosperous. You don't know shit about talking about plants.
I don't know much about a garden except I put horse shit on it and it grows like weed.
I know more about photosynthesis than how to care for a plant.
I feel you, man. Yeah, it's multifaceted for sure. Have you ever heard that photosynthesis to this day is unexplainable once you get to the deeper levels of explaining it?
I've looked at the very, very deep levels of photosynthesis.
And you think we understand it?
Quite well, yeah.
I mean, when you get down to the string theory level, then
No,
Well, yeah,
not,
if you
not
want to
that
talk
deep.
about the
Not that,
individual
not
freaking
that deep.
quantum.
No, not that deep. I've heard, and I don't know shit about it, right? I mean, I just know the basics. But I've heard that if you're being as honest as possible, you can only go so far deep into photosynthesis before you have to admit, like, yeah, we just kind of make shit up at this point.
Like most things we have here, like manifest energy, but very few things actually truly generate energy, like i.e. like a solar panel per se. So when we look at leaves, like this is the true genesis of energy and transformation, i.e. Photosynthesis.
I mean, there's that's kind of a wild claim, but there are, even not photosynthetic, every chemical reaction that is reactive is I would say a kind of photosynthesis.
Well, how about bioluminescence?
That wouldn't be.
Can you photosynthesize with the bioluminescent factor?
I don't think so.
Well, think about it, because I think it's something that we should be trying to ponder upon deeper.
I mean, basically, like as I understand, like just using like the lightning bug, they have special cells in there. When they pump oxygen to them, they fluoresce. So I would say that that's not a something that's done through photosynthesis. It's another chemical process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's responsible for that bioluminary within the cells?
I have to look it up again. Like I said, I just remember that essentially that they oxygenate the area, and that results in a chemical reaction that produces light. You see, I can find it.
I'm messing with my chameleon right now.
Well, like bioluminescence is usually like caused by oxidation, as far as I'm aware, and oxidation will release energy in form of light.
Not necessarily. Like we've got kelvins.
Sorry to
and stuff
interrupt.
that
Nice, sorry to interrupt, bro. Hey, sorry to interrupt. Who's the mod in here?
I think Don's a mod.
Yo, I need a guy VC verified real quick. Enigma, he's up in the voice check. And Don, you there?
Yeah, I'm going. Oh, he can stay up there for a bit and.
No, we're letting him in right straight away. What do you mean he can stay up there?
I'm just.
All right. As far as bioluminescence, it looks like there's maybe only one way of doing this, which is luciferin molecule when it interacts with oxygen.
Oxidization. Well, what did I say?
That's what I said too before you said it. So there.
Okay. But yeah, there's a whole thing about oxidization is essentially that you're losing energy, and the way you're losing or not losing energy, you're emitting energy, and the way things emit energy is with electromagnetic radiation. The question is just, is that visible?
What's your definition upon energy? Because no branch of science has ever really explained that to anyone's complete satisfaction. So what's your base understanding upon this word you're invoking?
I don't know what energy is, but I know it when I see it.
Words.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
It's clearly defined in science. It's the ability to do.
The base quantification of your understanding no sooner explains it than it does place it within a discrete unit. So We can't just simply say, oh, it's kinetic versus potential and act as if we've just differentiated the two.
Well, it is the quantity of the amount of work it can perform. But then you have to define work.
Is it work in the observable sense or work in the ultimate sense?
So it's force over some sort of distance.
Force over
distance. It would be far more easier if we just replace the word energy with the word field. It would be way more accurate and concise.
A field doesn't necessarily produce energy, though.
Well,
a field would be the interaction that transfers energy.
But that definition of energy gets me because, like, I can add energy to a system and I can make chemical reactions happen. How is that performing work?
Because in the very base level, chemical energy is electrons being stored in a lower energy state, and when they do work, is essentially them going to a lesser energy or a state of lesser energy.
So when I have a bubble that's subsurface traveling to the surface and kelvins are being generated, where's the chemical change there?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the situation.
There doesn't have to be a chemical change.
That was just
the fact that there's energy. The fact that there's energy. That there's work happening. The fact that there's a force and there's a change in position. This is work happening. If work's happening, that means that there's energy.
You can't just like combine work and energy. Like we have to have a discrete explanation.
Yeah, that's how it's defined. The work is defined, or energy is defined as the ability to do work. So if work is happening, then energy is present.
What is your problem with
not necessarily?
Yeah,
what was that?
How does this help you? I mean, I'm not sure why we're trying to now deny energy's definitions. I mean, like how?
Because it's very loose.
It is a very abstract concept.
It's confused with the dissipation or diminution of energy as manifest, which is impotency of energy. And this is why no branch of science has really gotten to the crux. And they've got no idea. They've only defined the parameters for it and explained it in the term of energy. But from the perspective of the absolute, energy flows from 1/5 to the power of -3, or the intrinsic nature of the absolute, to which since time's beginning, it's been asked, why anything rather than nothing at all? So debating over kinetic versus potential is futile, since no one on Earth can accurately define the term energy to anyone's satisfaction. The bulk quantification of energy units no sooner explains energy than can it define what it is. Energy is the potential to do work, sure, and cause change, sure. But in the absolute sense, the prime mover or phenomena, however, this prime mover must first be in and of counter space and of wholly non-Cartesian rest, where all methods of measure and quantification are futile. So it's far more simple. It's far more simple for humanity just to replace the word energy with the word field.
It's not at all. There is a counter space.
With the word,
there's not.
With the word what? Sorry.
Word salad. Field.
Field.
Okay. Well, the whole thing is the field is merely the medium of which the field is being transferred through. It is not the energy itself.
Yeah, real quick.
Again, the energy
hang on, guys.
is the expression through
just
the
hang
field.
on real quick. Guys, just hang on. Kosho, do you got the live stream yet? No?
I'm already working on it myself, so I don't know. Let me check it.
What's the point of this interruption, Don?
Jeremy was going to ask. Go ahead, then.
Go ahead, Di. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Don. You explain.
No, go ahead. Die slow. Go ahead. We're just seeing if Kosho had his shit straight. That's all. Go ahead.
I just wish you guys would try to really get to like explanations and stuff, and just not hold yourself and settle for less, right? Like these vague descriptions that your professors are giving you, right, are only things to like fit within their paradigm of understanding to
Let me ask
support
you,
their narrative.
what's vague about that description of that definition of what energy is? What's vague about that?
Because I just told you the fact that
Don't read the thing again. Just tell me why it's vague.
you don't need to tell me what to do, bud. All right.
Well, don't read. I'm
I
asking you a
don't need
question.
you
Don't read
to
something.
tell me what to do. I've done quite well with giving myself directives for the last 40 years. I don't need.
Well, that's fine. But I'm saying if I'm asking you a
uh,
question, if I ask you a question, you just read the same thing again. It's not going to answer the question.
I'm not reading the same thing.
Okay,
I'm
but
telling
rephrase
you.
it.
Yeah, when you guys try to quantify things, right, into discrete units to understand them, this isn't doing a service to your explanations and your understanding. What you're doing is you're compartmentalizing things to the point where nothing crosses over and segues. Everyone's got to be a specific professor upon specific topics to understand anything. You guys have branched things out so far in between each other that you'll never get to a grand unified theory.
I remember what my question was, man.
Getting back to energy, yeah.
Yabbity yabbity do.
Okay, you guys want to be rude, huh?
Well, I'd like to know
I'm still. The question persists. What was vague about the definition for what energy is? It had nothing to do with what you said just now about particles and discrete particles and this kind of thing. Talking about energy and the definition that we gave before. How is that vague?
You didn't give a definition. You gave a very vague analysis, a subjective vague analysis.
I gave you a definition. I'll give it again. Energy is the ability to do work.
Yeah, what you're talking about is an observation. You're not talking about the essence of the phenomena. This is very vague.
That is not in any way vague.
How does calling it a field make it less vague? You seem like you've taken away the discrete components and metrics, and now you've just put a larger category in there of a field. So now it actually means absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
because to him a field is different than what it is to us. Because to him, when you talk about field, you talk about a perturbation in the ether. And what that is the dielectric field, which
namely the reintegrating of the dielectric field with the magnetic field to be precise.
Conjunctivitis.
Well, essentially, to him, like energy is a field, and the field is the dielectric field, which is a perturbation in ether.
And the funny thing is, I'm serious when I say I don't know, from a definitional standpoint, what energy is, but I know what it is when I see it.
How many different types of electricity do we have?
We only have electromagnetic radiation.
Electricity in itself. How many different types of electricity do we have?
One.
And what is that?
The movement of charge.
Your electron, your charge carrying medium, your charge carrying particle, your electron, your base unit of electricity,
itself.
your singular base unit of electricity.
No, the charge itself. The electron isn't traveling down it's not traveling down the wire.
What's
charge? The charge would be if there was let's say if there was a less negative charge or more negative charge on one side, that difference in charge is moving down the wire. The charge.
Didn't ask you about a difference in charge.
Whenever there's a positive charge, when there's a positive charge, that means there's a hole where an electron can go into.
You're avoiding.
And so it's that hole that's moving, not the electron.
What is a charge you're avoiding? You're describing the movement of something, but you're not telling me what it is. Can you please assert yourself upon what this thing
charge
is?
is a property. It's a property of matter. Some matter has charge, some doesn't. So electrons have a negative charge. For this reason, when they're not present, there's a positive charge, a hole where they can fit in.
Oh boy. What's the difference between your electron and a piezo electron?
A piezo electron Piezo electron is not a different electron. Electronic material is it's a like a crystalline structure, but it's going to do the same thing. There's going to be electrons. There's going to be electrons present.
Piezoelectricity is simply the like excitation of electric charge in comparison to mechanical stress of a substance. So it's still electrons. It's just the yeah.
How many electrons reside within your piezoelectricity? Like, can we exhaust this? Can we take a piece of pink salt or crystal and have this piezo?
You have to apply energy to it continuously. It doesn't go on by itself forever.
So essentially, what you're doing when you're applying pressure,
did you guys catch that? I might have broke up.
When you're applying mechanical stress to this material, you are applying a voltage, and so when you stop applying a pressing force, you are also stopping that voltage from happening. So it recharges by the fact that you're. No, that's what a piezoelectrical material does. Is it gets when you stimulate the pressure of the material, you stimulate the voltage of it, and therefore an electrical charge appears.
Exactly. So this electrical charge, can it be exhausted out of this medium? Like, does it fizzle out? Does it die off? Like, if we've got a crystal wafer X size, like, what's the time variable that this is no longer going to produce these electrons flowing out of it?
If there's no more external energy, then it's not going to continuously run forever. The only reason why they run is because there's external energy.
So hold on. So if the energy or the electrical charge appears because of the deformation of this material. So if you want to keep doing it, you need to keep deforming it until eventually you can't deform it anymore, and then you'd have to apply work into it by undeforming it. I don't know what the word is for it.
I mean, that sounds nice, but do you have any evidence of that? Because I don't believe there's any piezo crystals that have essentially exhausted themselves of their electrons that you're alluding to.
You understand that the watches that these crystals are usually in, they have batteries for a reason. They don't run without batteries.
Do you think that battery is generating charge, or do you think it's storing charge?
The battery is where the energy is coming from. When the battery is depleted, there's no more energy being applied.
The thing is, when you've pushed on a piezoelectric material, it'll have a spike of voltage, of positive voltage. Let's say positive and negative are just opposite. It doesn't matter which one it is which. But when you apply pressure, you get a positive voltage. When you then release, it wants to equalize, and it does this by getting negative voltage until it equalizes to get back to zero.
So in your understanding, stretching and releasing 1,000 rubber bands nailed to a board is the manifestation of 1,000 electrons.
There's energy being applied there. There's tension in there.
So these electrons can be exhausted from the material. Can they be stored? Like, can you take electrons and essentially fill them up in a medium?
The electrons can't be exhausted from the material. That doesn't make sense.
That's what he just told me. He said that eventually.
He was talking about the deformation.
Yeah, he says given enough time and enough deformation, it will eventually wear itself of all of its electrons.
Yeah, but it doesn't lose electrons for this reason. That doesn't make sense. If it lost electrons, it would gain charge. But
what you're telling me is that you got a Willy Wonka's endless gobstopper of fucking electrons within your piezo.
No, the electrons don't give it power. Electrons aren't. They're not giving it power. It's a difference in charge will create a circuit, and a circuit is a moving charge. That moving charge can provide energy, but that moving charge isn't electrons moving. It's moving across the wires. Electrons filling the vacant hole right next to them, It's those vacant holes that are traveling, and then that's basically the charge moving. It's not really the electrons moving down the wire. They don't leave the
how
wire.
you communicate with everyone?
If
You
they're
just spout,
looking
you
at
just
the same
spout a
dumb
bunch
shit.
of like feelings
If
and
you
shit?
think the easiest way to
Feelings.
think
This is
about
the truth about. What are you
Hold
talking
on.
about? How
The
those
easiest
feelings?
way, the easiest way to realize this is thinking about alternating current. Sorry, the electrons aren't actually traveling down the wire; they're simply going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It is the movement of them as a whole that is supplying charge. So it's not individual
If that's your
electrons
belief,
giving charge. It is the
if this
movement
is your
of them.
belief, if this is your belief, then how do you explain wireless power induction within a vacuum? Where's your flow of electrons now?
It again, it's not a flow of
It's just a
electrons.
charge, dude.
It's a
Yeah, it's a
movement of
charge.
electrons.
Oh boy, you guys are so fucking confused.
Magnetic induction isn't electrons hopping from one to the other. It is the the electromagnetic field changes to induce a movement of the electrons in the other one.
At this point, I feel obligated to tell Dicelo he has no idea what he's talking
That's
about.
actually highly inaccurate, man. Yeah, thanks, Extremistus. We don't need your little ad homs. You can get muted if you want to keep on with that. So back to you, bud. Neither of Maxwell's equations nor their solutions indicate an existence of a causal link between electric and magnetic fields. So if we conclude that an electromagnetic field is a dual entity,
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Stop.
Excuse
Yes,
me.
stop. I need you to elaborate on that real quick, and maybe explain to us the Maxwell's equations, because the ones I understand do exactly that. I'm pretty sure Faraday's law does exactly that.
No, actually, it's a
And that's one of the fucking four Maxwell's equations.
It's a complete misnomer. When you're talking about an electromagnetic induction, there's no magnetic effect involved in this phenomena. And since the induced current is caused solely by the time variable electric current and by the electric field produced by that current. So this is a complete misnomer that was generated by the viewing of iron filings over the magnetic field. And he clearly said when he did this, Maxwell considered all this too, as a phenomenon in which changing magnetic fields cause the electric field. He clearly said that induced electric motive force is measured by, not caused by, the changing magnetic field. And Faraday also made no allusion to any causal link between the magnetic and electric fields. So, I mean, you guys kind of got to go back to the originators of this concept.
Do you understand the law? Because maybe you can explain it to me, because I'm confused then. The law just simply states that. The law shows how you get electric voltage from the magnetic field.
Specifically?
Faraday's law, the one that does exactly what you said Maxwell's equations don't do.
Yeah. Well, then why is it that we're seeing Dr. Oleg D. Jefaminkio write in his books and showing, validating all this through universities? Why don't you go back to
I want you to validate what you said about Maxwell's equations not having this, when that is exactly what Faraday's law is.
No, there isn't. You got to conclude that an electromagnetic field is a dual entity, always having a dielectric and a magnetic component.